See the diamond camera at the front? Yeah. So that's going to be live streaming, so folks who are on Facebook and YouTube as well, they'll probably be recording. So.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Will I get a recording?
Yes.
Will you send it to me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Absolutely. So it'll be posted to our YouTube channel as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Of course, yeah.
What the hell happened here? Chicken eagle.
So we have the morning sessions are typically slow, but folks do watch the live stream. So
Sure.
even if you have one or two people in here, go for it.
That's fine. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Okay.
I have it already,
All right.
so It's not a problem.
Excellent.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
of course.
What's your name
My
again?
name's Nick.
Nick,
I'm the
nice.
organizer, so.
Boy, that's really nice. Thank you for the help.
Yeah,
I was wondering how I was going to get this. So,
no worries. I'm gonna run over and help the other presenter real quick.
thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, Vina.
Hi. Oh, you came. How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask you a question.
Yes.
This is live streaming.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. We connected everything.
Cool. And your clicker works?
Yeah, everything works. Everything works. I mean, he didn't have to do much. I was all set up.
You get your little dot.
Yeah, everything.
Good, good.
How are you doing? Thanks for coming. That's really sweet of you.
Yeah.
I hope it goes well. They're going to send you a recording of this so we can post it on my website if it goes well.
Oh, sweet.
You know,
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I hope it goes well.
Me too. Absolutely.
And then they asked me, there's a mental health seminar going on outside, and they said that would really help with Ayurveda.
Oh, sure.
And there's a lady called Katie over there who's just got level 1 and 2 universal right time healing.
Oh.
She said, I just came from Zaria, and she said, wow, you do that? And I'm like, yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, all those connections.
Yeah,
Neat.
so, I mean, this is pretty awesome what they've done here, this Larimer County. I used to take classes here a long
Yeah,
time
I've
ago.
taken classes here too.
And it's a pretty nice facility. They've done like a really nice supportive facility.
Sweet, yeah. And Jack's going here this year.
Why?
Well, he's doing 1 year here, and then he'll go over to.
Oh, yeah, okay. I wanted to tell you, on Saturday, we have a gourmet club, but we have symphony tickets.
Oh,
And we cannot go, none of us can go.
oh,
So you're welcome to have them if you want. Maybe you can stop by at my house and get them after we
okay.
are finished.
So
or
that's
whatever.
Saturday.
Yeah, this Saturday.
Is it at the Lincoln Center?
At the
or
Lincoln
outside?
Center.
Okay. Oh, fun.
So I didn't know, I don't have time to go ahead and look for people. Kabir is out of town, so I couldn't give it to him.
Okay.
But I do have symphony tickets, and it's going to be a really nice one.
Okay. Yeah.
So-
Gary's coming up, so we might do that.
Well, come home and I'll find you those tickets. So,
Okay. Yeah. I'll have to. We made dinner reservations, but I'll have to change them probably.
but don't change them just yet.
Oh, okay.
Let's go and get, as I recall, we have that.
Okay.
And I
Yeah,
don't want
I
to
guess you
think
need to
about that
double check.
right now.
Okay.
So,
Awesome. Very good.
will he be coming in to tell me?
I don't know.
How did this come about? I mean, how did you get me into this?
I think I got an email, and I think because I participated in Startup Week before,
Oh,
and you were talking about wanting to do speaking engagements, or
Yeah.
get you involved in this.
so you were in here, the startup week.
Well, I don't think Startup Week used to happen in different locations around town.
What
And
does that mean? Just
like I think I went to a Startup Week thing, like at the Lyric. They just
Yeah.
found different locations around town for different people to do their talks, and so.
Yeah.
But this year, I think they focused most everything here at the Front Range. So.
So this is not just related to Front Range, it's lots of other.
Oh yeah, it's like the city's involved. I actually went to the kickoff meeting at the campus stadium on Monday. And so the city's involved. There's all sorts of sponsors.
Oh, you sure are connected.
Well, I decided to go like last minute. So yeah, I went with Jane and we actually did some like networking there. It was cool.
Yeah, did you find anything or what?
Yeah, we met lots of people. I got business cards.
Next time, let me know, I'd like to go.
I know. Yeah, I
don't
just
have
feel
to
like you're
go
so
with-
busy. But
Yeah, but I
You
make
would've
time.
I mean, presenters could have gone. Anybody.
Well, the thing, it's not so much I'm busy, it's just that I want to see what's going on. Yeah, I may or may not work out, but just want to see,
Yeah, totally.
just experience, because we live in our own cocoon and we know there's so much happening
Yeah.
to be part of,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it's nine.
What time is it?
It's 9.
So now, should I start
I
or?
don't know. Maybe wait a few minutes. It's probably going to, because I think that live stream goes even in between sessions. I was listening, watching the other day.
So, what? Should I be starting?
Maybe wait a few minutes.
It
You
says
want me?
live.
Yeah, I know, you're probably on. You're probably listening. But, wait a few minutes maybe.
Yeah.
For some people to come in. Okay.
Hi, welcome.
I mean, if you want to, if you think you're going to take the whole time, then maybe you should.
Hi, welcome everyone. I'm Beena Mehta, and I'm here to present Ayurveda for better nutrition and health. I'm very excited to be here, and I just want to introduce myself and my background a little bit before I speak. One of the things I'm so happy to, it's wonderful to be here, first of all. I've been involved in the holistic field of mind, body, and spirit, bringing those three together for many, many years. It's been my pet and favorite subject. I was the assistant teacher at the Naropa Institute in Boulder from 2004 to 2009. I've also studied prana yoga and Ayurveda with Shiva Ray and Vasant Lad and Maria Garay. I've learned the yoga, voice, and sound healing with some of my very favorite teachers. And also, I've also studied energy healing, which is very much, I think you guys know it at Reiki, but my energy healing modality that I have studied is called Universal White Time Healing. And the Universal White Time Healing is just an amazing healing modality that has helped many, many people. It's an energy healing and not a massage by any means. And I am a teacher and practitioner of this modality. I was born and raised in Mumbai many, many eons ago, I would think. And I'm here, and I've been living here in the United States for almost 48 years now. And I grew up in a household that practiced Ayurveda. What does Ayurveda mean? Ayur means life, and Veda means the wisdom, the true wisdom of living life fully with nutrition, nourishment, nurturing yourself in mind, body, and spirit. So Ayurveda is living long, longevity, and living well. And this is exactly what I'm trying to explain to you here today. So when I grew up in my home, we ate at certain times, we ate certain foods that were put together. We lived a life when we grew up, we had a whole routine of things to do when we wake up till the end of the day. And I did not realize that that was called Ayurveda. However, ironically, all the study that I did, although I lived it in India and experienced the whole Ayurvedic lifestyle, in America, I actually studied Ayurveda in the West. And I realized how grateful I was to learn everything I did while living it in India. We did not go around putting a label on Ayurveda saying I'm practicing Ayurveda, but it was a way of life, it was a way of living, it was a way of eating, it's a way of relationship and honoring in reverence of how we are connected to the whole. Now, today, what has happened in the West is that we are coming out of the shadows. There's a resurgence of the wisdom of the West that's coming out, and we are experiencing all the people in the West realizing the value of Ayurveda that they have received, the lifestyle that they have received. We are one of the things that I've noticed in the West is that with the resurgence and the increase in material prosperity has kind of made us forget who we are as individuals. We are experiencing a poverty of the soul. We are hankering after making more money, but we are still not finding any satisfaction of quality of life. And so this is what I call the poverty of the soul, because we have to look within to find what it is that we are looking for. It's not outside. It's not someone else. It's we have to create our own. And that is what is called, what I say is the poverty of the soul. So now if we can move on, one of my pet peeves for nutrition is to eat is human, to digest is divine. It's one of those very, it's not my pet peeve. It's one very famous person who said this. And this is a very profound statement in Ayurveda for me, is that when we can eat the healthiest food, we can live the best life that we possibly can. And yet, if your body is incapable of digesting it, you are just not going to be able to receive the full nutrition and the value of the food that is offered to you or what you cook. So now in Ayurveda is an ancient system of healing, and it's an amazing system. This is a mythological, a very metaphorical picture which shows you a little the tug of war between the angels and the demons. What does that mean? It's only a very metaphorical approach. The angels and demons are struggling, are in the middle of the ocean, and they are churning the ocean, trying to see who wins here. What this means here is the churning of the ocean is that the angels and demons are vying for the same thing, wealth. While they are churning the ocean, all the jewels are coming up, and they want all the jewels. So what this means in our life is that we are, as we live, life is a gift, and as we live, we are actually churning the ocean of life. So what we are doing when we are churning the ocean of life is that we are coming up against challenges, some good, some high, some very difficult, some quite easy. Some of it is very beautiful in our life. And so what we need to do, one of the things that Ayurveda says is that while we live, we are constantly trying to find balance in a constantly changing environment. What does that mean to you? Changing environment is that we are constantly changing our relationships. We are changing jobs. We are living with our family, and there's this new situation every day. So as we walk, if you notice, no one step is the same, and our body has to constantly balance as we walk also. There's this constant balance. So life is about riding the oceans of life, the waves of life. Some waves are higher, some waves are lower. But we need to keep our balance, mind completely balanced, and address situation. After all, life is a gift. And this is a gift that we need to use to evolve, to transition, and to be more secure in what we can do just by finding balance in a constantly changing environment. So this is one of those, this is a very profound picture for me. So now, how does that come together for you? here so now we have to see is, so we talk about the key concepts of Ayurveda about the dynamic balance. How do we bring the balance? We talked about the metaphor about the life and the churning of the ocean. So now we bring about a dynamic balance by understanding the key concepts. There's a part of us which is very physical. The other part of it is mind, which is our psychophysical. It's more subtle. It's not quite so evident. And the third part is our spirit, which is also that part of us which is hidden from view. And we are going to talk about all these. The key concepts of Ayurveda is that these are the 5 elements that the whole universe and all the creatures living in it and the universe are made up of these 5 elements. The 5 elements are earth, water, fire, air, and ether. They are in different forms in different creatures. So these are the 5 elements. Now, these 5 elements, the Ayurveda has been, now they come together in our bodies as the 3 doshas, and in our food as the 10 pair of gunas, which is, I'm going to explain all of these. And then Agni and Ama, which is the fire of digestion and the toxins that are formed if the digestion is not done, if the digestion is not at its optimum. So I want to go back and forth, and I might go back and forth between these 2 slides so you can see where we are at. So there are these 5 elements that I talked about, that is in every creature that's living on this planet, in things that are being formed. Our whole universe and cosmos is formed by these. One of the things is that when 2 elements combine together, 2 or more elements, these form these 3 major, what we call 3 doshas. Okay, the doshas are so the first dosha is that we are responsible for all movement, circulation, elimination, nervous system, and breathing. That dosha, what I call vata, is formed by space and air, the 2 elements. If you remember, we said earth, water, fire, air, and ether. So the first element, the first dosha is formed by ether and air. The second dosha governs in our system by pitta, which is water and fire, governs all metabolism, digestion, our endocrine system, and mental reasoning. This is our drive for life, the fire. You get up in the morning, you have the ambition, you have to get going. That's that. And kapha is water and earth, provides immunity, joint lubrication, structure for bones, muscle, and tendon. So these are the 5 elements that combine in our body. Now there is these 3 energetic principles combined together in our body to actually define a person of what they are according to, you have to take like a dosha quiz. And of course, you can take a very mild dosha quiz, meaning you can go ahead and online and get a quiz done. But my thing is that if you really want what your dosha is, all of us have a dosha, which is more predominant in our body. And then we have a sub-dosha. Now, in the elements, we have to understand that when we have all the elements exist in every human being in our body. All the elements are there because we need all of these for living. One of the things why we need this for living is because if you just had vata, you'd be just constantly, airhead. What is the quality of air and space? You'd be spacey. But during the day, as you know, when we wake up in the morning, we are slow. So we wake up slowly, we have a cup of coffee. So it's slow, that's kapha, earth and water. Those are the qualities of earth and water. Then as the day goes further, then we get to get a little more activity. We start working out, we do all of these things. So there's a time of the day when we practice certain things, but we do need all of these to live. One is so that we can calm down in the night. One is where we can go ahead and go out in the world and make our livings and do everything. And the second thing is, and that we need the ambition to do everything. So those are the 5 elements. So they come up, all of these are necessary to maintain life and everything. Now, how does there's a unique dosha for every individual. It doesn't get created after you're born, but there's a unique matrix. When you are in the womb and when you get born, that becomes your dosha. That is your tendency, the combination of elements that come together. That, what we call, is your unique matrix that makes you you. That determines the function, the structure, and the choices you make in your life. And there's very particular. The people who are usually you can point out doshas. You can pick people just by knowing a little bit of their character. Sometimes you can do that. Some people are very thin, and usually, their skin is dry. They are always a little bit spacey. That's a vata person. Persons who are doshas, where they are heavier and more structured, more grounded, that sort of thing, are more kapha. And the third is pitta, the people who are really have the drive. They have the, let's go, let's get this done. You can pretty much pick out those kind of people when you are doing this. So together, all these 3 doshas, tridosha means 3 doshas. Although one or more are more predominant in one person than they are in the other. But all 5 elements exist in your body. So I'm going to show you one of the dosha quizzes that normally you will find online. I created this to just kind of give you an idea of what questions they might ask. They would say, vata, it kind of gives you the body size, skinny, tall, and short, body weight, underweight, okay, usually for vata, and so on and so forth. I have a handout for those who are here if they would like to look at this later. But you can take these dosha, there's a lot of information on here on vata, pitta, and kapha, which is here, and I'm happy to give you this handout. But I would caution you on this, that this is not the end all. You cannot just determine your dosha by taking such a short quiz. When I had gone to an Ayurvedic doctor, and I had done it here and in India, okay? And what they do is it's pretty intense. You have to spend almost an hour filling out forms, which are pretty intense. And so you can do it just for fun and see where you stand. But to really determine what your dosha is and how you can balance your body, by knowing and understanding your dosha, it gives you more of an insight of what your body needs and what it doesn't need. One of the things is that once you know it, there are certain things that pittas will eat, like hot, spicy food, but that gets you going. Those are the spices that get you going and on. It's called rajasic. It's like, I'm going to get on with it. They never stop. Then the vatas are always spacey. They're mainly writers. They can think through a problem. They're always fearful. They're anxious, uncertain, anxiety. So the question is, how do you balance when too much of one thing is too much, and you balance with the opposite? So if you're too vata, what do you do when the wind is blowing and your tent is blowing off? What do? You take one of the weights to weigh it down, right? So that's what you do. So like doesn't heal, but the opposite heals. The opposite dosha will heal. So understanding it will give you a better idea of what you need in your life. It's not about, oh, I'm on a diet and I'm just going to eat salads. But if yours are vata, then salads are not going to help you, because that makes you more airy. Because even foods have a quality. So what we need to do is when we need, when you have, like, if it's too much kapha and too heavy, we are eating more potatoes, and that's quite obvious. Everything that grows under the ground is kapha because it's rooted. It roots you. So understanding these qualities is wonderful. Okay, so there's air and space, which is vata. There's water and earth, which is kapha. And then there's fire in between, which is the drive that we have. So I wanted you to see the dosha quiz here. And so now we are going to go on and understanding your body type is important. So let's now move on to what we call gunas, which is the qualities of food. What do you are what you eat is what it says. Okay, and it's fine, but our tendency is we always go for the thing that we don't like, it's not good for our body, so this is very good understanding. There are 10 pairs of opposites in nature, completely. That is, if you were heavy, then your light is the opposite, and you can see the 10 pair. How do you know it's cold? It's because you know the other one is hot, right? We live in a place where there's duality. And what we need to do is we need to understand that there is these opposites, and understanding opposites, it's important. The point over here that I'm trying to make is you can see every food in nature has one or two of those elements. So some foods are lighter, like lettuce. Some foods are heavier, like potatoes, which are here. Then there are others which are spicy, which are for chilies and spicy, that are what I call pitta, because it's got that fiery element. It's quite, according to me, Ayurveda is a very common sense approach to life. Nature is always whispering to you. Nature is always telling you, eat this, or it's cold now, what will you do? You'll pick up a coat and make yourself warm. It's much like that. It's a very common sense approach to life, and it's important to go ahead and do that. Like right now it's harvest time, and what is being shown is all the vegetables that are in season. Everything in is full bloom. We've got corn, we've got peppers, we've got potatoes, everything is in harvest. It's telling you you're supposed to eat all of this. But now, since we live in a world where, we get everything in the supermarket, we just eat whatever we can and we pick up recipes. But basically, this Ayurvedic medicine was brought into India 5,000 years ago, okay? And that was the only medicine that existed in India until the British came in 1600s. They brought their doctors along. And then why this Ayurvedic system is a system that was like a system which is a wisdom-based system, where people who lived in the forest and they observed nature, they observed animals, they observed all of nature around and figured out this is correct and this is not correct. They observed how creatures were behaving, and they created this whole system of medicine. Ayurveda is not just a medical system. It encompasses all systems like astrology, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, and so on, and mathematics, all systems, pediatrics, geriatrics. They do surgery, they do herbology, they do all of this. So to confine Ayurveda into a system of just nutrition, it's talking about the whole cosmos at large, how we are connected to everything around us. and every human being around us, and every little blade of grass around us. We are all. So what I'm trying to say in this is that you are what you eat. Like increases like, and the opposite heals. And that's what I was trying to say, is that understanding your body type, understanding the quality of food that you're putting inside your body, that actually helps you digest. It helps you have a little more wisdom of what you're eating. So the challenge comes up in life where we are cooking for our family and we are all different body types, and yes, it works for one person and it doesn't work for the other. So, but most of the time it's not that bad. It works out really well. So everything in the universe has a quality in us and nature. That's what I'm saying. So root vegetable like beets and potatoes that grow under the ground, particularly, have a heavier quality because they are rooted in the ground. It's very obvious, common sense. Rice is a lighter quality. Popcorn has air in it, so it's a lighter quality. Ayurveda can guide us by identifying our dosha. By identifying your dosha, that will tell us what we should eat. Eating is not just about eating, it's about how we eat. And one of the things in Ayurveda is that we have to sit down and eat so that our mind is on the food. We cannot just have our mind somewhere else while we are eating or on the run in the car, which we all do. I'm not saying that I'm not guilty of it. How we eat, with reverence, because the food that is offered is total connectedness. It's sacred, because when we eat with our mind focused on it, it digests better in our system. Where do you eat? Which is on your table, hopefully. And when do you eat? So one of the things that Ayurveda talks about is that when do you eat your food? You eat your food, you wake up in the morning, you eat breakfast. It's kind of just to get started. The heaviest meal, Ayurveda says, is that you have to eat at midday because the sun is at the zenith. It tells you that's the time when your digestion is at its peak. Then during the evening, as comes 6 o'clock, it says you need to slow down. So it should be a lighter meal so you can sleep. And there's a reason why, and I will talk about it later in the later slide. So eating is, so you have to figure out what you eat for your body type, when you eat, time of day is important, where you eat, how you eat, okay? So this is one of the things that is really, really important. So one of the things and that comes to our next slide, as to daily dosha rhythms and cycles. As I said, Ayurveda follows the movements of the planets and especially our sun and moon for our benefit on Earth. And one of them is you can see how the time of day will determine when we should do that particular activity to bring about optimum results. So as we wake up, as I said, Earth, we wake up slowly in the morning. We're not going to just jump out of bed and do this. We'll have a cup of coffee or tea in the morning, slowly wake up, our eyes are waking up, we're slow. Come 10 o'clock in the morning, we are now getting into a place, this is what we call the circadian rhythm. And so 10 o'clock in the morning, we will go ahead and what is called pitta time, we start doing our activities. We start going to work. We start working. We have that drive to do everything. Go to the health club and do a heavy workout. We'll sweat. At noon, you have a good quick lunch, a big lunch. Sit down and eat. Then at 2 o'clock, if you want to do some mental activity of writing, so there's the first circadian rhythm starts from 6 to 10 in the morning, which is kapha time, slow. 10 to 2 is the time when you eat and do your activities, heavy duty activities. 2 to 6, again, we have what is called Vata time. That is the optimum time if you're going to write or do some writing or do some work which is mental, creating, all that would be the optimum time. 6 o'clock, you start winding down, just like what the sun is telling you. Then the moon is coming, let's slow down. 6 to 10, you slow down, you have a small meal and quiet down. That's not when you start go do exercise and run and do all of these things. Although we do it and that's okay. Ayurveda doesn't say don't do this and don't do that, nor do they say this is the disease. They'll say if there's some sort of disease going on in your body, it just means that your body is out of balance. And your body has the wisdom to bring it back, knowing that you have the capability of bringing it back into balance. But that requires a little more effort and work. So you can see, and then from again, 10 to 2 in the night, that's the time you should be in bed. Because that's the time the food that you've taken during the day, the nutrition is being distributed amongst your cells. But if you're watching TV till midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning, that's not happening. And 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock again, it's all starting again. At 2 to 6, we are starting all over again. This is what we call the circadian rhythm. Understanding that each element is prevalent. 2 to 4, because that's the time of ether and space. What does space mean? I think Ayurveda kind of is a little bit elusive of space. Space is when there's these cavities in our body. The nose has a cavity, ears have a cavity, the mouth has a cavity when you open up. If all your organs were just clumped together without the space in between the organs, they'd be one big block. So we do need the space. Our universe creates, the cosmos creates the space for us to be in it. So there are different worlds in it. There's space in between. It's very subtle. It cannot be seen like the other things. We see fire, we see earth, we see water, you see. But space is a little elusive, and I needed to explain that. Then in the circadian rhythm, there's the fire, which is the earth, the fire and water, okay? That are the combination. So you can see that's ambition, that's dry, and earth is grounding. I'm just repeating some of it so you kind of get what I'm trying to say. So here are all the elements right now for your activities on what you can do, how you can have an optimum dynamic balance. Now to go back into, to eat is human, digest is divine, we talked about having a little bit of wisdom of what that means. That means correcting imbalances. We are constantly trying to find balance in a changing environment, as we see. But what does that mean? We have to identify, are we eating the wrong thing? Are we eating the right thing? By eating the correct kind of food, because now you know what kind of dosha you are. By knowing the dosha of yourself, you know, which is pitta, vata, or kapha. You have to identify your body type. Then you eat the correct food with the correct quality. Then you eat at the wrong time. What time? According to the circadian rhythms, you have to pay attention to what time you're eating, how you're eating, where you're eating, all of that. And the third thing is the one of the most important, which is the digestive fire. Now that is what is termed as Agni, or what we call the fire, which is the Pitta. It's an absolute important thing for us to understand Pitta. Pitta is something, if you have poor digestive fire, let's talk about the Goldilocks story. This is too hot, this is too cold, this is perfect. This is what I'm talking about. The digestive fire, to have your perfect metabolism, digestion, and everything that's associated with digestion, it has to have perfect digestion for your body type. Your digestion will be different from your husband's or your children. And you need to, with wisdom of Ayurveda, you can determine that. So if your digestion is too high, it's like the house is on fire and your digestion has burnt out, you did not get any nutrition, even though you ate the healthiest and the best food that you could get. Okay, you could get the healthiest food, you eat all of that, but your digestion is too high, the fire is burning, and your food got burnt inside. So when it came to delivering nutrition to your tissues, that didn't work out. If your digestion is too slow, then the food is sitting in your stomach and not getting digested. It's actually like the fire is not hot enough. It's like you put soup on and the fire is too low and it's not cooking it. So that's the same thing, same metaphor that happens within your body. And that is where the digestion is created into toxins, because it's like sewer sitting there. It's backing up all your digestive tracts, your intestines. It's not moving from your stomach. It's not doing anything. It makes no sense to eat if this is what's happening. But if your digestion is correct and optimal to who you are and what you need, is then, of course, you can see that the digestion can work for you. You get into perfect health with that, all of that. So now I've shown you the circadian rhythm in that little box over there. High energy time, 10 to 2, which is what I said. Vata time, 2 to 6, and Kapha time, 2 to 10. So this is basically where we are at. Ayurveda says dis-ease is when the body has lost its cellular intelligence. You can get it back by understanding who you are, what you are, and eating right foods, eating at the right time, eating whatever. The body is trying to bring back cellular balance all the time. And we try to figure out the root cause of disease. And I, in my line of work, I have developed, I have developed a line of spices and my cookbook. I call it the Indian Kitchen Pharmacy, because this is based on Ayurvedic principles. Okay, I have this, and these are my spices in my kitchen. This is how I keep everything. And I do lots of cooking classes also. So in conclusion, we are more than just a body and mind. There is something underneath, there is peace underneath us to go back into stillness and silence, which is within ourselves. So everything we do, we are a spark of the cosmos, a unique essence, a matrix that we've been given. Okay, we have a gift of embodiment, that is the gift of life that I talked about. Living in sync with nature and its daily rhythms and seasonal cycles is the key to longevity and life itself and health. Ayurveda never says don't eat this and don't eat that. It says everything in moderation. It's a balancing principle. Whatever you do, you have to digest it mentally or physically. Okay, so to eat is human, to digest is divine. Now you know it's a pretty amazing philosophy, and there's so much more to this. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. But thank you for being here with me and sharing with me. I'm happy to answer any of my questions. This is my website if you choose to, and follow me on Facebook, because I do a lot of articles on Ayurveda, about food, about recipes, everything. So it's up to you and how you want to do that. So contact me if you like more questions. And please don't leave without taking some of these dosha quizzes that I made for you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Okay. Thank you again. It was really fun to be with you guys, and thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. All right. Okay, would you like this? The dosha quiz? Okay. If you want to do a more bigger dosha quiz, there's a company on Ayurveda which is called Banyan Botanicals. Is it? No? Yeah, it's front and back. There you go.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
it's front and back.
Great.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you. Oh,
Can I
okay.
grab my phone? Sorry.
Yeah, it's front and back.
Okay, great.
But please know that this is very basic.
Was there a
got-
longer one on your website? Or
No, I
No.
cannot because you've got to go to a doctor.
practitioner?
I wanted to show you one of the things, since you guys are here, is I brought one of the ones when I do the consult, what it
Okay.
entails. It's a big, huge consult,
So that's
and
what you
how
do.
many forms
Okay.
you have to fill out, and it takes a long
I
time.
bet, yeah,
It's like you going into the doctor's office for the first time,
yeah.
and they fill out the forms. Okay, pull out your medications. What are your symptoms? Are you those kind of things? So this is no different than going to a medical doctor, but this is more intense. This is not so trivial. They'll spend 2 hours with you asking questions about what your choices are, lifestyle. What do you do? Why do you do this? Do you have stress? Do you have this? So it goes on. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the idea of eating as a form of medicine.
Yes,
Absolutely.
let food be by your medicine. But for that, it's not just so trivial. You gotta understand who you are. Yeah. So,
Can you tell me about your logo?
yeah.
I'm just interested.
Okay, the logo has earth, water, fire, and ether.
Okay,
You've got all the colors of the 5 elements. Because my whole life, I've just done, everything I do is based on the 5 elements, which is that the earth. If you see my logo inside, there's a swan in there. If you really look.
okay, yeah.
So the swan,
There's a wave
the
and fire.
swan to me is about coming into full expression of your being by understanding your true matrix, the little piece that you were born with. The swan to me tells me that you come into full expression of who you are when you've had clarity about your being. It's not about someone else. We live with someone else. They show us who we are and what we don't like about ourselves, and we try to improve. So the swan is when the swan takes flight, and you be who you are. So my expression on that, and if you see, it's not on this logo, but I say, to seek a truer you is my tagline on that logo, is to seek a truer you through health, nutrition, understanding who you are energetically, and living the best life you can.
And is the space in the middle, that's space?
The space,
Yeah.
yeah,
And then fire on the right.
yeah, yeah.
Earth is the green. It's like,
The earth is a green,
it's like
And
fields.
water at the bottom.
yeah.
It's nice.
Do you put the number down on here, or do you just put a check mark under?
The
You-
number.
Yeah,
Okay,
you do, but know that this is not the end all, please.
Right.
Yeah. I don't want to give you and lead you the wrong way. A doctor has to diagnose you. I'm a practitioner and I do that also, but,
At the top, it says mark it with a 1, 2, or 3, so if it.
yeah.
yeah, I'm just confused because it,
Well, thank you guys. This was very enjoyable. And,
You wanna,
I'm sorry,
I'm
what now?
confused on where to put the numbers, which, on this thing.
Let me,
I don't know.
I don't know if I'm making it too hard. Harder than it needs to be, but do I just,
I would just mark it and then you total it at the end.
okay.
You just mark it. Let's say you're skinny, tall, whatever,
Okay.
and just pitta or vata, just,
So she just picks one of
yeah,
those?
just picks one.
But there's numbers here. So
Yeah, see there,
rarely-
it rarely,
Yeah.
vata aspect is this, and it says pitta aspect is this, and kapha is 2.
So I guess
So I'm
you,
going down each of these.
Yeah,
lines,
right.
Okay.
But, and then it actually kind of overview, just kind of a very simple overview
Okay.
of you, who you might be and what your tendencies are.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, just,
Nice. Are you in Fort Collins?
I am,
Okay.
I am.
Cool. I'll check out your website.
Yeah, please
See
do.
what
That
else-
would be really exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Very good. Forgot to play this for taking this before, but I never remember.
I kept thinking, what is it? What is it? Let food be thy medicine, but I can't
I
think
know,
of
medicine
it.
be
thy food, yeah.
Yeah.
But then in the end, it came out that way. So it looked, you know, even though I didn't have it, I pretty much, I think I have this.
I'm glad you got everything set up. That's awesome.
Oh, it was very easy. I even had Kabir look at it before he left. So, yeah. Give them.
All right.
Here's your clicker.
Okay, thank you. Was that clicker worked very well? You know, Rajiv took a while to, it was so fast, she did it so fast. I just, thank you for all your help. Kabir says, how do you know how to do this? I said, I don't know. She said, she just went online and picked it up, you know? Very good. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank
It
you.
was very, what is your name?
Tanya?
Tanya?
Yeah.
Tanya, nice to meet you. I've seen you somewhere before. I kept looking at you. How do I know you?
Did you teach a cooking class at the senior center?
I have.
That's probably where it's.
And I've seen you somewhere else also.
Maybe
And your name is?
Gail Whitman.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thanks.
Thanks for coming for the talk. That was fun.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you again for speaking today.
Thank you.
I know I've been out there for most of it.
Yeah, but I think it's on the website, so, yeah. Are they going, I'm able to see some of the details on the slide pretty well?
They should be able to.
So whatever you saw on that computer screen is what they were seeing.
Well, I wasn't really, I kind of,
Are all the rooms in this building or?
I was kind of,
Do I have to go out?
I think I should have been paying
Most-
attention to that a little bit.
Most of it's secure today, I think, but there are.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it does?
Oh, okay.
Really? It's
I
a
didn't see
360
any
degree
other
camera?
boxes. This one yesterday, the other day, so
So you are.
I can ask.
I know you could,
Yeah. Better informed.
Yeah.
Sure, if you want to take one from here. Yeah.
What's that?
I'm gonna need to keep that swimming roll, that's really good. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, that for like your cooking kind of classes.
Yeah, exactly. What is it? Let's see. Here?
Over here, like this, you know how people.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, you know, they're good. Good.
Gluten-free, so.
Oh, yeah.
That was okay.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. No, it was good. And I thought you were,
Yeah.
No, I was watching the trial. You said 45 minutes, I was
Yeah.
right there.
Another last time for questions.
No, but they don't have really. So. Thank you for coming. Sure. And come back to the house, I give you those tickets because I absolutely want you to go.
Okay, so I'll swing by right after, Legos.
Can you just wait for a few minutes or you will have to run?
No,
Thank you so much.
what I might do is just walk around here and then I'll be in your house.
Ooh, lucky us.
You're from, Crooked Cup.
Oh, yeah.
I had brownies yesterday, which were life changing, so.
Yeah.
I think most people are out like, I don't know, living their best lives today, we'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah, no, we
But-
saw like 4 people RSVP'd. We
Yeah.
didn't really even promo because we finished our website last night that I still have to fix.
The RSVPs also, like, folks just didn't get it this year.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
didn't do it, or they did, and then like, they, you know.
Yeah.
So we had one session that was like 4 people RSVP'd and the room was packed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then we had another one that was like 22, and so we shifted it to a bigger room, and it was.
Yay, the joys of throwing events, right?
Right, yeah. And it's- honestly, it's just grace, like, you gotta give everybody. space.
Exactly.
And you know what? You're doing it out of love, you know, and that's what matters. So
So you're, this is your.
Yeah, I saw the Asian one.
Okay. And then, the power.
really,
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure.
Okay.
Oh, there's.
Yeah. And it's a 120-degree angle, so it'll capture anything that's in front of the webcam from here to.
Oh, good to know. Okay, sweet.
And our plan is to slice and dice them afterwards, so.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I'm super excited that it would be live streamed and then also like stored on the website
Yeah.
for, you know, because there's so much that I wanted to see that I couldn't do. Because,
Exactly, and that's why I'm like, you know what, if like, even if I'm telling all the speakers, like, if there's nobody in the room, you're
Right.
still on thing. And
yeah,
people
exactly.
will come back and watch it, because they've got that back to school series we did.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
People are watching that and watching.
Yeah, like
So-
I still need to watch that SEO presentation.
Yeah, make a list. And
Yeah.
then just Kind of go through the website and shop, so, it's all good.
Yeah, no. Not sweating, not stressing,
Nope.
easy peasy. Actually, I had to laugh because Bill put the presentation together when I usually do that. And
That's
I'm like,
fun.
this is the least prepared for a presentation I've ever been.
Should we get a picture?
Yeah.
We'll have a picture together in like live event for.
4 years, 3 years.
I know.
Oh, there we go. Logo's out, there we go.
Yeah.
Very cool. Half of it's cute.
Oh, too funny.
Things going well.
Yeah, things are going great. Yeah.
So check out your new website and all that.
Yeah, I'll get that up today. I mean, it's live now, but I really have to redo our portfolio because I was doing that last night at midnight, and I was like,
There's launch and then there's the launch.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Oh man, so good.
Yeah. And then I had just finished the first draft for our client site that
Is there
day
Wi-Fi?
too.
Is there Wi-Fi or
Yeah, it's called Wolfnet. And it's open, so.
So it's like one of those
Oh, there it is.
things
Okay, cool.
where it's like, of course, client sites come first,
Yeah.
and
You
then
have to.
right, and then it was like, oh, shit, we do really have to do this right now.
Very cool. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Well, thanks.
I'll
Thanks for
be-
inviting us.
Yeah, I'll be hanging out in the back.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, these student girls are cut in half, so I'm taking them home.
Look at that.
Trying to get out the worst of my hand.
Wow. So,
Yeah, just say, not cut in half, you just grab it.
Jack, I heard that you came in specifically for this.
Oh, hey, thanks for the pressure. Oh, hey, hi, Jeff.
wow, look at that. We still have time.
Yeah, I'm changing that phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too
Hi, Alicia. I haven't seen you in years.
I know, I was like, hey, that name looks like, she looks familiar. I know her, but it has been years. It was through Maria that we met. right?
Yeah. That was a
Wow,
lifetime ago.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Time flies.
I know. And then I would always see you on the city council meetings too for a while.
Oh my gosh, no, I was working for the county commissioners and county
Oh,
managers.
county.
Yeah,
commissioners,
so
council.
So I kind of became their unofficial staff photographer. I was out and
Oh,
about
really?
with them in their citizen meetings, and I was doing reports on those and did the spotlight articles for the website. And then ended up like, oftentimes my pictures would pop up in the newspapers too, because I was kind of where all the photographers were.
Yeah.
It was fun. Like I got really into photography with that.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah.
Are you
that was
still
my
doing your art
creative
too?
Outlet. Yeah, I'm getting more back to my art now.
Oh, good.
They laid me off after about 5.5 years. They restructured.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, that's a blessing in disguise because I was ready to get back to my art.
Yeah.
So I'm working for a local think tank now. Have you heard of them?
No.
Kurt Bear, the founder, is going to be speaking at a couple of these events at this thing.
That's
He's
fun.
doing a podcast now.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Local experience.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Where, sir? Welcome. Oh, wait,
Here we go.
okay, so it's Jeff, Kathy,
No. Alicia.
what's that?
Jack.
Jack,
I feel
Alicia.
like it should be a little off center here.
No worries. Okay, what's your name?
Sharon?
Sharon, nice to meet you. I'll start a presentation. Yeah, so, yeah, we put this together last night, typical kind of executive dysfunction thing. So we're gonna do a lot. Okay, so Nick reached out to us.
On Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook,
So
yeah.
we're friends for a decade now at this point in time.
Yeah.
And then so I use Facebook as our diary apparently and talked about our adventures into neurodivergence and how we have essentially changed our entire life and our business in 2022.
So I'll switch the slide when you do slide next.
Oh, look at that. Except now it's not, oh, there we go. It's a little slow. So I'm Kristen Mastery. If if we have not met before. We've lived in Fort Collins for 16 years. We've had a marketing agency, or I have, for at least 15 of those 16 years. Been heavily involved in the community for a long time. Used to be a restaurant critic in town for a long time. And then 5 years ago, we merged our businesses together and formed a creative agency between our two strengths. And then 2020 came along, and as we were all locked at home, we discovered TikTok. And as I'm watching cat videos and getting great recipes to cook at home, also learned that I'm autistic. After most of my life being, well, why the hell am I so weird? Why am I having all of these communication issues with people? Well, here you go. That's the information. So we learned this about myself and you.
I'm Bill. I'm the dancing monkey boy of the group. Yeah, kind of been in sales my whole life. Started going to school for graphic design. Actually, was used like Photoshop 1 back in the day, like 94, 95, all of that. But then kind of fell into the business trap. Became executive sales, business development. Set up all of the European operations for Otterbox, things like that, and really kind of fell away from my true self and my true calling. And thanks to Clifton and the TikTok addiction, over COVID there, I learned I had ADHD. So it was great. Went into counseling, worked through a bunch of other issues, stuff like that, and now I feel like I am a newborn. Like, we unfortunately had to head back to my hometown in North Dakota this summer. My dad passed, so it was his funeral up there. But the timing of like all of this happening, because I left North Dakota right after high school. I was like 18, 19. So the timing of all this with getting on the right medication and getting back into art and design and all that stuff again, and going back to North Dakota was kind of like a pilgrimage, like back out, kind of feel reborn as a 18 or 19-year-old, which can drive this one crazy every once in a while, but it works. So that's me. So yeah, we started 5 years ago with Mastery Consulting. It's like kind of a cool name, we got a good logo. I was really, business driven then, so we did a lot of, business analysis and strategy and planning and all that, which we still do. It's just not a focus, and we didn't even see it, or I didn't even see it at the beginning, because it's consulting. What are we consulting about? Like, digging trash pits, or you consult about anything. So I said, let's get creative.
Well,
so,
also, to interject, this highlights my autism perfectly, where it's very structured, very data-oriented.
That's very true.
So when we first merged our businesses together, I was definitely the driving force in all of our website design, strategies, analytics, SEO, all of that. So that logo absolutely represented that side of myself.
Yeah.
When we developed that, we had no idea. And then once we learned about our different neurodivergencies, then we were like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. But that represented less creativity.
Yeah.
A whole lot less creativity.
Yeah, it was standard Canva templates and, all that stuff. It was good work, but it wasn't from really the heart,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then after diagnosis and understanding how our brains worked, and really tying that into our business, that's when we decided to revamp our business completely in our logo design and in our business functions, so that we could harness our newly understood neurodivergences, so that we could be true to ourselves, but then also use them as superpowers to actually help our clients excel even more?
Yeah, so early on, I kind of found this cool Venn diagram with, you know, the way that we work together. And, you know, it was really came down to communication, and calling each other out when we kind of fall off the rails or whatever, you know. So, you know, with Kristen being very tight, very rigid, all that, and me, you know, loosey-goosey with everything, it doesn't work well. I mean, it does, but at the end of the day, and I always have to remind Kristen when we're working on projects that, hey, have we ever let each other down when the project's done? And that's a big kind of like check-in type thing. Like, we've always done it. You know, we're good. Even last night when we were putting stuff together, Kristen was finishing up the website. I was getting this together. And I'm like, you know, I'm going to go downstairs. That's where I have my studio. I'm going to listen to records, put them on loud so I can't hear your loud sighs that are going to happen. And, you know, and it did. I mean, it, like clockwork, it did. So, you know, it worked. And, you know, after being married for 20 plus years as well, I get to know things better. But at the same time, playing off those strengths. So, you know, Kristen was in her marketing agency for a long time here, and you know, she did good. Nothing crazy, nothing big, you know, whatever, but it was, you know, good money coming in. But then learning that, you know, with the autism and things like that, she can't do this, you know, she can't just get in front of people like bullshit and whatever, and, you know, fly by the seat of her pants, you know, kind of everything has to be very strict and regimented through things. So carefully planned, that's right. So it works really well in meetings because, you know, we get into a meeting and then I'm like, hey, how's your weekend? And then she rolls into facts and figures and presentations and analysis and all this. And then I wrap it all up at the end with a little, you know, song and dance, and we're on our way.
Yeah, so understanding our neurodivergence and how it works with us personally and in our business, I started to realize on the communication aspect that Bill is essentially like my seeing eye dog, but for communication with clients. It's because of being in those facts and in that data and getting straight to the point and the structure and the patterns and everything, where I feel most comfortable and most confident. There's the relationship building, the, you know, the fly by the seat of the pants, which I absolutely cannot do, and it causes me so much anxiety. But when we use our superpowers together, it's like double trouble. It's a team. It's an actual, like, real, fully fledged company with very skilled sets in one person, skilled sets in another, and we work together like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah. So then we go on to superpowers next. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right. So I kind of pulled out some of the, I think, 4 of kind of the larger, you know, overarching, I guess, diagnoses for neurodivergence. And autism, we'll start with that one, you know. So I'm not going to read through it. But the big thing is, you know, pattern recognition, spotting irregularities. You know, when I misspell someone's name in their logo, which happens, you know, Kristen's the one that catches that for me, which is kind of unfair. It's you know, extra pressure on her, but, you know, knowing how we work with each other, that's not my strong point. You know, I'll make some crazy stuff and just spell it wrong. So irregularities, the sustained attention to detail is key. You know, Kristen can sit down and plug away for 18 hours straight on a website and just kick it out, where I have to listen to records when I work. Each side's like 20, 30 minutes long. So I sit down, and then I don't have Spotify, so I'm not like, oh, check out this song or this song. Like, I'm locked in. Like, I'm listening to this for half an hour, and then it gets up and I gotta go over, do a little ritual, clean it, and then put it back, and then go back for another. I can't sit.
Yeah, so again, understanding how our brains work and tying that back into our business, and then having that understanding that I'm autistic, it made so much sense that I love SEO and data analysis and website building and the technical aspect of our business so much better than the actual design aspect. So with the pattern recognition and spotting irregularities, when we go through data analytics with our clients and I'm able to show them trends, when we had Mastery Consulting, we initially offered services to help train our clients to understand that data or train them to execute a strategy. And over the years, realized that, okay, communication may not be working, but then it became clear that I can't teach my autism to my clients. I can't teach them how to spot those irregularities and see that pattern recognition in the data. And that was the key point where I was like, oh my hell, we have to actually rebrand our business. We have to do different services because I can't teach people what my brain does.
Yeah.
And I used to tell my clients back in the day, I can't teach you 20 years of experience in 6 months.
Yeah.
But really what it was is I can't teach you my autism.
Well, and it's a blessing and a curse too, because you make it all look so easy and natural and all that. ADHD, creative, work well under pressure, which is the constant source of sandpaper there. I can be very proactive, personally, talk to people. Good at adjusting to change and like to hyper focus on things. So that's a great part. When I get kind of zoned in on something, I can sit and, design a logo for a day straight, this and this and this and this and every little bit of it when I have that freedom. If it's a solo project or something that I'm working on, there's a lot of stops and a lot of checks between me and Kristen. I've learned that kind of the hard way. And so diving like full into something, be like, hey, what do you think? And just like, what? No. I get that a lot. So, I do that check now like an hour in with you too.
Yeah.
To make sure that it's close on the same page. So
Yeah.
and she's starting to get a little more flexible with
Kind of.
things.
But the big piece in that too is the creativity. And that was the other part in learning how our brains are different and where our strengths are and how that applies to business and our clients. That when it comes to marketing, design, and outside the box ideas, my brain does not do that as effectively as Bill. And so that's where his off the wall ideas that typically drive me nuts when he like blurts them out in our meeting and I'm like, wait, we're off track. Well,
I warn everybody about that ahead of time because I don't say anything in meetings. I really, I'm listening, but I'm kind of everywhere and say, hey, I'm going to blurt out some stupid shit and it's going to be a weird idea that's off the wall. Just FYI, it's coming. I don't know what it is or where it's going to be. And inevitably, it always happens. And some stuff is even too crazy that I just have to keep that to myself. But, yeah.
But that creativity is a strength, especially in a marketing agency when you're supposed to be creative. And so in this rebranding from Mastery Consulting to Mastery Creative, what we did is really embrace that ADHD part of Bill's contribution to our company and really brought that to the forefront. And so one thing that really stood out to me in this whole rebranding and embracing the way our brains work is that that's possible for everyone in their own individual business when you embrace your difference rather than trying to mask in a neurotypical world. I think really what began to happen in these understandings is we cannot operate in a neurotypical world and be true to ourselves. And that meant our own company that we had full control over, that we had to actually be like, hey, our brains are different. We need to do this differently. Not only are we going to be true to ourselves, we're going to be true to our clients. And we're going to attract clients that we work better with instead of having some miscommunications with or misunderstandings with. Really, I don't know, showing our brains to people creates better connection.
Yeah, and it's nice. We work strictly through referral. So, everyone that, gets sent to us or finds us or, whatever, referred to us, 99% of the time they're a good fit, already, but, we may have something in our wheelhouse that other people don't, or, they're overloaded, or another, Kristen's great at this, and, whatever. So we get a lot of stuff that way. Next one's dyslexia. Don't have that, but it popped up a lot. And if we had a dyslexic person on our team, yeah. So out of the box thinking again, visual processing, hidden connections, and patterns and trends. So it's kind of on course with autism in there as well. Asperger's, we'll just go through these, I think we're going long here. Okay.
Part of flying by the seat of your pants.
It is, yeah. Okay, so this is a big part that we've kind of been touching on is, how to work with and communicate. So I found a great little list here, explain a bunch more. So, ask. It's really easy as that. Any changes just have to be person oriented, and what works for one person, it may not work for another one. So just ask your colleagues how they want to communicate with you, to start out. I think, with mental health becoming such a issue in the forefront, and just awareness and acceptance of it, it's not out of line at all, when we sit down in meetings with clients, I tell them that I have ADHD. Kristen says she's autistic as well, so that's like off the plate. And we can blame everything on that because it's the truth. Whatever happens, we don't have to blame anything, but
Yeah, but then there's also more clear communication that not only happens within our company individually, but also with our clients. So with communication specifically in our contracts, we have a piece that says something to the effect of, we don't know how you best communicate, please let us know. You please put this in writing so that we know and can reference the best way to communicate with you, whether that's through email, text messages, phone calls, whatever. Also with our clients, on our side of communication, I always tell them that I need emails for tasks, for website requests, because my email is very meticulously organized with all of our clients. And so,
how many calendars do you have?
I have a ridiculous number of calendars for all of our clients, but there are deadlines that are organized in tasks list. But if I need to do something for a client, it needs to be in writing, so I have it in my email inbox. And that communication is clear to our clients. Some clients, they don't communicate best that way, and they will text message their requests, which is, great. But it means between the two of us in that project, we have to have better communication and better follow-up so that they can communicate the way they need and I can understand the way I need.
Slow down. I'm very guilty of all of this. I talk way too fast, I mumble, and I think it's a lot overwhelming too. So, at times I have to be very conscious and slow myself down some and really enunciate more, or else I will just ramble.
And then also too, slowing down and speaking, when it comes to neurodivergence and specifically autism, a lot of people have audio processing disorders along with that. And I did not put 2 and 2 together until after the pandemic, when we would have clients who would have foreign accents. I could not understand, process what they were saying. And I would literally rely on Bill to be my communicator. What did they say afterwards? We'd have to have post meetings from our client meetings so that I could better understand what our client was actually talking about in that meeting. And so now that we have this understanding that that is an audio processing disorder that's tied to autism, we're better prepared for those communication pieces with our clients and within us as our company. And then now that we are rebranding and actually, showing our brains to everyone, we can put that in our initial meeting and say, hey, I have a neurodivergence. This is how my brain works. I might not understand everything that you're talking about. He's going to be almost my interpreter.
You're seeing eye to eye.
Right. And then this is also why for people with autism, phone calls are horrendous and especially phone calls with people who have foreign accents. Then you can't understand anything. Or I should say, I can't understand anything.
Yes, giving clear instructions. Again, another thing that I'm really bad about is clarity in our projects. And that's kind of why when I was talking about that example of, working on a long project, I've learned to stop and check in and be clear with Kristen when we're working on something together that this is where you're at. I've learned the wrong way a long time.
But I think that is also very applicable to clients and client relationships too, because if you individually are open about your neurodivergence, then your clients may be as well, and then you'll have better understanding of not only that communication, but how to give those clear instructions. And so with a lot of our clients, everything is very meticulously outlined with calendars and deadlines. And even in my email responses to clients who are supposed to give me copy for their website, I'll link references to what we're talking about, either in previous conversations or in a reference source on a website design, and say, we need this kind of copy because we like this part of this website that we're replicating for you, and it's very clear and concise. So not only is that just beneficial for neurodivergence, it's just great for client relations and business development, period.
Yeah, and there's the old adage that people buy from people they like. If you open up and you tell them about your neurodivergence and all that stuff, you've buried your soul right there, and you've laid a good working relationship as well. My litmus, if we have a good client, is if they can swear in front of me. Like if they're comfortable to swear, drop the F-bomb or like whatever, like we are cool. Small talk. This is why neither of us can ever work in an office ever again. Small talk is literally the worst thing in the world to both of us. That's one thing that we share.
Yeah, and I definitely think that is a detriment for myself as an autistic person, because I loathe small talk so much. I hate the sitting down in the beginning of the meeting and like, how's the weather? How's your day go? I mean, I love getting to know clients, but not on a, what did you have for breakfast kind of level. It is a deeper level, a more understanding level of who that person is. And so that's part of my autism too, when we get into these client meetings and there's my seeing eye dog, my communication dog, who is building the client relationship up and taking over the small talk because it's easier for him than it is for me, and then get straight into the data and facts and the build and whatever we're doing for the client that day. But this is so true in corporate or small business and in somebody else's office. There's another agency I worked for a short amount of time. And now looking back, realizing why it was a short amount of time, because the small talk all day long was super distracting, not only for myself or my work, but it just was painful, like literally painful.
And our wine and bath bomb budget went out of control too, because it was every night, stop and take a bath, have some wine, and
right.
It didn't work out too well.
Yeah, but I think now as we're progressing into better mental health understanding, better neurodivergence understanding, we can, if you work in a different company, if you work in a corporation, you can now bring these things up to your coworkers, managers and say, hey, this is how my brain works, and it's better understood, better accepted, and go from there.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sure.
So the overarching topic for all of these is how to communicate better, or I missed that?
It's how to leverage your neurodivergence as almost a superpower for your business. So first you have to understand what your neurodivergence is and what those hurdles are. So communication ends up being one of the biggest hurdles.
Okay.
And so once you understand your best communication practices and how your brain processes, you can build better relationships with your clients and with people in your company, and then level up your services, your products, and your teamwork from there.
So these are like best practices,
Mhm.
communication best practices.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one is, group communication. Again, I know Kristen gets a little overwhelmed, when it comes to this, when there's a lot of moving pieces and, especially if it's in like a messenger or something like that, where things kind of get jumbled up and not that clear in there. So again, with, the conversations, the messaging, the, Zoom calls and stuff, it's, having a clear agenda, stick to the timings. If it's going to be long, schedule breaks, and do written follow-up, which is really huge at the end of all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also with the group communication and understanding not only how you work, but how other people's brains work, you start to recognize that maybe you have a client who is also neurodivergent and doesn't know it. And you can actually tailor your communication and your workflow for that person so that you work better together. We actually have a current client who right away I understood, oh my goodness, they're on the spectrum just like I am, and they don't know.
Yeah. And her husband did just get diagnosed with ADHD as well. Yeah, so it's funny, yeah.
Do you find that that's a common pairing? Because I'm hearing a lot of similarities with me and my husband.
Actually, yeah.
ADHD and autism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a handful of friends who once I started to put it out on Facebook, hey, we've learned that we're neurodivergent. Bill's ADHD, I'm autistic. A handful of friends were like, oh my goodness, we are too.
Interesting.
Yeah, it ends up being a really great pair. So because we fill each other's strengths and weaknesses together.
Yeah.
And I think, in bigger businesses, more larger employee bases, corporate worlds, when we have these better understandings, you can almost like find a work buddy, in those instances where if a manager needs to improve team workflow, you have a peanut butter and jelly team who can fill those gaps together. I don't know why it works that way, but it just has happened.
Your favorite written communication. So again, we've touched on this, but yeah, everything in writing, for everyone across the board is the safest bet to take it.
And emojis don't count.
No, emojis don't count. I agree. But written communication is super important because if somebody's brain works differently and processes differently, they may need to reread those instructions multiple times and at different times of the day. And so when we first understood how our brains worked, one of the first things that we did was we went and got our 2 kids checked out and evaluated. So there's the Colorado Assessment Center here in Fort Collins, who is amazing. They do the most thorough, intense evaluations we have ever seen. We've been involved in mental health for decades.
Yeah.
What was this place called?
Colorado Assessment
Center. Yeah, CAC.
Yeah. It is a 2-day evaluation along with hundreds of pages of tests.
Like I think it's 500 to 600. Yeah.
Something,
Yeah.
It's very extensive.
Yeah.
But they really begin to understand how your brain works and processes. And so our kids also have been diagnosed with ADHD, but different types of ADHD. And one kid needs visual instruction and another kid needs audio instruction. And so by learning how our brains work and how it works in our business, we've also restructured how our family communicates together and works together. And so when one kid is constantly being told, unload the dishwasher, do your chores, and it was frustrating before, now we understand that by telling him he's not understanding it, we have to communicate differently so that he understands that's the chore that he's supposed to do.
And walk through like every single step. He was doing a job shadowing thing for school because this was when he was a sophomore. And it was at my buddy's production company, and told him run into Target and get some donuts. Just bring some donuts. Cool. Just wait in the car. 5 minutes goes by. 10 minutes goes by. We're running late. And he comes back. He's like, they didn't have donuts. Muffins? Can we do muffins? And it's like, yeah, get the muffins. So, before all this, I would get upset, because myself, I didn't understand what was going on with me too. But as a parent, I was like, come on, just, but now I'm like, it's cute, I get it. Like, you're trying your best and all that. So it's been really beneficial for our kids too, because at least for me, learning this stuff so late in life, my youngest, the donut guy, my exact clone. But then I can kick out, this 20 years where I was kind of like trying to figure out what to do and who I am and all that. So it's nice to be able to give him those tools, right away early in life.
Yeah. So don't be afraid to tell people that you need written communication, or understand why your clients or people in your business might need extra written communication.
Phone calls.
Oh my God, the worst, the absolute worst. So I think the funniest part about this is there's this idea that Gen Z and millennials hate the phone. We don't like to talk on the phone. I honestly believe it's because more of us are being diagnosed with neurodivergence, and the phone just does not work for us. So again, it is super stressful because audio processing disorders are often tied into autism. So with our clients, we communicate that right out the gate. In fact, when we were talking about shaping our business to our neurodivergence and being better communicators and being true to ourselves, in the past, I used to keep our phone number off of our website because there was no way in hell I wanted to talk to a potential new client on the phone right off of the bat. I didn't want any client to call me ever. Email first.
These are all kind of like friends.
Right.
Like, we meet at their house and stuff. It's not,
right. It's like that phone call needs to be scheduled, and I need to be mentally prepared for everything that's going to happen in that conversation. So now that we have embraced how our brains work and how we work together as a team, and in our rebranding and restructuring on our website, I actually have instructions. Email Kristen at or call Bill at. Yeah, because we understand that not everyone is going to email. Some people are going to need to communicate verbally on the phone, and so he's the guy to do it.
Online meetings, kind of about the same. Keep everything structured. Not too long, not too rambly, not a lot of small talk.
I do think this is one of the perks from the pandemic. While we were all Zoom meetinged out, again, thinking about how our brains process information and the audio dysfunction that happens with that, when you see somebody speaking, it's easier to understand what they're saying. So we would often hear in society about masking, about how difficult it was to read people's communication because we couldn't see their mouths, we couldn't hear what they were saying. So Zoom meetings actually became really beneficial for some of our clients who needed that one-to-one conversation on a phone. But we're like, let's go to Zoom instead because I am going to better understand what we're talking about because I can see what you're saying. I can read your body language, and then I can put all of those body cues together and communicate more effectively and provide products and services at a more effective and higher rate.
And then some of our clients will record our Zoom meetings as well. So, if they're, again, a different type of learner or whatever, and need to go back and review or write it down or whatever, there's that option, which makes it super handy. So,
yeah.
All right, so this is a fun one. So when you're marketing your business, it's good. I was reading last night, they're estimating it's between 10 and 20% of the population is neurodivergent. So, us being in the marketing realm, these are some tips that we found to help with inclusivity in your marketing message. An approach, I should say. So, a lot of it comes with fonts. It's so funny, we just kind of redesigning our house, and I'm always going out and looking for things, and sometimes it'll be a little too curly or whatever, and finally I'm like, okay, you want sans serif furniture, like nothing there. It's like that, and it's exactly how she likes her fonts, and yeah.
It is, but also when we're bringing this to like website design or ways to better communicate with people. So we've talked a lot about the verbal communication. In the visual communication, this is a huge part. Like one piece we were talking about in our website redesign, black backgrounds with white font is really difficult for a lot of people to read.
It looks super.
It looks cool,
Yeah.
but you're not going to get your message across if somebody can't visually comprehend what's on the page. As designers, graphic designer, website designer, fonts play a huge role not only in portraying a company persona and in a brand or a brand kit, but also you want that to be actually legible for multiple types of people to be able to go through and funnel through your website. There are many times where clients have said, I like this font, we need to use this font. And in the past, we would say, well, this is not just going to be the best fit. Now that we understand how our brains work and why they work the way they do, we can actually communicate that to our clients now and say, hey, this font isn't going to work because people with this type of brain understanding are not going to really comprehend what's on your site. So let's make it easier for a larger group of people.
How would you apply this to visuals like graphics and photos on a website?
Same.
Yeah, same thing. So
Fewer?
There's the next one here. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
That's about images and stuff. Yeah. Oh wait, that one's. We'll get to images. Yeah. So yeah, hue scales as well. Keep them kind of close together. Again, it can be overstimulating for a lot of people, and that's where she comes and levels me out for sure, because I'm way out here with crazy design, and I get just too much.
yeah, so specifically people with autism have sensory sensitivities. We usually think about them as noise or light, and every autistic person is different. So a lot of people are sensitive to color. Me, not so much, but I'm able to tell, like, this color scheme isn't going to work together because this is actually physically uncomfortable for some people. So a good designer taking those pieces into consideration ends up having a more balanced and beautiful design piece.
So you're saying you lean more towards that right-hand side
Yeah.
rather than the left-hand
Yep.
side?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
There. So yeah, proper mix of text and images. Ensure the visual hierarchy, make it easier to process. And it's so funny when I came across this slide, because just the other day, we're watching movies, love watching movies. She'll never watch the same movie twice, which makes things difficult. But my favorite kind of movies is when they write stuff on the screen. When it's like, or this is going on, or whatever. Like, that's my favorite thing. And now I understand why.
Yeah. So to put that in the context of ADHD, having clean and simple, but also compelling and interesting design keeps people's interest and actually communicates more effectively to those types of brains.
Yeah, so the same thing with patterns, super useful because they're predictable.
And it was funny when developing our website, that is exactly what it went to.
Yeah.
was patterns. But yeah, so patterns and different textiles, different unique pieces are great ways to communicate visually to different types of brain, and they stimulate the brain in different ways.
Yeah.
Or they can be overstimulating.
All right. Questions?
Ta-da!
Yeah.
Yeah, so we ran through that really fast because first we didn't practice, which kills me. Absolutely kills me. But we did leave a lot of room for some free-flowing questions about how all of this would apply to maybe you personally, or your individual business, or past client relationship that you might want to get more insight on. Or not.
Thanks for sharing.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah.
I love how confident you both are in this new awareness. I'm wondering if you've ever encountered pushback or stigma around it where you felt like, whether it was a client or an employer, they weren't as understanding as you would have liked, and they were maybe judging you and limiting you.
Not in our current company, but when I worked for somebody else, absolutely. So not only am I autistic, but I also have PTSD and generalized anxiety disorder. Two big pieces that actually fit, or I should say one piece that fits with autism, like a puzzle piece. And again, I didn't realize it then, and I clearly see it now, that the expectations on people with different brain functions and neurodivergence from people who are not as understanding is definitely out there. I've absolutely experienced it. It is absolute hell. I can't remember a time in my life that I did not come home crying every night than when I did at that point in time. And I think one of the best parts of talking about how your brain works, or how you emotionally regulate or understand and communicate, again, our world as society is becoming more understanding. And the more understanding that there is, the more accommodations can be made, the more time can be made. So when we tie this back into like our kids in school, they have 504 plans so that they can process information for tests better. They can learn information differently so that they can be better students. 504 plan is a plan that we give the school, and the school is supposed to follow these accommodations for their either disability, if they have physical disability, a mental disability, or different learning styles. Yeah.
And that's CAC.
Yeah, and they help that. In your business, you can almost give yourself, a 504 plan, where you understand how you work effectively, and really to the best person that you are. And by giving that to your employer, they can help accommodate so that you are one of the best employees that they work with. I think the more we talk about it, the less stigma there is. But there is absolutely stigma. There's a lot. And I just say work with the people that you can that are the most understanding.
And additionally to that question is, with ADHD, I think it's a little bit harder to pinpoint. It can be. And maybe the response is like, oh, everybody these days is ADHD. Yeah. So how did you specifically, was it through the Colorado Assessment Center that you were able to verify that it
was actually through Summit Stone. Yeah.
Through Summit Stone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he got through Summit Stone. Our kids ended up going through CAC because
my psychiatrist recommended it.
Yeah, but also their testing is really, really extensive. So when you're kids and you're developing your brains, there's different pieces between like anxiety disorders and ADHD. And this assessment separates the two, and then you're able to figure out which accommodations you need based
The one
on
at
which
the
brain function.
Assessment center.
Yeah.
Because there is overlap, and just in my own experience, I went to my doctor first,
Yeah.
at the recommendation of my therapist, who had the hunch. She's not a psychiatrist, so she sent me to my doctor, who then referred me to an official psychiatrist,
Yeah.
brand new person to work with, and I had 1 to 2 sessions with him. I couldn't get my whole story out in 1 hour, and so I had a second with him, but that was only 2 hours total to give him my whole life story. And ultimately his assessment was inconclusive.
Oh.
So he said I had, what did he say? Adjustment disorder, which then I told my therapist, she said, that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a blanket diagnosis.
Yeah.
So then back to my doctor, who, since she wasn't sure, she prescribed anxiety medication because that overlap, and she said that ADHD medication can exacerbate anxiety.
Yeah.
So she's starting with anxiety, which has been helping a bit, but I still find that I need that structure and a better understanding of assuming, I have to just assume I have ADHD since nobody can verify it that I've seen so far.
And that's the same route that I went. So I went to Summit Stone for ADHD.
Yeah.
Started talking about that, and she's like, oh wow, you have a lot of depression, anxiety stuff going on. Let's work on that. So we worked on that for like 6 months.
Okay.
And then it was just that. And then when it got to a good place, because when you're there, you don't want to throw Adderall and stimulants on top of it when you're depressed and anxious. That's just bad. So yeah, we dealt through all that, and then kind of when it felt a good place there, then we, moved into this. So I just finished up, well, I mean, I'm still going, but it's been a year that I've been going through. It was like, once every other week, but now it's once a month, every 5 weeks, something like that. So,
So did you pursue medication then after you dealt with the first, then you pursued medication around the ADHD, or?
I worked through the first, ended up getting on medication for that, and then and then essentially after that, since she knew I had ADHD, just classic diagnosis of it, then she just put me on Adderall since on top of
And
it.
has that helped?
Unbelievable.
It was one of the pivotal pieces that actually changed not only our company, but our entire family.
Wow.
Yeah, so in this 2022 restructuring, we literally restructured our entire life so that we were more effective, superpowered people. This included redesigning our entire house. So being the autistic person that I am, being very, structured and pattern, we had nothing on the walls for decades.
Yeah,
because
seriously, not a single picture, nothing.
I need very bare, clean walls, like very minimalistic kind of design. And then understanding, how we work better together. Also, better understanding sensory. And like the light bulb came on, like, oh, sensory is actually a big piece of what my autism is. So we have a Zen den in my work area where we made an atrium, and we have dimmer style lighting. So when lighting is literally painful for an autistic person, we can change it based on our movie theater lighting or our work lighting or something like that.
And like her treadmill is down in my studio. My studio, it's art all over, crazy lights, disco ball stuff, but then there's her corner, just blank walls. Like, I did have stuff up there on first, which is like, I can't do it with.
It's suffocating.
Yeah, so there's just a blank wall right there.
Yeah, so not only was medication and therapy a big part of it, but then we took that to the next level and essentially just embraced who we were as people and made our living area to fit our neurodivergence and made it to fit our business and made it to fit our family. And this whole year has just been a whirlwind of like, okay, this is who we are. This is how we deal with everything. There's no fixing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I will always be autistic. There's no medication I'll ever be able to take.
Yeah.
So it's just like, okay, you are very sensitive to these things. You are no longer labeled as picky in particular.
Yeah.
You have sensory disorders.
Yeah. And really learn to work on, I think it's called like the flow model. If you're feeling it, do it. If you're not, like, if it's the weirdest thing. If I take my shoes off, I'm done for the day. Because I'm out, like, take the kids to school and all that. And literally, it happened the other day. It happens all the time. Like, was going, zipping around. Oh, because I also, with my newfound energy, started an eBay store, and I'm a top seller on eBay and record collector in the last like 3 months too. So I do that on top of all this. So in the morning, when she's waking up, I go to Goodwill or whatever, find cool stuff, sell it, then come back. But then if I take my shoes off and like eat, I need to take a nap. Like I'm like, and before it would be like, okay, 9 to 5, you know, I just drink more coffee. You guys know what it's like. It's just, it's not there. Just take a fucking nap and get up and try it again.
Yeah, it really is understanding that we don't fit in a neurotypical world. We have to change and restructure our life so that it works for us. So like with the workday, we do not schedule any meetings or any calls in the morning because our brains are still waking up.
Or Mondays or Fridays.
Or Mondays or Fridays, because those are just not optimal days.
Yeah.
So if we want to be the best people that we can be for everybody else, we're going to do it when our brains are the best at their best.
I'm always interested to hear, like what tools, like especially digital tools, but tools that you found that help. Because I was thinking about, like you're talking about Zoom. I also have auditory processing disorder, among other things, and so like I use a speech to text app.
Oh,
It gives me a voicemail so that I can see that I got it right.
Oh, that's cool.
When I listen to it, so I'm just curious if there's other stuff like that you found along your.
I mean, I think luckily we haven't had to delve into like digital solutions because I'm the seeing or hearing eye, you know what I mean? So we kind of balance each other a lot on stuff like that.
I do use a lot of tools though, so not necessarily for the audio processing disorder. I'm absolutely going to use your trick because that sounds amazing.
It's like putting subtitles on everything.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
We watch TV with subtitles on
I
too.
totally going to do that now. I was like, oh, that's amazing. But for me personally, it's the organization for tasks and to-dos for my clients. So not only do I have, the email organization with all of the different files and systems there, but then there's a specific Google Calendar for every client and for deadlines and for meetings there. There's also our family calendar that's connected to so that I can see, when we're supposed to pick kids up from school, but also ClickUp I use as a task organizer, not only to see what I have to do, but also as a reference of what I've done. And so I think a lot of people with ADHD fly by the seat of their pants, and then when you're writing a report at the end of the month, you have to have your written data of everything that you've done. And so ClickUp ended up being a really great organizational tool that way.
Because I personally just store everything in one folder called stuff. Like that's how I find it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. Yeah.
That works.
Right, exactly.
I think that's it for us.
Yeah, we're out of time. We're over time. Look at that. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully you guys got some helpful tips and tools to embrace your brains, work better with your partners, with your companies, with clients, and came away with understanding that our brains are pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah, and if you guys want to talk like one-off about how we got diagnosed or processed, like hit me up. Go ahead. I'm open book to everybody, so.
Thank you.
I just want to say that TikTok also made some questions for you. One of those millennials too.
Yeah, TikTok is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a huge resource.
Thanks so much.
No problem,
To hear
yeah.
your guys' stories.
Yeah.
Like I said, I recognize a lot of my husband. The tricky thing is that he's less inclined to jump at like getting the diagnosis and figuring it out. So he's stated a couple times, maybe more on the autism spectrum. I try to say, maybe you're ADHD, but really I'm the ADHD. Like,
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
autistic.
The autism diagnosis is tricky, especially for women, so I didn't go through the whole CAC evaluation because it was clear once we got like all of the sensory disorder stuff. Put
He's
together.
real sensitive to light.
Yeah. And sound and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a big thing. So,
But
me personally,
strangely, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, because like I have to work in pitch black. has
Oh,
me pitch black downstairs.
Strangely though, he's super messy. He's not like very strict, clean, structured. I think he would prefer more structure, but just the way he does stuff is just explosion of everything.
Yeah,
But other than
I'm
that,
the
he
same
fits
way.
the autism.
And now I get to throw, I have like 300 some pieces of inventory for the store too that she can't see as well, so I gotta, I don't do anything easy, so
Yeah.
make it as hard as possible.
Yeah, we overcome.
But that's where the fun is, like if life was boring.
Right.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
Do you know oh, you did the.
Yeah, I brought my laptop, I don't know. Yeah, it's an HDMI cord for the laptop that I plugged in.
Yeah, Nick might have to do the setup there.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks.
With the autism diagnosis, I think a lot of people on the spectrum, and me specifically, personally, I was like, what is an official diagnosis actually going to do? Nothing.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
what
gonna-
he would say too. He doesn't want to be labeled, he just wants to be understood. So
Yeah,
he's, I think, also less inclined to get the diagnosis because he doesn't want to slap a label on himself.
yeah,
They
there's,
said, I want to do what you guys have done, like restructure things so we optimize how we work.
So much freedom in the label.
That's
So,
what I tell him.
like,
Now that if I just say yes, I'm ADHD, and I look at, do you know Attitude magazine?
yeah,
And I look at those articles, I'm like, oh, this is so helpful. If I just
Yeah.
embrace it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's all
Yeah.
I want to do, just make things
Yeah.
better.
and then there's no medication to fix autism either.
Yeah.
It's,
Right.
you are the way you are, and so the understanding is like a huge piece to it.
Right.
Also on the medical level, if you have an official diagnosis of autism, it's really limiting. So when it comes to the stigmas and things like that, like people with autism can't go live in other countries.
What?
Yeah, it depends
So
on
you
your
don't
diagnosis.
actually want to get a diagnosis
Yeah.
because of
Yeah.
limitations?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
did you get an official one, or you said you didn't?
I
You
did not
just
because I'm
figured
just
it
like,
out that.
it's very clear.
Okay.
And obviously from therapists too, just these persons like,
Yeah.
I feel like I don't need an official one
Yeah.
because it's really hard for women to get the official diagnosis. So self-diagnosis in autism is super valid.
Okay.
But then too, and especially as women, when we go to a medical doctor and we have an anxiety diagnosis or some other kind of mental illness diagnosis, we're not taken seriously, and we have
That's
to
my
be
concern,
bigger
yeah.
advocates for ourselves. So
And in
some-
work too, in the workplace.
Yeah,
Like I'd be less
absolutely.
inclined to share all of those challenges because, well, I did share it and it didn't go well.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Well,
know,
it was-
and it's just like, well, if it's gonna come back to bite me, I'm gonna not, speak up.
And then like every company that I worked at, I'd be like, I'd get in, be a number one employee, show everyone, and be great for like 3 months. And then it's, I learn everything and how to do it, and then just, bleh. So it's kind of like, I was with Otterbox for a long
Gotta
time,
keep
but
it
after
all
that, then it was
routine,
just
right?
like,
Yeah, you
this is
didn't want the
boring.
routine.
Exactly.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I can't just do the same thing.
Okay. Next person.
Sounds like you guys have a great business going. It's good to hear from you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for sharing as well, appreciate it.
Yeah.
was hovering because I was going to say, I didn't catch everything you said because I was sitting behind you, but I had found it like I have a couple of actual diagnoses, but I suspect other things. But just when I start suspecting something, I go research it, like what other tools are people using and what's, and then I try it. So like,
Yeah, so
Even
it's
if
just
it-
a method
yeah.
of try it out and then that confirms
and even
it,
if
right?
yeah, and even if you end up confirming something else down the line, like it's really about finding what works for you.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
That's the important part. I think.
Thanks, yeah.
I mean,
that's helpful.
medication is not doable that way so much, but in terms of.
Well, I'm
behavior
leery
management.
about just jumping to medication. It's more about like, what structures you put in place,
Right.
what behaviors you how you understand it.
Right.
That seems to be just as effective and so sometimes. But sometimes like with the anxiety, that helps give me that little boost into normalcy to then assess all the other things.
I had a lot of pushing before I actually agreed to do that with the
Good.
That is one of my diagnoses.
Is what
Anxiety.
Anxiety, yeah, yeah. And it's hard for people to just accept it and embrace it and treat it, right? Because there's the shame.
I have to say, I'm really loving living at this point where people are getting more open about it, because just the exhaustion of masking is a lot. And so now, like in here, I just stopped masking and started stimming while they were talking. And I was like, no one's gonna judge me for this.
So was it,
I just have to
that's
move. It's an anxiety thing for
Oh,
me.
okay,
I just
yeah.
have to move.
Isn't it wonderful to just drop the mask though and be, I just gotta do this.
Right,
I'm not saying
to
to
be
for myself. Yeah, because we push ourselves past to what we're comfortable with so
Right.
much to try to fit, and then that makes the anxiety worse, right?
Oh yeah, this whole week I've just been going home totally exhausted.
Oh,
But that's all right.
take care of yourself.
I am.
Is this, okay, I'm in the right place for the next one.
Awesome, yay. Hi, everyone. We're going to give another minute or two for people to get here. If you want to go ahead and, especially those of you that are live streaming, if you want to click the QR code or go to the bit.ly, feel free to do that for the resources that we will be discussing today. For those of you in the room, I'd love for you to do that. But I also have some hard copy handouts for you today that we'll be using, and I'll pass those out in a little bit. So we'll just give it another minute as people are coming in.
This is the don't stress over weaknesses.
Yeah, yep. I was a really long tile, so I just went with the leveraging your strengths in business.
I couldn't quite remember mine. I'm gonna have to go back to mine and stuff. I remember the top ones, I think.
Yeah, and so everybody that's in here, I will go ahead, we'll be talking about these handouts in a few moments, so I'll let you know when we're going to be doing that. And in case you need a piece of paper, I'm happy to give this to you because we've got some activities we'll be doing today. Go. All right, we are gonna go ahead and get started. So, hi everyone, thank you for being here today. I'm excited to get a chance to talk to you about one of my favorite things, and that is allowing us the opportunity to really focus in on our strengths as business owners, as people in general, and to really help us not put so much time and effort into focusing on developing our weaknesses. I'm Elizabeth Mahoney, and I am a Gallup Certified Strengths Coach. I've listed my top 5 strengths up here for you to see today. Throughout our presentation today, we'll definitely have some interactivity, and I will be talking about my strengths, because what's one of the coolest things about strengths, and especially as we think about adopting a strengths-based model within our business, whether we're a solopreneur, whether we have other employees, and the benefits of it is it really helps us with a common language so that we can get to know each other. So you'll hear me talking about my strengths, and we'll be taking some time to do some activities throughout so that you get to talk about your strengths a little bit more. Now, just so that I know with people in the room, those of you that are in here, how many of you have taken the Gallup Strengths Assessment or Strengths Finder? It used to be called Strengths Quest a while ago, yeah, or at some point, okay. So a couple people have and a couple people haven't. Great, well, this is gonna be a great tool for everybody in the room, whether you've taken it or not. I just like to know where my audience is. I have a strength that helps me with that. So a little bit about me. This is, I'm, again, Elizabeth Mahoney. I'm the coach, consultant, and CEO of Complete Professional Development in Greeley. I've been in business for just October will be 4 years. That's kind of hard to believe. Started right before the pandemic, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey becoming a strengths coach and how that actually influenced my business. I really empower entrepreneurs to focus on leaning into their strengths, doing the things that they do naturally well, and allowing them the opportunity to not necessarily focus on as much on what they're not doing well in business and how to partner with people. Hi, welcome. Thanks for coming. I'm going to go ahead and give you a couple of sheets. We'll be going over these in a few moments. And so I really connect with businesses and focus my practice on workplace wellness. When I say workplace wellness, more about employee growth, development, well-being, helping managers have the tools to grow
their employees, and then people like myself, solopreneurs, how to have an opportunity to do more of what they do best in business. And I'm going to go back, for those of you that just came in the room, I'm going to go back real quick to this in case you want to scan the QR code. I have all of the resources electronic as well. I would say, so we're talking about superpowers and strengths today, and I would say my superpower is, and when I manage people, right now I'm a solopreneur, so I manage myself, but when I manage people, I would say that this is definitely something they reflected with me, but my superpower is being able to see what people are uniquely gifted at and help them get aligned with more opportunities to build upon those. So as a coach and a consultant, I do that with the people that I work with, and as when I was supervising people, I did it with the people that I led, so the teams I led. And I was born and raised in Colorado. I came to Greeley specifically in 2002, where I graduated from UNC with a master's degree in counseling, marriage, and family emphasis. Stayed at UNC as a career counselor for 17 years, and in 2018, I opened my business, worked part-time at UNC, and then transitioned to fully focusing in on my business in October of 2020. So it's a little bit about me. All right, so now we're going to focus in on you, because you are who is important. Those of you in the live audience, I also invite you to please do this as well. But I would like for you to, on the back of your piece of paper, or anything that you want to write on, go ahead and list out, and I'm going to give you a minute to do this, not a minute, probably 30 seconds to do this, but what are you celebrating? This can be professionally, it can be personally. What are you celebrating in the last week? So I'll give you about 30 seconds to do that. All right, I'll have you wrap up some of those thoughts, and I'd love to open it up if anybody would love to share something that they're celebrating in the last week in the audience here.
Leaving a toxic job.
Yay! Leaving a toxic job. I love that. Yay! Kudos to you. That's a great one. Why do you think I like to open my talks, especially when I'm talking about strengths and what we're doing well with this activity? Does anybody have any ideas?
Being positive is super important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate that you bring that up. So I kind of naturally lean into that in this work because I do have a positivity strength. But yeah, being able to be positive, and especially when we're talking about strengths, it's actually based in positive psychology. And so it's a really great way to remind us that we've got to think about and celebrate the accomplishments, because we do tend to be in a world, or in an American society, where we really focus on deficit, especially at work. So when we're able to focus in on what are we celebrating, what are we doing well, as busy business owners, that's going to help us feel more accomplished. That's going to help us with staying engaged in our businesses and continuing to move forward with business. And so another thing that I always like to check, which I didn't do that right away, I have an adaptability strength. So sometimes I'm like, forgot to ask this question. I'm like, okay, I'll just ask it now. So who all in here owns a business, or getting ready to kind of? Okay. How about kind of? Okay. So some people in here, are you in more traditional work? Okay, so a little bit blended. So when I'm talking business, do remember that this applies also to work. And I'm going to talk about how it applies to life too. So we're going to kind of get all of those things, because a lot of the research was done in the world of work, more traditional employment and that type of thing, but leans over into business as well as into our lives. And then one last question right now. Who's taken the assessment before? Did I re-ask that? We had a couple people come in. Okay, great. So just to give that update. Oops, go back. Okay, so if you feel comfortable, I'd love to go ahead, and again, audience, live stream audience, please feel free to do this too. But if you feel comfortable closing your eyes, go ahead and do so. But I'd love for you to just think, what are your thoughts or feelings as I read the next question to you? And I'm going to read it twice. And that question is, what will happen when we think about what is right with people rather than fixating on what is wrong with them? So again, that's what will happen when we think about what is right with people rather than fixating on what is wrong with them. And then when you feel comfortable, if you have your eyes closed, please feel free to open them and write down some initial thoughts or feelings that brought up for you. And I'm going to put the question up here now, so you have the visual. All right. Go ahead and, as you're wrapping up some of those thoughts, anybody in the live audience here want to share anything that kind of came up for them when they think about that question? Yeah.
It helps me think of the best way that I can work with people, how I can partner with them.
Yeah, so best way that you can work with people, how to partner with them. I saw a hand go up a little bit closer to the back there, yeah?
You can look at the person as a whole.
Oh, looking at the person as a whole, I love that, yeah. Did you have anything else?
It just made me more interested in like, what are we gonna work on?
Oh, okay, interested in the topic. Okay, let's keep moving. Okay, awesome, thank you. So that is actually the research question that Don Clifton had, and he is the founder of Positive Psychology. He was a psychologist and a business executive, and this is based on Gallup Inc.'s research of over 40 years of human behavior in the workplace. So Gallup Inc. really, and they do like the Gallup polls, that type of thing, but they really do research on people's behavior in the workplace, well-being in the workplace, strengths in the workplace, and that's where the Clifton Strengths came about. And what they found is that it's 10 times easier to develop things that we are already naturally good at, rather than and get them actually into like excellence, rather than focusing in on our weaknesses and really only being able to, even with that 10 times energy, be able to get them to like mediocrity. So just kind of average, right? So our greatest opportunity is to take our strengths and be able to do, focus in on those. And so that's what we'll be really focusing in on today. So I wanted to just share a little bit about my story as an entrepreneur, as you're kind of reading through this quote and everything. But when I first started my business, I knew I wanted to work with managers and teams and staff development and companies on their staff development goals. And I knew that the Clifton Strengths Assessment was certainly an assessment that organizations really like to bring into their companies. And so I went through the certification process, and I had already been working at UNC with students and teams on campus, both student teams and professional teams, on developing their strengths and doing workshops and facilitations there. But for my business, I wanted to invest the money on doing the certification. What was really interesting to me, and that came as a surprise to me, is the value that I realized once I focused in on really understanding my strengths. And I have like my whole 34 reports, so it also goes down to my lesser talents or weaknesses. But once I really had that information, I noticed, especially as a solopreneur, how much it impacted my business and how I could figure out when I needed to let go of things, rather than just, oh, I've got to do all the things and really burn out. So when there's plenty of research about when people are using their strengths, it increases their engagement in their work and in businesses. So again, kind of going back with the dual thing, but when they're working, and when they don't get those opportunities to do it at much, they're at a much higher risk for burnout. And so when we think about that, I really started to notice how I use this model in my own business and figuring out how do I actually, when do I let things go? I make a little joke, like I love things like this, like creating a PowerPoint or slide deck to bring in and use in my trainings very much gives me energy, right? Like I love that design when I'm doing that. I would not have a website today, and I kid you not, if I did not hire that out, because that was like so hard for me to do. It was a big learning curve. There was no way that I was going to be able to, you know, to do that. And I probably could, but it would have taken me forever. I still would say that I would not have one a day. So that's not in my strength zone. And so and that's really helped me to figure out how do I outsource things when it's timely and that type of thing. And so also the thing with strengths for me and business ownership has really helped me with figuring out when do I need accountability. And I like to look for people that are more of like what's a complementary partner to me. So if I've got some weakness areas that I notice, I might go to one of my solopreneur friends or join a mastermind where I'm like, ooh, I've got some people here that I can lean into their talents. And so that's the way that I really have used that in my business development. Hi, Jennifer. Jennifer did a talk before on strengths, which was amazing. So, and so we're kind of continuing from there. So I want to give you just a little bit more information, especially for those of you that are newer to strengths. Again, the Clifton Strengths Assessment is what it's currently called. It was called Strengths Finders and Strengths Quest previously. It does, and I'm going to get into some language and terminology here in a minute, but it does identify 34 general talent themes that individuals can focus on developing into strengths. So it often starts with talent and then through investment ends up in strength. And we'll kind of go over that a little bit more. But what's nice about it for companies and for like even us here in person today is that it does create a common language for us to use. So for us to understand people a little bit better and that type of thing. And I always work with people on getting it out of Gallup's language and into their own language. Because it is very unique to us. I have a strength called individualization. I love the fact that you saw at the beginning, my top 5, maximizer, adaptability, positivity, individualization, ideation, those top 5 in that order. There's roughly 1 in 33 million people that have that same top 5 in the same order. So my individualization strength loves the fact that I want to go out and seek out what is different about this group or this person than that person, what's unique to them. So I really love that. And again, today, just so that you're starting to really hear the language, I want to make sure that we're getting you, that you're kind of getting that exposure to it. So I'm going to be talking through my strengths a little bit. All right, now we're going to get into some terminology. So a talent is a natural reoccurring pattern of thought, feeling, and behavior. Okay, so a talent is considered a natural reoccurring, a natural way of thinking, feeling, and behaving. And a talent theme, and there's 34 of them, is a collection of those talents. And this is the formula. So generally, as I was saying before, we start with a talent theme typically when we're first exposed to strengths. We start with a talent theme. It's the investment piece. So it's the time building it, developing it, and that type of thing. How does it work for us in our work, in our lives? When do we use it? Noticing those times that we're using it and honoring them, celebrating them. So time spent practicing and developing your skill is when it actually then gets more to a strength, and that's the ability to produce a positive outcome through near perfect performance on any given task. So, because they're natural recurring patterns of thoughts, feeling, and behavior, when people first get their strengths report and they're like, oh, I really identify with that, because we're already doing it, right? So we most likely have been doing the investing piece, just didn't realize that that's what we were doing. And so they may be at times further along with a strength. I have a newer strength that came up that is actually one of my favorite strengths now. It's my number 5, ideation. But when I first got that report, I was like, that doesn't sound like me, you know, and it took me a little bit to understand it. And then I was like, oh, it does sound like me. And so I had to kind of figure out what did it mean for me. So questions so far, just want to take a pause for a minute. We've talked a little bit, I meant to say that this is a really great time. Like a lot of what we're covering is on this front sheet with additional information for those of you in the, oops, there we go. the live streaming audience, that's one of the resources that through the QR code you could have pulled up. And I'm certainly happy to email to you as well. So any questions for anybody in the audience so far? Okay, so how do we know that, what are our clues to talents? And so as I'm reading these definitions, I just want you to think about when's the time that I've done this? So rather than necessarily, I'm happy to send like anybody that wants like this information more specifically, rather than necessarily writing down all the information, I just want you to really be reflective. When have I done these things? So there's 5 clues to talent, and one of them is called yearning. And those are activities that you are naturally drawn to or energize you. So think about there's a time that, or activities that you notice that, ooh, I feel like that's that yearning, where I'm naturally drawn to or energized. The next one is called rapid learning. And those are what activities do you seem to pick up quickly? The next one is called flow. In what activities do you seem to automatically know the next steps that need to be taken? Or, and this one at least really resonates for me, is like, when do you know time is just flying by? Like you're doing something, you're like, whoa, it was quitting time at 5 o'clock. So when are those times that you're like, okay, I'm in flow, right? That's something I'm doing. When I create something like this for teams and that type of thing, or presentations like today, when I work on these things, I really do get into flow, and it's actually fun for me. And then glimpses of excellence are, during what activities have you had moments of subconscious excellence when you thought, how did I do that? Or when can I do that again? Okay, so how did I get there when I do that? And I've got an example of one of my recent glimpses of excellence that I'm going to share with you. And then satisfaction. What activities give you a kick, either while you're doing them or immediately after you finish them, and you think, when do I get to do that again? So that one's actually the satisfaction. Does anybody have any ideas or want to share an activity that would fall under one of these?
Art falls under all of those.
What did you say, art?
Art, yeah, art, singing, writing, all those fall under all of those.
Okay, and that's what you do in your business, right? Yeah, that's your passion.
That's all like, boom.
Yeah, awesome. So when you get to do that, you're really in that state of using your talents, your strengths, getting energized. Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah.
I'm a visual artist, so I'm drawn to not only creating, but finding order and curating, kind of putting things together and reflecting what people are about in my art. So that's when I get into the flow.
Nice. Awesome. So then where are those opportunities, right, to continue to do more of that? Awesome. Thank you. Great. Well, I will give you an example of one of mine. Those were 2 awesome examples. So I made my first, I'd love to eat a charcuterie board. I can barely say the name. I've really been working on that. But let's just give myself a challenge. But and said at the end of April, for my friend's birthday, I was like, I'm going to make a charcuterie board for her birthday. We went over to Palisade Wine Country, and so I made my first charcuterie board.
Is this yours?
Yes! I wrote the very first one, thank you! And I was like, glimpse of excellence right there. How did I do that? I mean, I'm like, this looks pretty legit, you know? So that was my glimpse of excellence. And then I had another opportunity, because I was like, satisfaction, when am I going to do it again? My mom's birthday was the following weekend, and we went up to Estes for that, a little bit of a big party. And so this one, I was like, I want to do that again. So this one, I want to talk about my strengths a little bit on how they showed up when I made this board compared to the first one. The first one was a little bit more maybe my individualization strength and ideation, because I was like, ooh, I want to try this. And then individualization, because my friend, again, I wanted a challenge. My friend has celiac, and so she has a gluten allergy. So then I was like, now I got to make sure I don't get her sick. So that was a challenge. So my individualization strength really leaned to that. For this board, all of my strengths, so my maximizer strength came in and was like, all right, that was good. We're gonna make it better. Okay, so there's more. But positivity came in and had me certainly bring in color. Ideation was like, why don't we throw some veggies on here? I love veggies. My aunt, who was at this party, I've got stories of me and her when I was a child. We would just sit and eat a jar of pickles together, so I had to throw in some pickles for her. And so that was like that individualization strength. And I literally had so much fun doing it. I was really in full flow with this. Everybody's like, well, that seems like a lot of work. I'm like, I'm having a good time. So that's just an example of how strengths can be at work. This is like me outside of work. This is me expressing my creativity. I love, one of my hobbies is cooking and that type of thing. And so this was neat to be able to finally challenge myself to get that completed with the charcuterie board. So as entrepreneurs, and those that do get a chance to use their strengths in business, really are happier in their work, in their businesses, in their daily lives as well. And it just makes it much more fun. And I am a realist. I mean, I have a positivity strength, so I am going to naturally try to lean into what are the good things, how can I motivate people, that type of thing. And certainly as a coach, I lean into that. But I also realize there's a lot of things as entrepreneurs that are hard, or a lot of things that any work that we don't love to do, right? And so it's more about where is that balance when we try to build upon our strengths. It's not to necessarily get rid of everything. It's just where's the balance. Also, this really can help then if you were at my talk. I know at least one person was at my talk on Tuesday on well-being at work and in business. This, when you're building upon your strengths, can really help with your career well-being. So a few stats for you on the next few slides. Oh, I forgot to put that in here. So we're going to start with this. I'm going to go ahead and hand this to you if you don't mind passing it back. So I'll have you each take one. This is the 34 talent themes. And those of you that have taken the assessment before, go ahead and circle your top 5. But I want to give you about 3 minutes to read over those descriptor statements. I know we've got some people in the room that haven't done this before, so read over the descriptor statements and pick your top 5. Think which ones sound more like me. Okay, so try to go get at least 5 to 10, somewhere in there. Those of you in the live audience, if you did access this through the QR code, feel free to do this activity as well. I'm going to give you a few minutes to go ahead and read it, and then select your 5, and then we'll come back together. Okay, we'll give you about another minute. All right, so we're going to do a little and I'm glad we have an even number of people. Yay. We're going to do a little activity in the room. And so I'm just going to have you find somebody that is near you. And I'm going to give you a few minutes to answer these questions. So first, we just want to get to know each other, right? So Introduce yourself, what you do, your business. If you're not in business, then what do you do in work? What are the top 5 that you chose? And if you have more, that's okay. This is really a self-assessment for many. Some people have taken it before. And then I just want the interviewer, so I call it an interviewer here, so the person that's, as you're introducing yourself, the other person is going to ask about one of your strengths. So why did they choose it? And tell me about a recent time that you used that strength, or a time that you used that strength. All right, so I, Elizabeth, will say this out loud, that I often think I really explain things clearly, and then I realize maybe I didn't explain it so clearly. So, questions before we get into this activity?
You just repeat what we're supposed to do.
Yes. So, you have already gone through and looked at the descriptor statements, and you're going to find somebody next to you and introduce yourself. So, we're kind of from here down. What do you do? Or if you're a business owner, what business do you have? So, just a brief introduction. And then what are the top 5 strengths that you chose on your sheet? And then the person that is opposite of you will ask about one of them. Just ask the question, oh, I'm curious about, maybe in my case, positivity, right? And why did I choose that strength? So what was it about it? Again, we're trying to hear about the different strengths and when is the time that they used it in the past.
Do we have time to take turns, or is it one person interviews the other person?
Oh yeah, no. So I'm going to give you a total of about 6 minutes to do that. I'm going to talk to the live stream audience here in a minute, so about 3 minutes each person. Yeah, great question. Thank you. I am going to do. We're a smaller group, but I'll raise my hand as we're getting to the 6 minutes. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. And go. All right, so those of you that are on the live stream, I encourage you to, if you did download that, I'm going to go back to the slide if you did. But go ahead and just answer these questions. You can see them. Answer the questions of what are the top 5 strengths that I choose, and when is the time that I used it in the past. And I'm going to go back to the first slide so you can use that QR code if you need that again. There you go. So you've got the QR code or the bit.ly information. You can scan it. Yep. And I'm going. Sorry.
What is your, I know mine is,
And then that was more about, my weakness.
Yeah.
So I might work on the side, so communication, openness, and so I did so I strengths give people this based on your strengths. What I know how it's kind of clear that I'm not close anymore. So I did so last year. And then a top strength, like what is some of the that stood out to you?
And then in about 30 seconds, we'll switch partners.
It's about creating a business around vision. So developing vision, so your strengths are communication, good job, ideation, good opportunity. Oh, you have? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, shit. But yes, I do, empathy is
Nice.
harmony is a big one too. Ideation and access.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to hear you. So that, no, it says, yeah, I have not.
Right, we have about one more minute and then we'll wrap up.
I wasn't going to do that because it would make more sense. It was funny because exactly.
All right, 30 seconds. All right, we'll wrap up some conversations and come back together. Awesome, thank you. Well, I would love to hear from anybody in the audience. How was that for you?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of common.
Okay, so got some commonalities over here. Did anybody find anybody that had a similar strength to them or the same strength that they thought? Couple. Yeah. And I think that's what's kind of neat when we talked about the how unique it is to each one of us. Even if we have the same strengths as somebody, if we were to answer these questions the same way about the same strength, it would sound potentially a little different because of the other strengths. So they all really influence each other. So I don't know if any of you interviewed each other on your same strength, but it's really fun when we have that opportunity to kind of hear, ooh, I'm going to explain that a little differently. So I wore my positivity shirt today because it's bright and colorful, right? It's got flowers. I love flowers. And so, but for somebody else that had different strengths than me, their positivity shirt might look a little different, right? And that type of thing. So that's another way to show that. Other thoughts about this activity from the live audience here?
She shared a brag with me, which was uncomfortable for her. I won't say brag, but she wanted to. But I thought, that's something that's been good for me is obviously I've been spending a lot of time doing my business very much as a side thing and a hobby for 20, 30, however many years, probably at least 30. Because my primary focus has been my kids. And my husband's meetings in the business week with him 20 plus years ago. So it's always been the back burner. And now I'm finally getting to step forward. So for me, my brag maybe, I guess, is I have people saying, what do you do? And forcing myself to say, I used to be an artist. I once was trying, but I had to set it aside. Not things like that, but just to say simply, I am an artist, and to make it current in my brain. Because I'm still so tempted to say, well, I wanted to be.
Oh, yeah.
I gave it all up for all these other needs. And, now I'm trying to be again. Because it hasn't been like the true profession. It's been my number 6 profession for a lot of my life.
Right. So really.
Yeah.
even though it is at my core, like,
Mhm.
so re-embracing that instead of right, I guess. Is
Yeah.
I am.
I love that,
So
yeah.
that was kind of cool for me, because that doesn't come easy to me either.
That's awesome, good. Well, thank you for sharing. And I think sometimes even leaning into, especially if we're having, I mean, this is great for all of us that want to help figuring out identity. I know Jennifer works a lot with people as they're going through their career transition, finding careers process. And strengths is a great way to get language about one of the most common interview questions, what's your strengths, right? And people are like, every time I worked with college students, they'd be like, I don't know. And I'm like, what are you good at? But there's a lot of pressure around strengths, right? And just that terminology. And so, but I know for me, when you read my bio, it's going to sound different. My positivity strength is 100% in my bio. I'm like, I like to have fun. That is something that brings me uniquely to people that do want that. And especially I think in more kind of world of work where work isn't supposed to be fun, right? I mean, I say that it is, but I mean, I think a lot of times there's that perception like we're here to work, we're not here to have fun. It's not all fun and games, but I do bring in activities, I bring in that type of thing because I feel that's how people learn better. I'm not going to come into a session and just speak because that's just not the way that I facilitate. But people are all different, but that's just me using my strengths. So I think even when you're thinking through like that thing of like revamping up your business and what is it and your identity around your business, thinking through your strengths a little bit more to see how does that show up for you too. Yeah. Yes.
I love the way you said about identity because my strength, one of my strengths, which I share with Jennifer's group, is I'm an achiever. And because of my cultural background, and also being an immigrant, first generation college student. Mm-hmm. So all those facets, make me one of my strengths. And then a lot of times it's hard, when I say this, that I'm an achiever, because then people think, oh, you're bragging, but it's so hard to get to where I did. There's so many facets of it. Yeah. And now I could own it. Finally, I can say that out loud, which is like, instead of being shy about it, it's like, oh, this is on me. I can say it.
I think you bring up a very good point. People often in their strengths journey, when we're talking about those natural talents, you likely had that achiever talent all the way through. And yet sometimes societal or our impressions of what does that mean, the actual strengths itself can be hard for us to at times adopt and adapt to and be like, this is me. So especially if we're in a stage of like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that strength. My positivity strength was one that I was like, I didn't always think that was a good strength to have, because I heard a lot of people say, oh, you just think the glass is half full. It's like, no, that's not really true. But, I do realize there are not positive things in the world. But I do it took me a while to adapt into that and to adopt it because of stories I heard from others about what they thought that meant.
And the caveat to that, because, I'll say, for myself, as an Asian American, a lot of times we are tokenized in the way that, I hate to say this, that we are equated to a white person. Mm-hmm. And as we discount black people. And I feel privileged to say that. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I'm very hurt when I say that. Yeah. Because I'm like, I'll give you an example. When the COVID hit, I finally saw myself as the good Asian American. When we have things good, we get credit, and things go bad, get bad credit as well. Mm-hmm. And and that is something happened to me here in Collins. I had an AAP I hate. Mm. And people always tell me, oh, you're Asian Americans are doing so well, blah, blah, blah. We don't think about that. And when I went to get breakfast, someone knocked on my car window when I parked. And my first instinct was like, how can I help you? And this person told me to go back home. And all of a sudden, I'm like, oh my God. I've been here 30 years in Fort Collins. I've been here all my life. Really? So it's the strength of me telling the story out loud sometimes because I hate to say this, for my people, for our Asian American community, we are that I don't want to say tokenized, or we are targeted in good and bad. So that's why I have to say that out loud, because a lot of my friends, when I told them that story, they said, Karen, but you've been X, Y, and Z here. You've been blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but, why did this happen, But then people don't know, like I shared with Jennifer briefly, how I got there to be an achiever is their society expectation on me, So, and that's what I want to share with you guys as one of my strengths.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And that story around it definitely takes courage. And, even how it came into being something that you are adopting as a strength of achiever, and the importance behind it within your history, right? So thank you. So a few more stats. We talked about like the strengths at work. So people that use their strengths are 6 times as likely to be engaged in their jobs. And what I really like about this too, it's really the power of the strengths assessment, is that they're 3 times as likely to have excellent quality of lives. So again, that's when people are able to tap into their talents and strengths and be able to incorporate that more into their lives. Similar slide to what some of you were in the last session saw here. But people who are working in their strength zone, they look forward to going to work. So kind of getting back to the business owner, right? Like when we are excited to go and do our businesses, what are we doing, right? We have more positive and negative interactions with others. So great for teams, great for customer service for those of us that are, and treating customers better, for those of us that do that. And then we achieve more on a daily basis. We have more creative, positive, and innovative moments. And people that are working in this tell their friends that they work for a great company, and they are like your best marketers, your like employees, right? So that's something as well. Now, I have pretty much gone through almost 45 minutes of talking, or kind of us talking about this, and not brought up the elephant in the room, the weakness, right? So what is a weakness? Yes, so Clifton's strengths is not about weaknesses. And in fact, they actually have a definition for it, and that is a shortage, maybe a misapplied talent, skill or knowledge that causes problems for you or others. They also don't really necessarily use the term weakness. Even my number 34, which is focus, by the way, is actually considered a lesser talent. So it's still a talent, but it's like the bottom. It's not going to be one of those ones that I'm going to raise up to excellence anytime soon. And so, I think it's really important for us to be aware of our weaknesses. By the way, our strengths can also become our weaknesses. I can talk about my maximizer for another 45 minutes on how many times that thing holds me back. And it's my number 1 strength, so I have to really watch it. And so that's something, it's really about building awareness about ourselves. I love this, I mentioned it a little bit briefly before, but focusing on managing weaknesses equals proficiency, and focusing on developing strengths equals excellence. And so, and Jennifer, I really appreciated you doing this activity in the last session. Jennifer did a great activity with all this. But as entrepreneurs, we are wearing a ton of different hats, right? And this is literally I took down all of the notes that I did from the last session. These are all of the things, these are all of the things that I'm doing as a business owner. And actually, when I think about at least half I like doing, it's taken me a little bit to get there, but that's a lot of things. And a lot of things that aren't necessarily in my wheelhouse or my talents. And so it's really helped me with being able to think about how do I partner with others? How do I get things off of my plate? And hire somebody, and that type of thing. So working in and out of the strength zone, I talked more about this on my talk on Tuesday, so if there's videos on it after. But I like this because part of my work with entrepreneurs and strengths especially is to help figure out what are you doing naturally well in your businesses, and what are the things that are building your energy, right? What are the things that are draining your energy, and how can we balance those 2 things? So if you're doing tasks and you're feeling energized, you're feeling in flow, glimpses of excellence, all those things, okay, great. What are those things? Write them down. What are the things that are draining your energy? Write those down. And then we can't always get rid of the things in business and in life that we don't like to do or that we're not good at. But when we have to do one of those harder tasks, how can we come in with something that brings us energy back and helps us boost that afterwards? So for some people, it helps with motivation before, but how can we strategically schedule our day so that we're having some balance with that? Here's a little bit more about me, and I want to open it up to some questions. I'm going to send around a flyer for anybody that would like one about some upcoming programming. I am speaking at the Women's Small Business Conference on the 13th, and I'll be speaking on well-being at work and in business. I do have a next level leadership program for people leaders or managers, and yeah, I want to open it up to any questions or thoughts that you all have. Yes?
So for the solopreneurs in the room who are wearing a lot of hats and want to focus on their strengths more, what would you suggest in terms of outsourcing for your weaknesses when the financial aspect is a barrier to that?
That's a great question. So yes, and I definitely have dealt with that before. And those are on the live stream. The question was, those of us that are solopreneurs, financial implications, but we want to focus on our strengths and don't necessarily have the finances to like outsource all of the things. So the key is, at least for me, was to figure out some partnerships. So what are some friends that maybe have some strengths that can help me? Or when I got to the point that I was looking for a coach, so I have a branding coach. And I knew exactly I wanted somebody that was going to be like, Elizabeth, we're going to get this done? Because my executing strengths are pretty low. So are we going to get this done and kind of help me keep on task? For me, like if I do a mastermind, and that helps me personally, again, with my executing strengths, which are a little bit lower, to be able to focus in on like what's a goal and having accountability.
Like mastermind course online?
Yeah, so whenever I'm involved in a mastermind, as far as I'm taking it as a participant, I take something like that because if I come to a group of people and say I'm going to have something done, I'm more likely to get it done. If I'm just to do it on my own, honestly, some of my strengths get in the way because of my adaptability strength. I can pivot and move pretty quickly, so I can get distracted easily. My ideation strength is always going on and coming up with new things. And so when I really need to use my number 34, which is focus, then I need to kind of shut things out or get into a space where I have some accountability. So I've done, like Valerie and I, we do co-working together, and often that 2-hour chunk of time helps me to focus. Because I'm like, okay, here are the hard tasks that I'm going to do, or here are the things that I want to get done in this 2 hours, and we just do virtual co-working, and I get that done because I have that time set in my day. So I've had to structure my day around more of my weaknesses. So it's individual. I think that's where working with a strengths coach to find out what is unique about me and how would that work. And they can help you with coming up with ideas, yeah, on how to. But that's a great question. Finally, and that's the reason why, honestly, I said about my website, I didn't have the money to hire it out. And I was like, well, I'm going to do social media. These are the free things I can do. I'm not going to build a website because I don't know how to do it, and it would take me forever. But when I did, I started really, okay, how am I going to have money for that, and figuring that out and investing once I was able to. That is a great question. Anybody else with questions? Awesome. Well, thank you all for being here. My contact information is there. Please feel free to reach out to me. I would love to hear from you. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. I'm looking forward to some great sessions.
What's your art workshop?
Oh, yes. Thank you. So that is a workshop series I'm doing quarterly. So this is attracting your ideal candidate, so job candidate, retaining your best employees, and creating a thriving culture. So those will be quarterly workshops. Thank you for asking. All right.
Alicia, are you going to get the next one?
I can't decide between the next two.
I know, it's tough.
This one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your book.
A little while, I got that. I think I got at least two. And I try not to. It's called chimping, right? When you're like looking at all the pictures and thinking as you're doing it, it like takes you away from like getting more good ones, right? So yeah, I'll send you something.
But yeah, no problem. I chose, why did you hear your questions? Because I want to, I'll be back. What to read is adult on the job, so yeah, I think it has I think it'll be a good resource. Yeah, and it's only $10. And then I'm gonna see in that. There's a link. So that Future's website, she has some resources.
Okay.
Did you like this? Yeah, I'm developing it. Yeah, and then I'm the subject matter expert, so I really collaborate. She's writing a story. She's writing this movie, so she just asked me to write stuff. Oh, that's why. Like, yeah, it's right. Can you take it to the strengths
So, but yeah, but I'll be, shoot me a text if you have any questions or anything.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's good to focus again on the strengths again before that. I was kind of like, I guess I'll just wing it. It's, that's how it's for more of a writing job for a marketing agency.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's called Telling Strategist. So,
that's cool.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm touching with I'm thinking about being so bad. So I felt that energy and I was like, and I was like, my brain was like, I had my best friend knew me and I'm giving her energy out there when she gets it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so and there's much stuff going on. So, but yeah, okay, I was gonna get my notes very right. So, I just wanted to do that today.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you, you're welcome, thanks for sharing. It's just such so smart. Yeah, the funny thing is, it's really. I was afraid over the limit. This is,
The social media one.
yeah.
Every day, a few sessions. So
They did just be set up. Digital development.
You want to hear more about taking a break?
I want to do something like
Agreements.
Kind of the same type of thing you heard.
To show that, shows exists. And my head, that's why I don't listen. People they did but I well, it's just the way that they did all of that. And the thing right. Because it should be able to go, my understanding is you've never seen so you are negotiating business, it's already commercial, you should be able to
yeah.
So, how do you plan?
what's there for you.
So, it's not, I have to do some, I haven't done that, just gotta get this, come back. It's
Yeah.
like, this is what I'm so,
Yeah.
it's heavy and
Consistent.
Yes.
What's really I think that's the biggest challenge for creative people is to make the thing you want is
tough. That's one of the, like, actually, speaks so much about it again. I gave organization as their such like in our team, and you're teaching everything. Social media, like everybody enjoy it. You know, there's people that do other business, right?
So when you look at how you work,
Okay.
I'm doing the same thing as talking about
But they okay.
Well, in the gym, second.
Oh, yeah.
Like two of them will be on the
Uh-huh.
side, so this is why Doshas.
Which do you like?
Right, which one?
The news or the data?
I love the news. But they
Do you make more money
And I
at
make
it?
it easy. That's just. Well, it's so nice to meet you.
You too.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know, it's just a lot.
I would imagine you don't have to do it being you.
Okay, yeah, it's so fun to see.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's actually talking about.
That's what people assume, yeah. Yeah.
Did you see the board that makes sense?
Oh,
Yeah.
that was a compliment. That was nice. Yeah. Some people.
Right.
I need more variety.
So what about just event photography? Event?
Yeah.
Like if you're an event photographer, like that's its own niche.
Sure.
And then look at right? You know, I mean, whatever you can hone in on, that you're comfortable on, captures enough things. But that's where you're gonna be most effective. What are some of those your weaknesses?
Yes.
Yeah, so how do you?
Nick wanted to know if you needed any help setting up.
Yeah, do you know how?
I don't, but I'm happy to help you, and so that I know how. This is the streaming computer. No, I don't. So let's grab Nick and say, if this is the streaming, where are you connecting on? Unless it's over there.
Thanks to you. Thanks for doing it one day. Like, everything. Well, thanks for your efforts.
So.
Look, you do it. No, that's okay. Like, I love these challenges, right? If you build the variety into what you're doing, such as event photographer, then you can be consistently an event photographer. And so always different, you know.
I'm just wondering.
Well, that's a good question, right?
Yeah.
I love it.
You know, people need
This looks like your live stream.
business, and so if you are
I'm gonna watch it.
content, because you're going to all the related activities for
Right.
business,
And I do like that, that's why.
then you can get a few main clients, where you're helping choose content for the markets. Because people are terrible. Yeah, exactly. And businesses tend to be terrible at taking photos for their own things. They have their smartphone and they think it's enough to just
Hard to do
send
the
a
charts.
Right, exactly. So you come in and you're like the content provider because they need unique content consistently. That's what business is about. So like you could do business related events and be consistently reporting
I see your desk.
I've done that for a few different clients. And then you run it around and every week provide them fresh content for their social media that they can post. I mean, that's gold, right?
Yeah.
And I've done it because when I worked for the county, I know the county, that's what I really wanted. And that's how we kind of gained exposure for, well, sure, I mean, but I don't think, they didn't really value that when I tried to advertise it. It wasn't an official part of it. They valued it, they just wouldn't put the dollars that a taxpayer dollars to it, they needed it.
Yeah.
And they used it in social media to tell their story, it was all about telling their story, and that's next to tell your story, because I provided the visual element of storytelling, which is what you're saying, you're a visual storyteller, that's essential for the social media aspect. So, think about that. Then think about the types of businesses.
Thanks for the trial room, Jacob.
How are you? I'm doing good. Okay, so yeah, we have some that others too. All right.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
How are you? We learning lots today? Cool. I'm gonna sit down because I like to have more of a conversation about things. I don't want to kind of talk at you. I kind of want to just start a conversation about the benefits of a digital detox and social media marketing as a business. So I'm Jade Shabelsky. I own a business called Maven and News Media. I'm a social media manager and content creator. So I am on Instagram and Facebook and LinkedIn 8+ hours a day. So I am constantly inundated with people's feeds and their opinions and all sorts of things. So it can really start weighing on a person. I assume, are a lot of you in here entrepreneurs, business owners? Okay, cool. So you kind of get it, like you are, the thing that I hear most from a bunch of clients and business owners is that now they're feeling like they are a part-time social media manager. Not only are they doing their own job, but they now have to be on social all the time and create content and keep up with what's cool and what are the cool sounds and what time do I post and why are people liking this and So I kind of have fallen into that rabbit hole, and so I wanted to get us to talk about why it's important to just step away from the social medias sometimes. So, has this ever happened to anybody else? Sometimes I'm looking for my phone while I'm on it. Yeah, happens to me a lot. Sometimes I'll be like, wait, where's music coming from? Where is my phone? And it's in my hand. So when that's happening, I know that it's time to take a break and maybe go outside and stick my feet in the ground or go be with the real people. So what is a digital detox? Has anyone ever done a regular detox, in January, done like a body detox? Mm-hmm. Okay. So a digital detox is kind of the same concept. I have started going on week-long retreats in the summer for myself. I will book a place that intentionally has no Wi-Fi, has limited cell phone signal, and I tell all my clients, hey guys, for 1 week, everything is scheduled and you're in charge of your marketing. Just because it's tough to be connected all the time. Do you guys find that too? Mm-hmm. Okay. Kind of wears on you, kind of makes you wonder about.
I do too much comparison.
Okay.
I get way too caught up in what everybody else is doing. And It's not good.
Yes, I agree. I'm right there with you. Do you get comparing like where they're at in business, personal, both?
Probably more business, but maybe both, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely get caught up in the comparison game and the imposter syndrome. I have there's times where I have seen people say, just take this class and you can make $100,000 in 14 days.
Right.
What? Is that possible? And second of all, what I notice when people start pitching those kinds of things is they don't ever talk about the middle, right? So here we are in social media. I'm going to talk about Instagram specifically because that's where my downfall came. So you're sitting along cruising on Instagram and you start seeing people's houses, or they start telling you like, this is how much money I made this month, or I have this perfect relationship with so-and-so. And you start comparing yourself, but what you don't see in that perfect picture is that 2 days ago, their house looked like a tornado went through it. Or the flip side behind them of the camera is all the stuff they took and moved behind them to make their house look perfect. And so I fall into this comparison game, and it was tough for me because I'm a professional. I curate the photo, right? And so for me to see that photo and me comparing my life to something I know there is a bunch of stuff standing behind their camera. There is something else happening over here on the side that you're not seeing. It sucks.
But they don't show you how long the bridge is, so you gotta walk through from where you are to where they're telling you.
Exactly, yeah, and that's the sad part, is that no one talks about the middle. So we're gonna talk about, let's use coaches, for example, because I have a lot of opinions about some of their sales tactics, but the selling of, I can help you make $100,000 in 6 months, okay? They'll sell you a system, but then they don't tell you the stuff in the middle. So one thing I found as an entrepreneur is that when you sign up to be an entrepreneur, you're just also signing up for a personal development growth session with yourself, right? You are just every day looking in the mirror and like meeting a new version of yourself with a new level you get to. And in social media, the middle part, they don't talk about that, or hardly anyone is talking about that. They're showing you, here's my before 6 months ago, my bank account, this is how much I was making each month. Now, 6 months after taking this class, holy cow, what? I'm amazing, I'm successful, I deserve all of these things. But they're not talking about the days when they were crying, or the days when they wanted to just give up. They don't talk about that. You don't ever see that in their feed.
Well, there you go. That's just what digital is.
Yes.
Where it takes the guts out of it. It takes the heart out of it.
Exactly.
Now talking about head numbers, success, that's also impersonal. It may be true, but taking the guts out of it is basically, and that's where the real thing happens. That's where the real success comes from.
Yes.
So for me, I'm a very sociable person. But my gosh, to start entering into the social media when my life is, my plate's full and I like it and I'm happy, for me to go start social media, it's like starting another relationship.
Yeah, it's like dating, right?
But here's the catch of that. When you start social media, and I'm not trying to come across judgmental, I'll just be real.
Yeah.
When I starting a digital social media staff participation is like a relationship in steroids, because oh my gosh, like when my classmate found out I was here in Colorado, she discovered it. She sent my link and my information to 300 other classmates that I had. Now 300 of them are trying to contact me, emailing me, and the demand that it's there, it's just totally, for me, unrealistic. So now I have to contend with all these different relationships, these different people. Oh boy, doesn't want to talk to me. Oh boy, all these judgments. You know what? I'm sorry. I think I just like my life the way it is.
Right.
Unless I can participate, so I'm taking it easy, and the reason why I'm in this class is because of that, digital detox.
Okay.
And if I'm gonna participate, I wanna be able to be in control of that, and I wanna have a reasonable life here.
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. So every day we are constantly navigating this real world and this virtually curated world. And then there's these people who from our past, I'm assuming, they find out, they see you on Facebook and they decide they want to be in it, in your world, and then they friend you and stuff, but maybe you don't want to, and that's okay.
And they're desperate, it's like, they're addicted, I don't know what it is.
People are nosy, number one. People are nosy and they want to know what you're doing. And again, back to that like imposter like comparison game. There's some people out there who haven't healed or something, and they want to, it's their ego running the show, like, I'm doing better than this person. I'm a good person now, right? Do you ever feel like that?
That is so true, because sometimes people do use social media as their fix, as their self-esteem booster, by saying, okay, now I'm known by so many people, I'm popular.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but what about your personal life? Where's it at?
Right, and what's that quote? There's like some song lyric or something, like, I'm so much cooler online. Isn't that like a Brad Paisley song or something? And so, yeah, it's just that. Like, okay, so if someone was like, I have 2,000 friends online, I matter. But you matter in real life, you know? Like, that's just a vanity metric. And I'm really grateful that I'm aligned with so many clients right now where we don't care about that. We don't care about how many people are liking our stuff. We don't care about how many people are commenting or whatever. We care that the right people are seeing our stuff. And so you could have 2,000 friends, but how many of them are the inner circle, right?
Quality.
Yeah, like I would rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies, you know, in my real life and in my social media life.
I'm sorry.
No.
For me, it's balance. It's about balance.
It is about balance. Exactly. And so when I started doing this all organically 9 years ago, social media management kind of just fell into my lap. And so I vowed early on to use my powers for good and not evil, right? So I'm constantly in this battle of how do I authentically show up, but still maintain my mental health, right? So, I mean, my goal and what I'm really good at is selling people's products. So that's why people hire me, is to tell their story on social media and sell things. So how can I authentically sell things without also selling this curated life where there is no color green? What is up with that? These photo editing where they remove like the color green? What?
Thank you, I hate that.
Yes, it is so annoying. Like, where did the green go? Your Christmas tree is not this muted black color. It's green. You know, so every day it's a balance of what am I doing? And so there was a day when I totally spun out, lost it. A hard time for me on social media is around Mother's Day and Christmas, just because I am coming from a relationship there. I do not have a very good mother relationship. And so seeing all these people post this stuff like, my mom is awesome, my mom's the best, look at our family. It's like, really? Because 3 weeks ago, you were posting about how you hate your family and all this stuff. And so when that was happening, I really had to look at myself and say, Jade, you curate this stuff and you know what's happening. You need a break. You just need a break. And so I took one. Just like a body detox, a digital detox, you're ridding your body of toxins and unhealthy things. So it's the unhealthy process of removing things from your life. So I'm really good at boundaries. People friend me and all that from the past, and I won't respond to them just because I've had a boundary or whatever. So I'm really
conscious of deciphering, is this social media virtual relationship going to be helpful or hurtful to me? And it took me a long time to get there. Like, this has been a process for me, a practice actually, for about 3 years. So life is what happens when you aren't looking at your phone. My friends and I, our inner circle, we totally have this deal where if we are meeting for cocktails or dinner or whatever we're doing, the phones get put away. They go in your bag. I've come to a couple higher up things of watches need to come off too, right? Like, because what's more annoying than having this really awesome conversation with someone and their watch is constantly going off, right? It's like, by intimate conversation, all I see is your watch flashing. And I feel like, I don't know if you guys feel this way too, but navigating that virtual world, it's like we lose our present. Do you ever feel like that?
Yeah.
Like, it's tough to come back to
I definitely don't like to be in competition with the device if I'm speaking to another human, and that's my husband. My husband does thrive on that. Somebody just text me. We're in the middle of an important conversation.
Right.
And I say, you're gonna have to make a choice. Us or that device. Out. So in lunch, for example, I literally have to ask him to put devices in the other room.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard for him when he sees that. And he's like, I gotta take this. Oh, no, you aren't.
Yes.
Okay, and I know that's some trust that you care for my life and my relationship. At some point, you're gonna have to stop, make a choice.
Right. That's where I feel the same way. It's this, and I have told people, have you ever been on the phone with somebody talking and you know that they're texting? That is my number one pet peeve. So I have shut conversations down and I'll say like, well, you're obviously scrolling Facebook or texting, like, and call me when you have better brain space to be present with me, because it's hard, and it's especially hard as an entrepreneur because you feel the need to respond to this email right away or this text. But the fact is, 7-9 years ago, we didn't have this immediate need to respond to everyone, right? This is a new thing. And so when I do onboard new clients and stuff, we have this agreement that you only send me a text if the world is on fire. Because does anyone else feel like a text is this triggering, immediate, I have to respond to you, or it looks like I don't care? Yeah, you're nodding like.
Oh yeah, I know my boss will text me and I just accept that, like, hey, contact me on my work channels. Like, I want to be able to respond to that, but it's hard to set those boundaries. It really is.
Yeah.
And how do you set those expectations at the start or even after you've realized you've been allowing them to break boundaries? It's hard to figure out, like, how do you reset those boundaries in a respectful way?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's really also was challenging for me too, because it come to discover it was about me not being able to respect myself. I digged it all out until I discovered it was me.
Yeah.
And I had to now realize that, and so when somebody calls me, I now have the presence of mind to say, excuse me, I'm in the middle of something important, let me call you, or just text that.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you can assess that you don't even have to respond. But it was about me, it wasn't about the world. It was me who has to take control, has to value my time.
Mm-hmm.
And that gave me the courage to be able to not get under stress, just be honest and just set it up. And that was hard, where you get to a point where you just nicely, friendly, decently would tell the person, confront the person, tell them.
Right.
That's the hardest part.
Right, and again, it comes with this, when we signed up to be entrepreneurs, we subconsciously also signed up for this self-awareness, personal growth journey, right? So just being self-aware enough to know, like, am I the problem? Am I not setting a boundary? Am I letting them overstep it? And again, nothing on the internet specifically, social media wise, for the most part, there is a time when it can ruin stuff, but for the most part, you can pull a post at any point. But there's not too many things that are so dire that they need your immediate attention and switching your brain space.
Yeah, and every time that thing beeps, you go into stress.
Right.
It comes in the stress was it. As soon as you hear, you're like, you just go these bouts of stress. Right? There's no way.
Yeah, text specifically can be stressful because like if you don't answer it right away, I feel like I'm gonna forget about it, you know, and I do sometimes, you know. There's not like a, you know, mark as unread button.
I wish, right?
Right? Yeah.
Have any of you ever also mentally responded to a text and realized you didn't actually type it? Oh, how embarrassing. I do that so much. But yeah, I wish. And where did that come from, right? Where did that instant expectation of responding to a text come from? Do we think maybe it came from social media? Like this instant gratification of, I don't know, I'm just putting it out there. I don't know the answer, but it's just a thought that I have. So my goal with this talk and opening up this conversation of social media and mental health, because it's a conversation that I don't really see a lot of happening, is not to cut social media out from your life, because that would be ruining my job security. But instead, my intent is for you to increase your enjoyment with social media, right? Maybe start limiting that, or noticing when you're falling into this imposter syndrome or falling into this comparison game, or just start building your self-awareness around it when it's starting to feel like when you're getting annoyed that you're getting all these Facebook notifications, or you're getting annoyed that at someone you're following, right? You can, and the beautiful thing is that you can unfollow people, right? Are we making use of the unfollow button? And there's so many other tools on Facebook specifically. You can mute people, you know, and you can also have these curated lists of who sees your things and who doesn't. There's just a lot of tools that you can use to maintain your mental health. I don't think a lot of people know that.
Yeah, and I don't want to try to come across negative, because for lonely people, it's really good for them to, it helps them to reach out, to maintain that. I think that's fantastic. But again, it's just balance.
I agree. I'm not here to, I love social media, but again, it's that good and evil balance, right? So I've met some of my best friends through social media. Before I started just creating content, I was running a vintage online website. And so I was in all these different Facebook groups. And so I had developed all of these friendships. And then I actually went and met these people in person. So they're actually some of my best friends now. So social media is good. It has so many positive things to it, but there are, like anything, right? Everything good has something bad. Everything light has something dark. There's an opposite to it. And it is all about that balance and recognizing when you are out of balance, what do you need to do to bring yourself back? So this is me in 2020, saging my phone. Because 2020 on social media was pretty much when I lost my mind. So does anyone here check their phone right away when they wake up? Okay. Are you checking like social, time, news?
It's a habit I have from work that I'm checking email. The minute I wake up, I used to be on call 7/24 and operationally. And so I just, every morning, it was the first thing I checked. It was the last thing before I went to bed. So that I would just have a status, and I can't seem to break it. Now that I'm still not in it. So now I go to Facebook and Instagram and news feeds first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was doing that before too, because I mean, realistically, my job never ends, right? The internet is 24/7, 365 all of the time. And so I finally had to put in boundaries. I now turn my phone completely off at 9 p.m. from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. I like turn my phone off. I've even gotten to the point now where I unplug the Wi-Fi. That's like way over here on the spectrum of things I'm suggesting that you try. But I had to get to the point where I even unhooked the Wi-Fi because it's just scrolling all of the time. I found I was also picking up other people's energy, which I don't think we consciously think about. So when you read someone's opinion or read something that they're going through on social media, that kind of sticks to you, right? And so
download it to you.
Yeah, it's downloaded to you. Yeah, so I was, why I started staging my phone. I'm a little bit woo-woo. So I was like, I would say an intention about like, please only let me see things that will bring me love and light in this scroll and staging. And of course that wasn't happening in 2020. And at that point, I decided I'm gonna have a morning routine. I am not checking my phone right away. I am not checking these Instagram notifications. I am not checking my messages. I developed this morning routine of where I wake up, I make my coffee, I meditate, I journal, I listen to like some binaural beats. Kind of get myself set up for like, okay, we're going where the people are today and where they feel safe to give all of their opinions that they would never give you to your face. Right? That's what's happening. It's like this screen is like a veil of safety and where you can just, some people feel they can just spew whatever they want. There's no consequence, right? One thing recently that happened to me in real life is over the weekend, I came across a fatal car accident. I was one of 6 people that were on the scene and like helping. And then I go to look through, I'm just doing my job on Facebook group. The Facebook group starts talking about the accident. People in the comments start saying, this person deserved to die. Right? That is what I said. But again, it's because it's this thing, this screen, this box that we're put in where we feel, or some people feel at least, where they can say whatever they would never say to someone's face. I don't know any human who would say that to someone's face had they had seen the car accident itself, right? So again, it's like checking in, is what I'm about to say helpful or hurtful to whoever? And I'm not telling you like to censor yourself because no, you shouldn't, but just, I don't understand where that started and where that came from and why people feel okay to do that.
Well, I think this is my opinion.
Yeah.
It's because when you are face to face with another human, the likelihood of doing that is not there. The fact that this is an impersonal device, it gives people the permission to be okay to say whatever is in their mind.
Yeah.
But the truth is, really think about prior to this social media, how were we accomplishing that? Okay, how your best friend or anybody still won't tell you how they truly feel. You'll hear it from a third party. Mm-hmm. You'll hear that same person saying something negative to somebody else, and that person will tell it to you. So this was happening actually, but it's just in a different way.
Right.
And I don't know which one is better, but I just think that this thing is going to have consequences in time because it's normalizing our behavior. I don't know. I'm just saying
Exactly. Yeah. So being in this space for 9 years, I've completely watched the human psyche shift. Right. So in the beginning, let's think back to a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, when Instagram was only for iPhones and where it only had 4 filters and where there was no DMing. Okay, so let's go way back there. It all kind of started as this, and Facebook too, all kind of started with good intention, right? We want to keep people connected. We want people who enjoy taking pretty pictures to show them to people who enjoy consuming pretty pictures. And then all of a sudden, we're in there for 3 to 5 years and it starts shifting, right? And this is why I have a job, first of all, is because I started styling things on Instagram to sell them like how people do it now. So unintentionally selling a thing by selling a thing is how I started and how my job started. But now everything is filtered. You don't know what's real. Everything is crisp, white, clean, no green. And and I can't tell who is who from who, right? And so when I have clients come to me and they're like, I want to rebrand, I want to look like this. That's what everybody else looks like. How can you set yourself apart, right? Without also damaging yourself. So it is this constant balance. Sorry, I feel like we went way off topic and I'm getting way philosophical on all of you. But yeah, the intent of how these platforms started wasn't, I want to believe that it was not to change the human psyche, but I've seen it happening. I watch young girls, teenage girls, and I'm from a generation of where we only had Teen Magazine or YM and stuff, and where you looked at that and thought, is that what my body's supposed to look like? And now there's young girls, teenagers, who don't think they're beautiful without a filter, right? Or there's people going to plastic surgeons, showing them a picture of how their face with a filter, asking them to make them look like that. I don't know. My goal with my business and everything is to just get back to helping people feel comfortable showing up like you are enough and being authentic and you do have something to say, and it's okay to be different. It's okay to have green in your photo, right? Now you're all gonna notice that there are no more greens on Instagram. You're totally gonna notice. You're like, thanks, Jade. All right, so back to this. So signs you might need a digital detox. You check your phone immediately upon waking up. Again, some people have jobs where that's where they need to do that, but maybe try and give yourself Saturday morning or Sunday morning. I don't check my phone right away. I just kind of roll about into life and see where it takes me. Your phone often gives you anxiety. So if the text notifications and stuff are starting to kind of feel like a punch to the gut, maybe it's time to just set your phone aside for a minute. You start comparing yourself onto social media. This is how I know I need one. When I start comparing someone else's chapter 10 to my chapter 2, and then I know I need a break. It's time to step away, go outside, and reground myself. You're answering work-related emails and messages during family time, especially if you have specifically asked your partner or friends or something, like, hey, let's just throw devices over here and be present with each other. But if you find yourself needing to slyly slip away while everyone goes from the dining room to the living room or something to check your phone, maybe it's time for a break. You can't sit alone without staring at your phone. This is a big one for me too that I started noticing a lot more. So as a marketer, I am constantly watching people and human behavior and stuff. And so what I noticed is that
people would be waiting for something or even waiting in line at the grocery store, and you can sense how uncomfortable they are, and right away they're like, you know, they're not there. You know, the cashier and the person could be having, like at the grocery store on the line, the cashier and the person could be having this cool conversation, and maybe they're trying to invite this person in. This person is in their phone. Like this world is better than my current one, so I'm just gonna scroll. So if you can't sit with yourself and find yourself going straight to that, maybe it's time to just take 10 minutes of silence without your phone. Oh yes, you experience FONS, the fear of not sharing. So another, again, marketer, constantly watching human behavior. I was at a Red Rocks show. The most fascinating thing happened. So the opener ends, right? And so you have that lag time between the opener and the regular band going on. And so everyone is kind of having their conversation. All of a sudden, the first note goes for the opening band. I kid you not, it was a sea of blue light. Almost every single person was not experiencing that concert, standing here, experiencing the concert. They were experiencing it through their phone, either creating a story, a TikTok, a Snapchat, whatever, to show their people, their followers, like, I'm cooler than you because I'm at the show. You know, so it's like that FONS, that fear of not sharing. Or, I don't know, I take pictures of my food. Sometimes when it comes out beautiful, I have a whole album just of pretty food pictures for me to make at home. But then there's people who just instantly share that, right? And they have to get the shot, and then their food is cold. You know, because they're living in FONS.
And the show is over.
Yeah, and the show's over, and the food, but what does it taste like? It's cold, right? But at least they shared it. So if you're running into FONS, fear of not sharing, maybe time for a break. So what are the consequences and effects of technology? This is all new stuff coming out, obviously, because really, social media is in its infancy. It hasn't been around that long. So some of the side effects of technology are increased depression, anxiety, euphoria. Euphoria being when you get a like or a comment. The same chemical that is released in your brain is the chemical when you experience an orgasm. Guilt, isolation, poor time management, backaches, headaches, and lack of focus. Anyone? I feel like I kind of talked about all of this before.
Poor posture.
Poor posture, yes, because, I mean, I have tech neck, I'm gonna admit it, where you're just like, because I'm scrolling all the time, right? And you don't even acknowledge that. All right, so by now you know deep in your soul if it's time for you to take a break from the online world. So this is in your intervention of becoming a better version of yourself when it comes to the World Wide Web. Maybe just take Sundays off. That's how I started, taking Sundays off social media. Now I try and take the whole weekend. I also, this past year, instead of taking a week, I took 2 weeks. That was really weird. And what's interesting, every time I go on my detox, is that a few days in, removed from social media, I feel like I have the flu. Like, it's so weird. And it lasts for about a day, and then everything just starts looking brighter, and I feel more present. Greens are more vibrant. But it's really fascinating to check in with myself at how different it is when I'm on my detox versus coming back into the virtual world.
How do you not check? So I in the past, now I've kind of just taken a hiatus and I'm not really on anything actively at the moment. But like in the past, I have taken the Facebook app off my phone and then you just look at it in the browser instead, you know, like, so what do?
It's a lot of, that self-awareness that comes, you know, so if you are saying to yourself, I'm deleting the Facebook app this weekend and I'm leaving my laptop at home and I'm going on a road trip or whatever you're going to do. It is like, you have to do it yourself. Yeah, you kind of have to get over that.
I just want to say, I think sometimes when we go to extremes, it's a good setup to go and binge.
Yeah.
You know, that's what some people, they don't eat intentionally because they want to lose weight. And my goodness, they put themselves so far away and they go binge twice as much. I think it's a gradual process.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Be kind.
And give yourself grace too. You know, if you do find yourself like you've deleted that app and you decide I take Sundays away from Facebook, but if, you know, Sunday night, you just pop open that browser and quick check, but then you catch yourself and you're like, no, give yourself some grace. It's a process. You know, I started out with just Sundays and it wasn't always the whole day. Sometimes it would be half the day. Sometimes I'd be like, I just want to check this one thing. And then I got sucked into dog videos, right? So it's just being aware that you want to work on it and then actually practice it.
And sense your result. For me, it has to do with eating.
Okay.
And for me, it's common sense. Okay. You have too much weight, you know, it's going to be stress on your body frame. So, you know, you got to go this way. How do you lose weight? To me, I finally found to a point where just taking one small amount less, I was proud of myself. Then I started doing it more. And then I started feeling the difference in me. I was having more clarity. I was feeling more relaxed, and I made a big deal about that. And I said, this is working, even though it's a drop in the bucket. And that made me go longer. Then my drop in the bucket got bigger. And then all of a sudden, you really pay attention, your body's realigning, shaping, and your personality's changing. Yeah. You're more like you want to be. And that's what propels you to keep on going. Just pay attention to the little gains. It has to start little, but if you really zero into that little gain, wow, you know, and that just accumulates. And then you truly stay there. You now are within because you like it and you like yourself, and that keeps you there. And that's what's been doing it.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that's great information. Yeah.
I was just going to say, one of the things that has really helped me is I don't have those things on my phone because I'm old part. I can see better in the browser. And in the browser, on a full-size browser, I can run browser apps that allow me to customize my feed. So my feed always shows me the most recent thing. They don't control my algorithm, I do.
Yep.
I don't see sponsored posts, sorry. I don't see any of the advertisements. So when I get back to where I left off, I'm done. Like, I don't go off into rabbit holes.
Exactly.
And every 3 days, I snooze 3 people for 30 days. So they come back in 30 days, but it's kind of like a rotating.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. These are good tips.
I want to hear about what gets you coming back after the detox. Okay. I don't have as much problem detoxing as I do venturing back into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because once you detox, you see, oh, I can live without this and my life is better in a lot of ways without this. So like, why do I need it? But I know it's useful for things, but I just have trouble wanting to re-engage.
Yeah, so coming back is, again, it's hard because it's like, how many days until I feel like garbage again, right? Or like, but I've started, every time I come back with a new intent. Like, this is for business. I know my voice matters. I know that people need to hear about these products. I know that this can benefit someone. And if only one person gets one thing out of my pretty picture I put up, I've made a difference, right? So I started to spin it and started looking at my comment section as my community and looking at my photos as this is my perspective, how you take it is on you, and how I put it out there, I'm doing with my own intent. So you kind of have to come back with what you want to get out of it.
So a clear intention.
A clear intention, right?
Yeah.
Like, now I have decided I'm only showing up authentically. Like, I'm going to show you the middle. I'm going to show you some days I hate this app, but then I love it so much more because it can connect people. And the thing that I feel that we're losing is that it is social media. You know, to be social, to have a conversation, to start a friendship, to connect with someone who is like-minded. Doesn't need to be selling all the time, right?
It's much of what it's turned into.
Yeah, is what it's turning into. But again, those are powers out of my control. That is someone who I think started with the intent, a positive intent, and has seen the dark side and gone there, right? Like that we can make this into a marketing material and we can sell and make a lot of money.
My best friend who just does this all effortlessly and gets tons of followers, I ask her about it and how to do it, like how she engages. And she said, you just have to be yourself and like interact as you normally would in person with people. And they'll just, you'll find your people in your community. But it's a community, right?
It is a community, yeah. And again,
real people.
it is again like looking at your followers and looking at your comment section as your community instead of, oh my gosh, I have 1,500 people to sell to. No, showing up authentically. And I feel like that's where, I feel like we're moving that way. I feel like more people since 2020 have woken up and are like, oh yeah, a lot of this is fake BS, but I'm going to show up.
Quality over quantity.
Right, yes. And again, like curating your feed, like only following people who make you feel good, don't make you feel like garbage, and don't trigger your imposter syndrome and stuff. Because you're ultimately like, you control, like think of wearing a hula hoop. You control who's around the hula hoop, like what's in the hula hoop, you control it.
Yeah.
So strategies, kind of talked about that. This is me on my digital detox. The benefits. All right, and then this is your reminder to reconnect. To become more conscious of the world we live in, smell the fresh air, take off your shoes, feel the earth, appreciate the world around you, because you are part of it.
Yeah, I was going to say that taking a break, or if we're talking relationships, sometimes separating, it really, that break, that separation actually allows people to appreciate what they have.
Yes.
That separation, that taking space, that has saved so many, so many divorces actually, to when people are do all the time on each other. You need to take a break.
Yeah.
You gave yourself.
Like anything, you need to take a break from it.
Yeah, it's really good.
But thank you everyone for coming. Yeah, I'll be around if you want to talk about your own version of a detox. Of course. And I left the room. Okay. The kitchen.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing lots of stuff. I love that. Thank you for being vulnerable.
Oh, that's part of being good.
It's good to see you again, Jane.
Oh, it's good to see you. Give me a hug.
Yeah.
How are you? Really good. Coffee.
Yeah, we'd love that. Yeah, do you want to?
Yes, I do.
Well, let's set up a time. I've kind of been thinking of, where I left suddenly.
But she's with me, she's in. You know what's funny, and that's where I suggest that I live on within walking.
Okay.
That's my favorite coffee shop.
I want to go there.
Let me know when you're free.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
I'm Valerie.
Before that, I was in community, absolutely.
But I do use it.
Yeah, you can do it your own way, exactly. Yeah, so, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, if you ever want to have coffee or talk.
Yeah.
Right, so Instagram. And then.
Oh, exactly.
And like, I don't even want to care.
I know. So, yeah, let's have coffee. Yeah, let's do it. Thank you. You're welcome. I will move forward.
Okay.
Sure.
We're gonna be able to see people. Interact and see people.
Yes, I'm a walker.
We're switching sessions. So hopefully we have a few more joiners. It's always so much more engaging, right? Like more people that we can learn from and share stories, and it makes it more interesting than just listening to me. I just sat through the social media detox.
You just did?
I did.
Oh, how was that?
I've tried to do that before.
Yeah.
I struggle.
Yeah.
I struggle because I'm on my device for work. It's everything, right?
Everything.
And to just disconnect from your phone. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. It's
It's hard to find
challenging.
that balance, I feel like. It's one thing to say, like, I'm not gonna touch it at all. It's so much harder to walk that tension between, like, how do you use it, because it's obviously necessary, but how do you also take a step back?
Yeah.
Space.
I get sucked in. My problem is I get sucked in, and I'm like, why am I doing this? This is not enjoyable. This is a time waster. This is not intentional.
Right.
But there I am. Yeah. And yet sometimes there's really good information in some of the feeds, right? I get some of my best, like, upcoming events, some great TED Talks pop up. And I'm like, wow, there's some really good stuff. But then I kind of got to sort myself out other stuff. So I was sharing, I appreciate that there's the timer on there that tracks how much time, right? Some weeks I'm like, oh, and then other weeks I'm like, okay, that was a reasonable amount of time to be on.
social media in general.
Yeah.
Some of the black, I'm kind of in between seasons, I'm like, okay, is it cold?
I know,
Right?
you never know. It's that where it's chilly in the morning and you die of heat stroke in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's that time of year.
Speaking of social media, I saw a post, and I think it was, you wake up and it's winter because it's like 40 some degrees.
It's chilly.
Right, it's chilly. By afternoon, it's summertime
Yeah.
because it's 80 plus. Now we're in shorts. And then by evening, it's spring/fall because it's 60 and it's
Yeah.
nice to go for a walk.
We do go through all 4 seasons every day this year, this time of year.
I like it. I kind of like it, so.
Yeah.
Oh, so have you guys done any other sessions today or this week?
Not.
Just digital detox.
Oh my gosh, I am feeling privileged and pressured all at once. How about you?
I went to the strength finders.
Oh yeah, Elizabeth does that. Yeah, that's a good session. Yeah, there's a lot of the Gallup Strength Finder, and yeah, those are always good. I'm always surprised how much we can continue to learn about ourselves, right? As we grow and move through it. I'm going to give folks just a few minutes. So what brings you guys here today? I'm going to ask the group this anyway, so we might as well kind of get started, and we can actually end on time. My theory is, my company is Intentional Results, and so I'm a technical business coach. And so anytime I teach or have a session, I always want to know what brings people here. What is your intention? Because, time is a resource. And if you're here, you're not doing something else. So you have given up something else to be here. And so what are you hoping to gain? What are you here for today? That also helps me make sure that I can make sure your time is meaningful while you're here today. So, anybody something that they wanted to get from this session?
Sure. Well, I'm in employee benefits, so we do a lot of consulting and a lot of talking with employers. And I think anytime I like talking about recruiting and employees and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm excited to listen.
Yeah, wonderful. Get some nuggets hopefully out of there. Maybe can you share?
Yeah, so I worked for a really small company, and I was hired to run the marketing department. And then they needed hiring, and so now I'm running the hiring process as well. And so, yeah, this is something that's just really interesting to me with the market, and just trying to make sure at the previous foundation I was at, I watched them make some really bad hiring decisions, and actually some of the reasons that I left were some of the people that they had brought on into leadership. So yeah, I'm just really interested to know what you can do at the hiring and recruiting process to make sure it's a successful hire and help identify specific things.
Yeah, absolutely touching on that. A lot of the information is going to be out there. How about you? How can you serve you today?
For me, I have a nonprofit organization and I do 2 goals. One is helping underrepresented communities find jobs, but at the same time, I want to teach employers about treating employees.
Right? Yeah, those are all hot topics. And those were all hot topics probably before, but with COVID and Great Resignation and quiet quitting, they've really got a spotlight on them, right, at a whole different level than we had before. All right, well, we're going to just kind of move through this. If we have joiners, they can join in. So again, my name is Dale Wickheiser. I'm a technical leadership coach. I have a real passion about developing leaders and managers. Most of my career has been in the technical space, leadership and management. I have 15 years of technology, ranging from managing teams in cybersecurity, infrastructure support, IT help desk, all around technology, focusing on financial institutions. So I have a heavy background and understanding compliance and regulation as well, right? And so depending on what field we're in, that really comes up. Healthcare and finance, a couple of them heavily regulated. I did a short stint as a general manager for a senior care franchise. I was thinking maybe I wanted to buy that. I'm thinking, done with tech, gonna go way over here, right? Something feeds my soul. and I learned a lot. One of the things I also learned is I managed 150 women, where previously when I was in technology, I had 150 men. So I was really doing a pendulum swing there, right? So I learned a lot in a short order. But what I find is I really like technology and innovation, and I'm pretty geeky. My husband is an IT manager still. My son is going to school for robotics, so that's just my thing. I really have a passion for it. I also feel like it's an underserved population. Because usually when we start talking about technical people, you get the eye rolls. Like, oh, how do you even talk to them? You know, they've got their own language. A lot of times they can be introverts. So, you know, it's just a little bit of a different swing. And I'll talk to you later that a colleague and I are actually doing a webinar on how HR managers can support technical leaders. Because it does have some nuances to it, as any specialized field does. So again, my teams were 7 by 24. So we were on call. We had escalations. I share that because I feel like I do bring some unique insight into this. So large teams, on call, burnout, escalation, high demand. Even before COVID and quiet quitting were buzzwords. When I was a vice president of managed services, the industry turnover rate was 25%. Right? So I've been having to retain and compete to get employees and hold employees my entire career. Now we have a term for some of this, right? The quiet quitting, and we can get into some of that and what that means. And that's really what the session is about. So we're going to talk about what is quiet quitting, how do you identify it in your organization, and some pro tips on how to reduce it, and just we're going to talk a little bit in the beginning about what that is, but we really want to get to some practical applications of things that you can do. And I'll give you some roadmaps, got some activities. We'll get through what we can. So what is it? Well, for some of us, it's nothing new, right? It's somebody who maybe is checked out of their job and they're just coasting. I think we've all seen that, right? So when we think of that, that's not something new. We've seen them check out mentally, but not yet check out physically. They're still drawing that paycheck. Sometimes they check out for good reasons. Personal issues are going on, but they're checking out. Now, a new twist on this, which I absolutely respect and agree with and have grown from, is almost two schools of thought. Some people are saying quiet quitting is people having healthy boundaries. People acting their wage, actually just doing what they're paid for and not always going that extra mile, and frankly, almost being taken advantage of on that front, right? And then there is the other school that says, hey, that's a poor work ethic, right? You're coasting. We'll get to, is that a generational thing that's happening, right? So there's different ways that we can define quiet quitting. You will see it from different perspectives. Just understand there's no one definition. And I think whoever you're talking to, your audience, is going to view it differently. So I think what you don't want to do is go into a conversation with a negative attitude and say, hey, that's a negative thing. It's a negative thing. Let's get curious. There's some things to explore here. All right, so why is it happening? Well, again, I think a lot of us would say maybe COVID has kind of brought a spotlight onto it. Right? People are burned out. They've learned to be able to have a better life balance, home life balance. So that's great. They want that. They have values. And let's be honest, when we're sitting there and we're literally hearing of people dying, well, it gives us some perspective on work, right? So there's a lot of reasons why it's out there. Who's doing it? I find this to be very interesting. Coming from a different generation, is it the baby boomers? Is it the Gen X? Is it the millennials? Is it the Generation Z? We get a lot of, right, Gen Zs. They just don't want to work, they're tired. Well, I used to manage a lot of younger people in the technology realm. And I think anytime you generalize, you're in trouble, right? You're just in trouble. So no, it's not one generation over another. Is it a gender issue? Are more women doing it than men doing it? No, probably not. How about an environmental issue? Do we see more quiet quitting in the workplace, in the brick and mortar? Are we seeing it more because people are working remote and they can get away with it, right? Some management is concerned they're getting away with it. Or in the hybrid situation where nobody's really tracking them, right? At home sometime, they're at work sometime, are they working? Okay? What does it look like? What does quiet quitting look like? So I've given you a little bit about what it could be, different terms we use for it. Does anybody want to take a shot or share what they think quiet quitting looks like? The behavior that goes along with it, not the person or the motivation, but what does it show up as? What do you see or don't see when people are quiet quitting?
I think I've noticed in like meetings for sure, there's just a shift in like energy, whether they come in, they're willing to share. Usually they're quiet, they're kind of in the background. You start to notice, I noticed like, oh, I don't know the last time that I remember like hearing from that person versus like on email or on, whatever, like Teams or even in meetings, like, oh, when was the last time that person spoke up? And do I know what they're doing? Are they volunteering updates on the projects, or are they sort of saying like, oh, it's ongoing, it's happening, are they missing details? So I think those are just a few that I've noticed.
Yeah. They perk your interest, don't they? I mean, if you're paying attention, as we all should be, right, depending on our roles, whether we're in HR, we're the management, the leadership, coworker, you're noticing something. Anybody else want to take a guess or thoughts?
Similar to versus presence.
Yeah, presence. Yeah, they're just not present.
Or they taking more leave, or about. I know a couple of my friends who are quiet quitting. They're taking a little more vacation time, and then usually they are very in tune. They were like, oh, I'll just take a week off or a couple days, and now it's like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Maybe check it out. Maybe check it out. At different levels of checking out. Taking vacation, just not contributing in a meeting like they used to. Anything else yeah. It shows up differently. So you really just kind of need to be observing. So I thought I'd share a couple of stories. About what quiet quitting also might look like. Just in case people weren't wanting to share. Sherry, we're just talking about quiet quitting. What's it look like in the workplace? We decided it's not generational, it's not gender oriented, and it's not environmental. So now we're going to say, okay, what does this behavior look like? And we're kind of talking our way through that. So I'll share a couple of different scenarios. So we have Jean. Well, I'm kind of jumping in front of myself here. Let's go back to still what it looks like. Okay, Jean. Jean comes to the office every day, 8 to 5. Okay? He's seen at the office around the coffee pot, talks to people, answers his phone, responds to his emails. But he's a little late on projects, like a little late all the time. Okay? And he's always got a reason or an excuse that he's a little late. Right, so we're going to say, okay, is that quiet quitting? I mean, is he doing the bare minimum? Because that's one of the definitions of quiet quitting, right? We're just doing the bare minimum. I'm not doing more. So maybe he's quiet quitting. Maybe he's showing up, being seen, but that's it. Running a little late on projects. Not too bad, right? That's not too bad, right? In this day and age, we're kind of like, at least he shows up, right? That's a big deal. Okay, well, now we have Patty. Patty works remote. So she is out of sight and out of mind. Patty shows up to meetings, jumps on those conference calls, gets projects done on time. She offers solutions to problems. Now is some struggles getting with email. Kind of slow on the email response here, right? And people are starting to say, well, why isn't she getting back to me? What is it that Patty's doing because she's remote and we never get to see her, right? So maybe Patty's quiet quitting, right? Maybe she's really not at her desk all the time. Maybe she just goes and wiggles that computer, that mouse once in a while, right? Does everybody know people right now who are doing that?
You actually don't have to do it for yourself. You can buy gadgets that'll tell your mouse for you.
Right? And then there's software, right, that's coming in that's saying, you know, it's observing even more than just moving with the mouse. It's becoming more sophisticated to monitor what people are doing, right? So all that could be signs of, could be, right, quiet quitting. I just want to give you a couple of scenarios because we're going to walk through that a little bit later here. If you suspect quiet quitting, what are we going to do about it? Okay, how do we address it? All right, so who's responsible for all this quiet quitting, right? Again, some people in society will say, you know, it's the parents. We gave our kids too much. We entitled them. They expect too much. Or on the flip side, they had parents that were loyal to their companies and they got caught in layoffs and they're never going to do that again. You know, they're never going to give that kind of loyalty or effort to a company again. So it could be the parents, it could be the society. Who knows, since we've considered the fact that they're cross-generational, cross-gender, there is not going to be any outside source. But who's going to be responsible for this quiet quitting now? Right? If we're the managers, whether that's an HR manager or a technical manager or just a manager, that's your problem now. Okay? So it's going to be all about the management now. And the thing about management is it's a difficult position to be, right? Because you have an organization with its values and its missions and its goals. And you have leadership teams in there trying to get incentives and KPIs and shareholders. And you're going to have another level of management, and we're just going to say it's the frontline managers. But they're the ones working right there with those employees, right? They're trying to tie it all together. The employees, their lives, with what the leadership is saying the goals are, and they're the rubber hitting the road, right? They're the ones who have to get employees rallied to meet these goals, right? Sometimes you manage up, sometimes you manage down. Right? And we learn from leadership, good or bad. Always, there is something to learn. You may not like it, but then you learn that's not what you want to do going forward. All right, and so this is backed up by data, statistics. This is going to match, this is the Harvard Business Review, basically tying the disengagement of employees to the management. So down here, right, we've got 20% of our employees willing to go the extra mile. We got 67% in a neutral zone. What we've really got here is about 80% of our employees disengaged, right? You're going to see that from Gallup. That matches the statistics from Gallup that 70% of the workforce today is disengaged, okay? But look up here, right? If you're in the top 10% of management, you're getting good ratings, your employees are rating you strong, your quiet quitting is lower, your neutral is lower, and look at the people willing to go that extra mile for you and the organization. Right? So it is actually about the management. Okay? And a lot of times it's the managers who are complaining. Right? They're the ones saying, why aren't people working, blah, blah, blah. But really what you need to do is step in the mirror and say, well, why aren't they working for you? Because people want to give energy and time and creativity and enthusiasm to leaders and organizations that deserve it. That's the key, right? You have to earn it. You have to deserve it. They're just not going to give it because you told them to, because you're their manager, because it's the way your parents did it, but that's a work ethic. What are you doing to earn it, to deserve it? All right? Now we know what the problem is. So the great thing about once you know what the problem is, we can start working on a solution. And I'm going to be mindful of time. Okay. So, starts in the beginning, right? Now, if you're in a smaller organization, you might be doing your own hiring, your own recruiting. If you're in a large organization, you may have an entire department that does that. I have been on both sides of it, where I am the person doing it, and I have HR managers reporting to me, or a whole HR department that is doing my recruiting, but you're still working with them. The managers have to work with whoever it is that's doing these frontline steps. So key points along the journey: intentional recruiting. Now, what do we mean by that, right? We all know what recruiting is. So what is intentional recruiting? Intentional recruiting is, who are you looking for? Who's your audience, right? Are you just blasting your stuff and spewing it out everywhere? That's great, but what are the odds of what you're going to get back, right? So again, my history is in technology. So one of the things we did as intentional recruiting was I would work with the HR department, and we would partner with the local community colleges who were teaching technology and certifications and reach out to them. One of my best employees, I reached out to an instructor who was a Cisco instructor, and I said, hey, who do you have coming out of this class that's amazing, and tell me why he's amazing. Hired him, one of my top people for a decade. Now he's at another position, just rocking it. So you kind of have to be smart about where you're recruiting from, right? Creative. Pause. Not knowing what your fields are in, what would be some ways you could be intentional in your recruiting? Creative ways to recruit your jobs. Is it in LinkedIn? A lot of HR people are on LinkedIn, right? You can join groups. There's a managed services provider group out there. So if you are looking for those type of people, post your jobs out to that organization, right? A lot of HR people are on LinkedIn. So you can filter, post, share. At one point, I did a stint for senior care, and I was saying caregivers, right? 150 caregivers. Well, that's a whole different audience. I'm not looking for those guys at community technical college for technology, but I am looking for people who are doing their CNA. And they might be in those technical colleges starting to get some of their education to go on to nursing school or wherever they may be going next. Or I'm just putting out that I'm looking for people who want to do this and are passionate about it, and I'm gonna pay for their CNA, right? Create your own pipelines. And it's harder work than just posting it on Indeed. It really is. You've got to think this through, but you're going to be intentional, and you'll see that you're fishing in the right talent pool. And that's where you start. That way you start honing down the kind of candidates that are coming in to start with, right? Who wants to sift through 200 resumes of people who aren't even beginning to be qualified? Let's narrow it down and get intentional.
We found recruiting bonuses, even as a small company, are useful. Because your people know who they want to work with, who would be a good fit, who would be a good culture fit.
Yeah, referrals. One of the best ways to bring people in is referrals.
Yeah. So like we have 4 people today, but we're looking to hire more, and we're looking at referral bonuses for like, what we need, help us find it.
And even more so, you know more than what they need, but you also can promote it as, who do you want working with you? This is going to be your coworker. Yeah. Who do you want to see every day at the office, right? They've got a vested interest. Give them a little incentive over it. You know, that Gallup question, you have a best friend at work, bring your best friend to work, right? That's a great way to bring them in. All right, now let's
one of the ways I do it is also trying to pair them with internship and apprenticeship opportunities. Once they're ready, we tend to go into whatever field. And also, my intention is now, because I am my new population I'm hoping is going to be incarcerated, and I tell my hiring manager, they don't want to look at their schedule and say, 6 months I want to be a CEO. No, they really want to have the opportunity to be back in, outside world, give them the opportunity to see that.
Yeah, that's great on the internships. I know a lot of places that do that, right? They'll work with the college, set up a program, whether it's college or wherever you're going to get your internships. But then that gives you the opportunity to basically interview them on the job, right? I mean, confess, I planted that seed with my husband for 20 interns now. His senior manager thinks he's amazing, that he's got all this pipeline that constantly comes, and other departments are citing him off of. But it's a great way to do it. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, so let's say we've got the candidates, we've hired them. I absolutely hate hearing this when somebody hires somebody, first day, they come in, they're ready, right? That's like good, they want to be there, right? They accepted the job. They want to be there. You know what? Manager had a meeting. That happened to be a manager's vacation day, right? What does that even say to another human being that, you know, we've gone through all of this, I'm showing up and you're not there, right? We give them a computer, we give them a training manual, or we set them up with a website, and for 6 hours, we set them over there and say, just do that, just do that. Come on, right? That's quite quitting on the management and HR side of the house, right? You're going to bring them in and you are going to let them know you love having them. You know, it's a special day. They're going to lunch with you. They're meeting the team. My God, maybe they even had a name plaque with their name so they know that you were expecting them for the day. Or hopefully their laptops came in because, you know, things have been behind on the supply chain and stuff, right? If you think about the experience you're going to create for them, it's what they're going to expect, right? It's what you want them to treat their clients like internal and external. But if you don't deliver that, how are you going to expect them to do that? You know, it's just heartbreaking when you hear of somebody excited about a job, they go in and literally you talk to them the next week and they're already deflated about the position. There's just no excuse for it. It's poor management. You know, do you have a 5-day agenda? So like when they start, can you put in front of them an agenda for the next 5 days, an itinerary? Who they're going to meet, what they're going to learn, who they're going to have coffee with, right? But better than that, can you build it out to say in 100 days, this is what we'll anticipate that you know, right? Because if you don't know what you expect of them, where do they even go, right? They're not even on this road anymore, okay? I get kind of passionate about that, so, yeah. And I kind of jumped through the higher right there, but a couple of tips there on the higher right. You know, don't sell the job. It's a partnership. It's a partnership. Be transparent. Have accurate, you know, job descriptions. Do group interviews, and just be honest. Do you need a warm body filling the seat that's probably going to leave in 2 weeks, or that you're going to fire in 3 months? Or is it better to hold out and hire the right person, the right fit, that will stand a better chance of sitting for your company? They're not horribly you know, challenging to do, but you just have to be intentional at each of these steps to bring them on. All right? Okay, now they're onboarded, great day. What do you do next? You got to keep checking it. You still got to check it, right? You can't just have them shadowing somebody for training for 2 weeks and assume that they're doing good, right? Or they're happy with their position, or things are working the right way. You've got to check it. You've got to at least stop by and see how are things going, what's working, what's not working, do you have what you need? Okay? And now you got to build a relationship, right? Not all managers want to build relationships, right? They pretty much want to say, this is your job, these are your deadlines, and if you miss them, expect a call from me. Right? Come on. If nothing else, some of what's happening with COVID and people changing jobs as they want to change jobs is maybe we're learning to value and appreciate employees a little bit more, and having put a little bit more effort into building that relationship and get to know them as individuals. And there's a lot of ways you can do that, right? You can check in with one-on-ones. However you like to communicate. I always like to say you need to be authentic in your management style. Like if it's not your thing to do a scheduled one-on-one, then you know what? Build in some times that you run into with the coffee pot, right? But make sure you're touching base with them. See how they're doing, communicate with them. Because what happens in a relationship to be successful, it doesn't matter what the relationship is, right? I've got to have trust. So they don't trust that you care. They don't trust that you as a manager are going to show up. They don't trust that you got their back. What kind of a relationship do you really have? You really don't. They're accepting the paycheck, and that's what you're getting. And guess what? Now you're quite good. And that is what you have set up to happen. All right, and what about a career path, right? We all want to grow and connect and advance. I think what's key is that they need to be a part of the career path, right? It can't just be, oh, this is the standard career path of everybody in your position. You know, if you really know your individual, you've built a relationship with them, you should be able to sit down with them and say, hey, what motivates you? What are your goals? What is your career goals? Not just while you're here, but in general, what are your goals? And how can I help you get there? I've had some amazing employees that work for me. They had a great opportunity, and then they came back. You know, because you're invested in the whole person, not just their position with your company at this point in time. Right? That's where you're going to get your value, your loyalty. They're engaged. You know each other. You can trust one another, and you can build from them. And a little hint: if you build relationships, and you need to have these very uncomfortable conversations later on, you're going to be okay with that, right? But you've got to set it up for success. And then you're going to see me just tell you over and over and over. Communicate, 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 right? Don't avoid it. Don't stress it. Just do it. The story that managers tell themselves in their head about how horrible that conversation is going to be is so much worse than the actual conversation.
That news does not get better with time.
It does not, right? Thank you. It just doesn't. It's just going to get worse. It's going to fester. And it's going to get harder to have the conversation. So get in there and communicate. And I think a lot of management doesn't like to communicate, right? They don't know how to communicate. Maybe they don't know how to have a difficult conversation. They don't know how to have one-on-ones. They don't know how to run meetings. It's key to be able to communicate. And if you're not willing to do that, if your managers don't want to do that, maybe they don't understand how to do it, right? And we've got to make sure that they understand how to do that and give them the skills. Because what you're going to see here later is, it's all great that the managers need to do this, but what are we doing as support managers to make sure that we do these jobs? Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's look at it differently. Now we've got an intentional in our recruiting. We've got intentional in our hiring. We've onboarded them. And we are feeling fine about these people. Now they've been with us maybe 6 months. Things have been going really good, right? So let's jump back into our examples of Gene, right? In the beginning, we talked about Gene, a little bit of his behavior. Shows up to work, he's on time, he's seen at the coffee machine, he answers his emails and his phone. He's a little late on projects, okay? Now, you brought him in, obviously at some point he was doing really well, but now you're starting to observe his behavior. So what do we do? All right? If you all know now, what's the first thing we should do, Gene? Communicate. Right? So we're going to say, hey, I'm Gene's manager. And say, hey, Gene, let's get together, grab a cup of coffee, kind of one-on-one, check in with you, see how things are doing. Now, what's key here is when we're going to talk with Gene, we are seeking to understand what is going on with Gene. We are serving Gene. We aren't, punishing Gene. We're not coming in with all these preconceived ideas of what he has going on. We're going to put him on probation. Now we're going to have to fire him and replace him. It's the whole thing. Let's just take a step back and let's talk. And let's talk to Gene. Okay. So Gene, tell me what's going on in your world. What's working for you? Okay. What are some challenges that you're having? Anything I can do to help you be better at your job, to help you succeed? What can I do for you, right? Servant-based leadership, right, in our management. Okay, well, now you're going to apply a skill called active listening, right? You're not thinking about what you're going to say next. You're not fixing this problem. You're listening to Gene, right? You truly are listening to this human being. And what you learn in listening is that Gene has recently gone through a divorce. He has joint custody of his kids, so he's got this very regular schedule because he's got to get them to daycare and whatnot. He's talking to his coworkers a lot at the coffee machine. You thought he was just connecting over work, but really what he's doing is he's struggling emotionally. He's got depression, right? Now, he's depressed, and that is his support system over the coffee machine, right? Now, has that flipped how you're viewing Gene, right? Can we do something about this rather than putting him on a path to, release him to the competition, if you love to say, right? We can ask him, how can we support him? Wow, let's acknowledge that's a difficult thing. What can I do to help with that? Does he have the resources he needs? Is he working with EAP? You can get counseling, right? If he's been a good employee, you're a good employer, you're going to work with him here. Maybe you need to reprioritize some of his work for him. Help him with his stress load a little bit, okay? So it turns out Gene wasn't quite quit. Gene had personal issue in his life going on, right? And as a manager with a relationship, you had an honest conversation with him, and then you can resolve this issue. And if you don't wait too long and stress over it too much, you can actually get in there at the right time and help him not stress yourself out too. Okay? So he's not quite quitting. Let's talk about Patty, right? Remote. This woman is a problem solver. But why can't she respond to emails? I'm getting pressure from everybody else that this woman will not respond to her emails. So we set up a Zoom, Teams, whatever, with Patty because she's remote, and you do need to see Patty. Right? You need to see Patty because we're wanting to see communication or expression, not just your voice and how it's going. Same thing, you're communicating how things going, what are your obstacles, whatnot. And so she's starting to tell you that she's been working 3 nights a week to do, and you'll notice I always do technical references. She's been working 3 nights a week to do system updates on critical systems. And she's been doing it during the night to reduce impact during the day, right? Because she doesn't want to take the systems down and impact everybody else during the day. Turns out, Patty's been working 60 hours a week. She's not getting back to her emails. She's completely overwhelmed. Not a quiet quitter, a top performer who is overwhelmed and on the point of burnout, right? But you wouldn't know that if you wouldn't take the time to talk to her. Okay? So what do? Let's reprioritize. Maybe you need to ask for some additional resources for Patty, right? Nothing else, you need to have Patty's back and support her, right? And get that message out to anybody else who's maybe creating some negative out there about it, okay? It's not always that easy to say you're quiet quitting, it's a bad employee, let's train them. It's the manager's job to get in there and know their people. Okay? Sometimes it is a little easier, doesn't happen very often. Let's say Melinda, you know how they say this, right? I used to work down south. Bless her heart, right? Here it comes, right? So, coworkers are complaining that they're having quality issues. Clients are saying, well, she's just not a good fit, and they're really sweet clients, but what they really mean is she's not doing her job. All right, you've had multiple conversations with her. You've reviewed expectations with her. You've done the performance improvement plan, right? The PIP. All right, it's not getting better. Yeah, let's terminate the relationship because either it was a bad fit from the beginning or something that's off along the way. And sometimes as managers, we just make bad hires. And we just need to admit it and deal with it because it doesn't serve any purpose for them or for you or for the company. She was quiet quitting, right? She was probably coasting it along, getting her paycheck, feeling pretty good about it, and you do need to take accountability and stuff. But it often is not that, right? It's just not that. Usually if you get in there, there's more to it than that. Okay. I want to take a breath. What do we think about any of those ideas regarding what we may think and observe is quiet quitting, but once we get in and are curious and listen, we find out it's actually a problem we can help with. And we want to help with, right? Because the constant turnover of an employee is like an annual salary. If you can avoid that and go through all that process again, you want to do that as often as possible. Any thoughts or takeaways? Some of this sound familiar? Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy to get in there and get messy. But life is messy, humans are messy, and our people are humans. So that's how it needs to look. Communicate, communicate. I swear if you just communicate, you won't have those surprises. Problems won't become big issues. You'll be on top of it sooner. Take less stress, take less energy, and it's a lot less stress for your employees too. All right, so we talked a little bit about what you do if you have somebody who might be quiet quitting, right? What are the expectations? Do we have those right? But we don't jump here until we talk to them and know what's going on. Because really, did I need to talk to Jean or Patty about expectations? No, not really. I just needed to listen to see what was going on in their world, right? Now, maybe Patty was starting to come over here a little bit, not feeling valued, working 60 hours. Now I've stepped in and I've saved it. I've saved the relationship. I've saved an amazing employee. And what happens when you do that and you step in like that and you're real with them and you help them through these issues, guess what? They trust you. They trust that you take care of them. They trust that you care about them.
And they move out of neutral into retainable and engaged. Yeah.
You just moved them. Great point. You just moved them. And do you think this takes any more work than terminating, rehiring, retraining, right? What it does to your team to lose critical players that they have to pick up the workload for. We're hearing a lot of that right now, right? People are really overwhelmed because people are leaving and they're picking up the workload for everybody. I feel like I hear that every other day when I'm in an event. You know, 2 of my coworkers are gone, I'm trying to pick it all up, and they're just on overload. So you can get in there, and how can you help them? Be there, support them, you know. Reprioritize the workload, get additional resources. Can you get temps? You know, there's a lot of options, but just getting in there and being in there with them will take you a long way. So we kind of went through our scenarios. So here's kind of a catch with this. We're saying, look, these managers need to do all this stuff. But how are we teaching them how to do all this stuff, right? That's the problem. I was at the work symposium for Larimer County and Will County. I think it was Tuesday. I don't know if anybody else was there. It was great. It was great information level, great talking. And I don't remember which session it was in. Maybe it was the Otterbox and Belgian session. And the HR people were saying, we need to learn, our managers need to learn how to be coaches. Because that's what they are now. Yes, they're managing projects and deadlines and KPIs and all the things that we expect from managers. But they're managing people, and they need to be able to coach their people. They need to be able to help them motivate themselves, help them understand their values, their priorities, how to communicate with them, how to have difficult conversations, how to move them through this journey. And are you investing in your managers, right? A lot of times what happens is you get an individual contributor, and let's just say, you know, it's an $80,000 employee, and everybody thinks they want to be a manager, right, until they are one. And, you know, you move on into management because they do seem like they have that skill set. But you don't really invest any more than that. You're like, okay, you used to do this and you excelled at it, but now you're going to do this. How are they supposed to get from here to there? What are you doing? So let's say you just added 10%. Let's say you spend $8,000 on training for them. Maybe it's personality training. Maybe it's going to conflict management training. Oh my gosh. I mean, we all know all the training that is out there. I have this visual, and it's all the training that's out there. And then they go back to the office, and Jean shows up, or Patty shows up. And they're like, what tool do I use here? What training do I apply here? It's like applied sciences. You have all this information, but who's teaching them how to apply it? How to have these difficult conversations, how to look at motivations, how do you teach your team to work with different personalities? And that's where I come in. So I think I'm right on time, got some time for questions. You know, if you want big results, you're going to be intentional. And as we started, you came here for a reason, you gave up something else to be here. Right? So we need to be intentional with our time, our energy, our resources. Same with our employees. Okay. So we don't have to do this activity. We are welcome to, but I wanted to give this to you to go home with. What I really want to know is, what's your biggest takeaway? You know, again, we spent 45 minutes together. Did you have something specific that you learned, or did you like, light bulb moment, taking that one back to my office? And this is what I tell everyone too, right? You've either been managed by people or you manage people, right? Whether it's in a business world, a nonprofit world, as parents, we actually all manage. We manage our relationships with our partners. So we're doing this all the time. So whether you could take it back and apply it to an organization, you can apply it to your personal life. But do you have anything that kind of resonated with you today that you want to share?
I think just the assumptions I think it's easy to make assumptions, and sometimes we're so busy that the assumption is easier than the discovery to confirm whether that's a correct assumption or not.
Yeah. We like to call that root problem analysis, right? When we have symptoms up here, are you just, fixing the symptom and treating it, or are you actually figuring out the root of the problem is and really get to it so that it doesn't keep coming back at you? Anybody else? Any light bulb moments for you?
I love that all of the things that you're saying are right in line with sort of our ideology and the way that we approach our benefit programs. And it's a lot about communicating. It's a lot about understanding culture, what are our goals. The whole person comes to work. What are we doing to identify each of those things? Kind of to your point, too, generationally, right? 30 years ago, your employer was your employer. You checked your feelings at the door. It didn't matter. You had a job to do. You did it. You went home, or things have just changed. The way that we communicate, the way we engage, and the way we're expecting things from our work staff and also from our employer, right? Expectations have absolutely transitioned, and if we're not keeping up with some of those trends, then we're missing good people.
Yeah.
I love, yes.
Good.
I concur.
Yay!
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it just resonates with, so like the director that I had earlier this year was like, came in and immediately was just kind of like out of touch, and just, I feel like, everything you're saying is resonating with like that, and then also just, I think it's just a reminder to communicate over everything else. That like systems work, and there are some things that you can like go and implement and address and, like try and dig into, but really, I think, the key that you hit on, and the thing I'm just trying to remember, I think with our like CEO right now is trying to coach him and some of the other directors into some of this stuff, like how do you listen actively, and just to emphasize like, I need to communicate with them as well with like, okay, how is my department going? How are things like with me? And to lead by example with that communication. So I think just a lot of reminders about like leading into that communication first and that like human to human interaction. So
be curious, right? Yeah.
Well, I think too on that HR years ago, you were almost trained not to ask questions. Yeah. Right? Like I'm here to take complaints, I'm here to whatever, but I'm not really going to ask you how you're doing. You know what I mean? Like it's just totally different. Yes. Very different paradigm.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know your mess, right? Oh, please don't.
Yeah, or then somehow the employer becomes somehow responsible, or there's almost like this fear there by asking some of those questions too. So I think that's that emotional maturity
right? And how do you do emotional maturity training? And there are some good resources.
Your EQ, right?
Yeah.
EQ that's out
But
there.
it is so important for managers, people in leadership. And also too for your CEO not coming there kind of like a bulldog and like coming in and disrupting projects that people put their heart, blood, sweat, and tears in. Like nothing kills an engaged team quicker. Yeah, you know.
And it's hard to like sort of like coach up those bulldog personalities.
Yes.
Since he's very much like an entrepreneur bulldog, like come in and yeah, how to help him understand like that's necessary and we need you to play that role sometimes and also.
And this is how you can approach it to get the best result possible.
I got to go to a thing one time with, Ginger Baker? Yeah. She's amazing. And she was an executive, something. It's a very, very successful woman in business. And one of the things that she said, she came in at this organization, I don't know how many hundreds of people. I can't even remember what industry it was. It was before Ginger Baker. But anyway, she came in and she said, my commitment is for 90 days. I'm not saying changing, I'm not doing anything, I'm just listening. 90 days, there will not be a change for 90 days. And she would go to each department, each head, she would talk with the people, she just listened for 90 days before she started making any kind of decisions or coming in and pulling for agendas or anything. And I thought that was that. So that's a key very thing.
Yeah.
So really understand before you start pulling funds.
Absolutely. That seeking to understand. Before we get into
Yeah.
it and do that. Yeah. Anything you wanted to share with final thoughts?
I think, for us women, we're all women here.
Yeah.
Meant to listen and communicate. Yeah, because it's hard.
It is, and again, my background, Jerry knows, it's all men. Developing women's managers. And it definitely can be done, but there's different ways we approach every individual, whether they're men or women, but there's definitely a way to get in there.
And also, managers also have to understand cultures.
Yeah.
Because there's a shift, because I could speak for myself, when I talked to manager, it was a big shift because when the first time I talked to a manager, I did not take the nine. They thought I was like, what the hell is scary? It's not looking at nine. And then I had to finally say, well, once I respect you, and once I know you are looking nine, is that your culture? No. Yes, it is.
So, you're right. I'm on the Northern Colorado HR board, and my role is the chair of the workforce readiness and diversity. And I wanted to share, thank you for bringing that up, that there's always resources out there. So one of the things upcoming, and I know we're wrapping up on time, is October 19th, and I'll have this out on my webinar, and I think it's on the bottom of that page. We're doing, a colleague of mine, he coaches engineers. So I kind of do the technical and he does the engineering. He's an engineer turned, I think he says psychologist turned coach. And so we're doing a webinar on how HR can support technical managers, right? We hear a lot of that HR kind of struggles a little bit talking with the HR people. I'm actually doing a session in Estes Park next month with a group of HR individuals to support technical people. Employee retention. The Colorado SHRM will be doing a webinar, a roundtable webinar on ideas and creative brainstorming. I believe they usually have close to 80 to 90 participants on that from around the state. So that might be a great idea. And for all of this, these events will be out on the NoCo HRA page. Okay. And so that's the SHRM, the Northern Colorado. And then again, just remembering the resources that you have, right? Well, Larimer, the small business centers, they have a lot of resources on this. The HR page has a lot of it too. So again, this is me. If I can do anything for you, let me know. If you want to go out on my website, I do have, if you want to give me your contact information, I can send you some stuff on like tips to be a great versus a good manager, and then trying to keep my events updated out there as well. Nice. Well, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. It was such a topic of the workforce symposium this week, and I think last week I don't think they talked about it at Disrupt HR. I don't think anybody has gone to that. Oh, really good sessions, like 10 speakers, 5 minutes each, rapid fire. It was really great. So, awesome. Thanks for coming.
So sorry I was late.
Oh, no worries.
It had to be a meeting.
No, my theory on all of this is we all make a difference in each other's worlds. Whether it's positive or negative is up to you. So it doesn't matter if it's 150, you just kind of got to have that intentional. So, but if you need any additional information or ever want to just talk, hit my website. Website's on it, that's all you need. And I can get together and love to talk about it. Obviously, I'm quite passionate about it, so let me know. Nice. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. I don't know who's next up in here.
You don't have anybody busting down the door, so that's good. Yesterday at 1, they were like,
And some of the sessions aren't necessarily sticking to time, but coming out of the business world, you're kind of like, I don't want to take away from somebody else, but I think they're popping in now. Did you think we were meditating with our lights off?
good. We said hello yesterday, so like now we're like, Oh, I hope you guys are staying for this. It's gonna be good. We're gonna learn about work-life boundaries.
They're nice. Yeah, good. Yeah, I don't think we can do it. I think it needs to be taboo.
That's funny.
Story of
Do you want them back? Very cool.
It's something that you can make a difference in. Absolutely. I love that.
Yeah. Hey Karen, are you staying for this? I'm gonna talk. And I'd like some people to talk to. Okay, perfect.
We're actually live.
Okay, because you have my information.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. I'm good.
I'll go call some students.
Go recruit some people. Who needs boundaries?
Yours are live, so they're gonna be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I took like a small child pressure button.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I do too.
I'm like, you can always delete it, but you're 10 minutes.
My wife hates it because she doesn't want to scrap it, and I'm like, but that one, you're looking that way.
Well, and I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, so the live photos are so clutch because they, like, there's a moment in that 6-second, whatever. That was the perfect little chair part of it, but the rest of it is like running away.
Right, dirty and blurry.
Yeah. Thanks, yeah. Nice. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Get out of Mary's way. Mary, you just set yourself up. You need a computer?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
And you're on live or on times.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Figured I'd walk and talk
Yeah,
about
that's
you. I'm gonna go pop over there and then I'll be back.
Do you need help?
Sure. I'll take help.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Where's the website?
Yeah, that's just it.
I basically only use like a scrap paper. Well, you have a QR code, so it's kind of better.
How's your week rolling?
It's kind of a last minute thing, I'm not sure how many people will come, but I will make it valuable, even if it's just us here, and that's fine. You don't eat. Okay. I'm eating, what are you making for yourself? I would like to give you guys a kudos to you, Tammy, and with that you guys have sold up for me.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
So one of my fundraising events, I'm hoping to pull it off if I can. Not that I don't have anything else to plan. I'm going to do a Chinese New Year party.
Oh, nice. When's that?
I don't know. I have to look at the stupid
When is-
calendar.
When is Chinese New Year?
It depends because every year they look at the lunar calendar.
Oh, okay.
So it shifts. Usually it's going to be the last week of January or early February.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, since you will be keeping on, I'm going to come forward.
Please do.
It's so funny, after I guess what you guys teaching me the tools, I guess a little more about the culture piece, like in these kind of environments.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone online?
On there? Not yet. Might just be me and you. You might get a one-on-one session here, girl.
Want some chips?
No, I'm good, thank you. Good.
Yesterday, I went all the way through without eating. That I mean, I got home, I was like gnawing on everything I could see. And my husband finally was telling me, are you okay? I'm like, yes, I'm fine. I'm just hungry. So I was gonna ask you before you start.
Yeah.
No, dang it.
What?
I was gonna show you something, my computer my phone just died. Where is it? Oh, wait.
Just open my door for a minute.
Do you want us to take this to the software first? To put in the
Small group today, but I'm glad to be here. I came this morning and set up a table for a brain crawl, and they said, we need a speaker at 2:00.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, I could probably do it. I'll just move one client around, and I've got some things I can talk about. So we're small but mighty here. I'm gonna start with, I'm gonna start with, my name is Mary, my last name is Brown, and I am a boundaries coach. And what that means is I coach people to have better boundaries. And this talk is about work and life boundaries. So, are you guys business owners?
I work with business owners.
You work with business owners?
Yeah, I work as an employee benefits consultant.
Okay.
Yeah.
You a business owner? Yeah.
You know what I do.
I know what you do. It's true. I do know what you do. So, for those of us who may have left like a regular job, right? Because we wanted to find, like we were tired of working long hours and wanted more flexibility, and we wanted to be able to decide what kind of work we wanted to do, and kind of maybe wanted to get away from like a jerk boss. And then we become self-employed and we end up working like 24/7 on a bunch of things we don't want to do, and kind of become like our own jerk boss, right? There's some irony there. And we think that we want like all of this flexibility and stuff. And when we are self-employed, then we do get to decide, but somehow it doesn't always seem to work out. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. Our work-life boundaries. So we're all looking for this work-life balance, right? I'll do a little demonstration for you. Okay. So imagine that over here, have you guys seen like a scale, like a balance scale like this? Okay. So imagine I have like work on this side and life on this side. And we're looking for balance, right? So all the work things are in here. So that might be whatever product or service you have. It would be all the marketing, all the accounting, all the business things, right? Are kind of over here on this side. And then on this side, it's all the things in your life. So that might be your family and your friends and your health and your personal things, right? And you're like on a balance beam. So imagine there's a balance beam right here. And you're kind of walking, trying to balance your work and your life on a balance beam, and you're like this. And say, for example, like you have like a business launch, and so you're spending a ton of time on launching this business or part of your business. And so you kind of are leaning this way. And then you're kind of get sick, and then like you have to take care of your body, or someone in your family gets sick and you have to take care of them. And so you're like balancing this way. And then you didn't work for a while, and so now you need more money, and so you're gonna focus over here, and then you're gonna go back over this way. So like, what's the problem with this? You're back and forth. It's reactive. What else?
Not focusing on yourself.
You what?
Not focusing on yourself.
You're not focusing on yourself. What else? It's heavy. It's exhausting. Yeah. I mean, it's heavy, it's exhausting. This idea that we like should spend equal amounts of time in our work and our life doesn't really serve us, because we're shitting on ourselves then, right? So I want to introduce a different concept, and it's called work-life boundaries. So it's an invitation to
get off of the scale, like actually step on the floor, put down the heavy weight, right? And like walk without a balance beam. You guys probably saw in the last Olympics, like Simone Biles, right? She is like the best gymnast of all time, and she had to take a break from the balance beam for a little while, okay? Hey, come on in. Good to see you. So even the best of us can't sustain being on a balance beam forever, right? So I'm going to talk a little bit about what are boundaries, why do we need them, and how to create a contract with yourself. My hope is by the end of our time together, you'll have at least we'll do kind of workshop style. I'll talk a little bit, and then at least by the end of our time together, then you will be able to have some start at a contract with yourself, okay? So, what are boundaries and why do we need them? Let's just talk. What do you guys think? What do you think of when you hear the word?
Yeah, really defined boundaries. Right?
Clearly defined.
It's like if you're working from home, this is my work space.
Yeah.
The space dedicated.
Yeah, it could be workspace. Yeah. Space boundaries, time boundaries. Yeah.
People boundaries.
What's that?
People boundaries.
People boundaries. Yeah. Well, what is the word boundary? Like, what does that mean? To have people say, do I have boundaries? Do I not have boundaries? What do you guys think that means? I'll define it for you. So the academic definition is the guidelines and limits that you decide for yourself that help you determine what you will and will not participate in. So that's the academic definition. And my favorite definition is a woman named Brene Brown. You guys heard of Brene Brown? And she says, what's okay for me and what's not okay for me. So why do we need boundaries? What's that?
To be able to stay effective.
To stay effective.
Taking care of oneself.
To take care of yourself, yeah. The reasons we need boundaries are because nothing is sustainable without boundaries. Like no person is sustainable without boundaries. No business is sustainable without boundaries. No community is sustainable without boundaries. If we don't have boundaries, then we end up, what? Burning out, resentful, right? And I mean, I'll tell a little bit about my story. So I grew up in this big, huge family, and I had 5 brothers and 3 sisters and 2 parents and no boundaries. So we did things like, eat off each other's plates and wear each other's clothes and sign each other's report cards. And if someone in our family was upset, then we were taught to stop what we were doing and go see about them and stay with them until we made them feel better. And so I learned to be responsible for other people's feelings, and I learned to take care of people really well, but I also became a people pleaser, right? And I was really good at it, actually, really, really good at it. Like I was everybody's good friend, and I was a leader, so I was, student government and like all the things. And what happened was I went to college and I met a boy who liked me and he wanted to get married and he asked me to marry him. And I said, okay, because I didn't want to hurt his feelings. And when I was getting married, I got this advice to, like put his needs first and do everything I could to make him happy. And like it was my job to take care of him now. And I was really good at that. I was really good at putting his needs first and trying to make him happy. He was also really good at putting his needs first and trying to make himself happy. And what ended up happening was I just hated him. I had just built so much resentment because I didn't understand, like, who was supposed to be taking care of me. And he's a good guy. I don't blame him. He grew up in a different family system where he was taught to advocate for himself. Right? And I grew up in a family system where I was taught to people please. But over time, I just built so much resentment because I was so focused on other people's happiness, right? And other people's needs. And when I had my first child, I remember being in the hospital and thinking, like, how did I get this, like, valuable, precious child? Have you guys ever been around a new baby? Spent some time around a new baby, a new dog, a new person. There's kind of this like sweet spirit with infancy, right? That feels a little bit sacred. Feels like, I don't know, I was kind of taken aback by like how precious this person was. And we were in the hospital for a few days and had some complications, and then at first I thought, well, I just got the best one, right? Like somehow I got the best human, right? And then I thought, I wonder, like, does everybody come to Earth valuable like this? Thought about that for a couple days and came to the conclusion, yeah, I do believe that everybody comes to Earth valuable and equally valuable as each other. And then I thought about it for a few more days, and I was like, oh, what about me? Like, did I come to Earth valuable? Inherently valuable? Like I was born valuable. And so I came to the conclusion, yes, I also was born valuable. And I left the hospital with a week-old baby, just knowing that I needed to change the way I'd been treating myself and the way that I'd been allowing other people to treat me. And I'd like to say it was easy and pretty, but it was not a smooth ride. Because as you can imagine, there were steps that needed to happen for me to be able to become boundaried, right? I first needed to decide, like, what do I even like? What do I want? What do I need? Because when you're not aware of what your needs are and what you want to happen, like the longer you deny that, the less awareness you have, right? So it took me, I don't know, a couple of years to even build that awareness. And then after I knew and had decided like what was okay for me and what wasn't okay for me, I didn't know how to talk about that in a way that felt good to me, right? I'm sure the first few times it sounded something like a defiant teenager, like, you can't say that to me anymore, or do that again and I'm gone, kind of things, right? Because that's what, because that's all I had. I didn't have any real language. Like, you may not call me names, right? Like, that's all. And so I had to figure out, like, how to actually communicate what my boundaries were from a place of compassion for both myself and the other person, so that I felt comfortable and confident saying it, right? And then once I said it, then, okay, I had to learn how to follow through and have real self-care. So that was kind of the journey and the steps to finding boundaries are, first, awareness so that you can decide what your boundaries are. Second, communication, practicing so that you know how to talk about it. And third is following through with self-care. So let's talk a little bit about that value. And I had a baby and I realized that I was born valuable, and every person is born valuable. We don't have to do anything to earn our worth. And sometimes we get confused between my worth as a person and the value that we bring and contribute to the world. Especially business owners, we get really confused about my worth as a person. Because my worth as an individual is given. It doesn't change. So let's say, for example, who wants to tell me what feels like a big number to you? A random big number.
257 billion.
257 billion, okay. So we're gonna do this as kind of a demonstration. So when you were born, how much were you worth? 257 billion, we're gonna say. Okay, it's an arbitrary number. It's not dollars, it's not whatever, okay? Tell us something like life events, what's happened that were kind of meaningful milestones in your life.
I'm confused.
Like-
So when I was born, I was worth 257 billion.
Yeah,
I
in
think
this-
that's
in this
Elon Musk's
example.
present worth.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
because I just heard it on the news the other day.
Yeah, this
That's
is
what it
just
was.
just an example.
So that's why it came to my head.
257 billion, that's what you were worth when you were born.
Okay.
Okay, so was Karen, worth 257 billion. What's your name?
Angela.
So is Angela. She's worth 257 billion, right? Everybody's worth the same when they're born, right? Tell me something that's happened in your life. Did you move? Did you go to school? Did you have relationships? Tell me some things that have happened to you. Just a couple examples.
I moved.
You moved, okay? Where'd you move to?
I moved to Colorado when I was 16. I moved out, left, kind of ran away, I guess, in a sense.
Okay, so you're born, you're with 257 billion, you're 16 and you run away.
Not really run away, but
Left home.
I was running away from, yeah,
You left home
yeah.
and you're worth 257 billion when you're 16 and left home. What else has happened in your life?
Well, I moved to China. I learned Mandarin. I speak French, Spanish. I learned sign language because I had friends who were deaf. So those were the things that I loved to do.
Okay, so you became a polyglot. You learned French, Spanish, Mandarin, sign language, all these amazing, cool languages. And what are you worth now?
257 billion.
257 billion. Okay?
Haven't spent any and haven't made any.
It's not money. It's an arbitrary number, right? Somehow you ended up back here in Fort Collins, Colorado. So what are you worth here?
257 billion.
257 billion. So what do you learn from that demonstration?
Value is inherent.
Right? So then we talk about the value that we provide in our business or our work or our volunteering or our families, right? How is that different than the value of your inherent value?
How is it different in value?
Yeah, what's different between your inherent value and the value that you contribute?
I don't know if it's the answer you're looking for, but because we have intrinsic value, we are able to bring more monetary value to the world, right? Or we are able to bring value to our workplace, to our families, to our relationships.
Yeah, so we all have intrinsic value, right? And then we bring value to our relationships, to our communities, right? Through our skills, expertise, right? our gifts, our talents, our time, right? Then that's how we create a contribution. But sometimes we get it mixed up, right? Sometimes we think that people who maybe have more resources are more valuable. And that's not true. That's a myth. So what does this have to do with boundaries?
If that's a myth, then the boundary would come in when there's no value for your intrinsic value.
Tell me more.
So the value of a person's skills is based on how society values that skill. And if society doesn't value that skill, then it appears through the fault of humans that there's no value.
True.
That could be cultural too.
Can be cultural, right? So it's a perceived value, right?
Which is not a true value.
Which is not a true value. So my true value is 257 billion in this example. You might perceive me as 10 or I don't know, 500 billion, right? Right? Okay, so we get mixed up between the value of ourselves and the value we bring to the world. And boundary issues, when you tear them all the way to the bottom, underneath, always come down to value, which is why I talk about it, right? So when I understand my value, then I'm confident enough to decide my boundaries. If I'm not setting boundaries, it's going to come down to an issue of perceived or understood value. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So let's talk about your contracts with yourselves. So we're off this balance beam. We've decided that we're going to be grounded. We're going to make some intentional decisions. Here are some principles around boundaries. One is that you're valuable. You're born valuable. You don't have to do anything to earn your worth. Two is you get to decide. Every person gets to decide. We all have agency to make decisions about what's okay for us and what's not okay for us. I don't need someone else's permission to decide that I'm not going to spend my time this way, right? So let's talk about how this applies to your work in your life. All right, first and foremost, working hours. What are our working hours? What do we want our working hours to be? Who has set working hours? Who knows what they're working? What are your working hours?
So I have 3 children.
Yeah.
And I work remotely. Yeah, and they're fantastic. So I will get up and work for an hour, 6:30 to 7:30, just check for emergency things. Kiddos up, bed, dressed, off to school. 8:30, 45, back at the computer. You work from 9 until about 4. When they get home, make sure all the things, practice and schedules and dinner and such. And then I will almost always just catch up on a few things in the evening, maybe at 9, once the kids go to bed.
Does that work for you?
That is my routine, absolutely. So like where the idea of having to leave the house at 6:30 to be at my office or at my desk and have to sit there until 5 and complete like an hour-long lunch, nobody needs that. I would rather have the ability to split up my day, absolutely 100%.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And you found that that works for you?
Yeah.
I love it.
So, but it is true, like where you feel like you're working all day, whether it be working on your kids and your home life or working on your career. It is an exhausting time. I don't know if exhausting is the right word, but it is a diligent time.
Yes.
It must be diligent.
Yes. When do you not work?
Weekends. I try to be pretty adamant about taking weekends.
I may, if I have a big, so I'm in the insurance health employee benefits. So we have our fourth quarter, which is our incredible, everybody renews that last half of the year. So January 1. So this time of year gets to be a little bit crazy, and there's some weekends where that's just not a possibility, but absolutely 100% it's important to turn off the phone. Do not disturb. We've got to unplug. Let's get outside.
I love that. I love that. Good for you. So these are just some questions for you all. What days and times do you like to work? Do you know? When do you want to work?
I'm kind of like her, but I'm self-employed. So I also am my 96-year-old mother's caretaker. So that's my child.
Very much so.
But kind of the same. For you, it seems like you don't have, it's a routine. I think routine is a better word than, because it sounded like, I'm like, that sounds like my life. But it's a 96-year-old mother and a husky that are my children. And I don't really take weekends off.
You don't?
No, because I teach Mandarin. So when I was a student, sometimes people need classes on weekends, and I'm more than happy to do it. But I write, and I'm taught, in case you didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Yes, come to Deb's group.
Yeah,
Todd, yeah.
right, yeah. I saw this, and I'm like, I gotta come over and see you, you know? So.
I was the last minute speaker here.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw something came through today, and I saw it.
Yeah.
I just saw it a couple hours ago,
Awesome.
so I was
Thanks for
excited.
coming.
But yeah, so it allows me to do things like this, just to kind of, my mom's taking a nap. When she takes a nap, that's kind of my free time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, all sorts of things to do, the house, my own writing,
Yes.
teaching, so many things. So sometimes I feel like it's a full-time job until I'm sitting down and watching TV.
I love it. So how structured or flexible do you want your calendar to be? That's a question I'd like people to think about.
I'm not good with structure.
You don't like structure, you like flexible.
I like it, I'm just not good with it.
Oh. Okay.
It's too confining.
Okay. How about you, Karen?
I think I'm a little bit of both.
A little bit of both?
Yeah.
Do you have set working hours?
Starting nonprofit? No.
No?
Yeah, it's just, random right now, because I could be just relaxing and then before me applying, but then at the same time, when I'm asleep or about to go to sleep, oh yeah, I thought of something for, you to fight. And I write it down.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about who are your clients? 'Cause when we have businesses, right? That's our next question is like, who are our clients? Like, who do I serve? Who do I not serve? So I serve people who want to learn boundaries, right? So I serve people who are like people pleasers or like the go-to girl, the yes man, right? The Mrs. Busy, the good guys, right? And they want to learn boundaries, and that's who I help. And I do not help people who don't want to learn. I worked in DHS for a long time, and we tried to help people who didn't want help. That didn't work, right? I don't coach people without their permission, and I don't coach people for free, except maybe one call, like I'll do one free call or like a workshop or something like that, right? So who do you help? Who do you not help?
I think for me this year, because it's my, who I want to serve is to everyone.
You want to serve everyone?
Yes, but
Yeah.
right, yeah, but I can't, because this year I'm just focusing on the students, the diverse population, and I just accepted to help formerly incarcerated individuals.
Nice. So who are you not going to help?
Okay. People that doesn't want my help.
People that don't want your help.
Yeah. And I think I hate to say this, but I think people who are not willing to look things differently.
when they're, because it's, I know what I present, maybe not, the neat little package that people want. So because my recruiting style is really different from, everywhere I've been, so if they say that's not, I want that, then I'm like, okay, then you could go to XYZ company to do that.
We don't want to help people who don't want our help. How about you? Do you know who you help and you don't help?
Me?
Yeah, both of you.
Sorry.
Anybody.
Yeah. I work with employers. So anyone that has employee base that wants to put together a benefit program, those are the people that I help serve. The clients are the people that I would not be willing to help or that are not a good fit are ones that are maybe trying to bend rules a little bit, or maybe trying to do things that are, behind with, they'll tie different plans together, they'll bake rates together, they try to package things in different ways that are not quite unethical, but not quite transparent either, and those are people I would prefer to not work with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Todd, how about you? Who do you work with?
People who want to learn Chinese, Mandarin. People who work with China. I do consulting for small businesses to help them with communications and negotiations. And I guess as being an author writing books, that would be people who are interested in the subjects that I write about.
Awesome. Who do you not help?
People who are closed-minded, sort of kind of the same people that Karen doesn't help. People with narrow minds and short sight or whatever, they can't see beyond their own noses.
Yeah.
I don't like mean people.
I mean, I don't know that anybody likes mean people.
Yeah, I don't work with mean people. I
You
guess
won't
maybe
work
some of
with
us do because we want to help them, but they want help, right?
Yeah.
But people who are bigots and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. So one of my boundaries, we were joking about in the hallway before this, something about swearing, and I said, I'm a boundaries coach, and I'm okay with pretty much whatever kind of language, unless it's directed at a person. So I'm not okay with name calling. I'm not okay with hateful communication. I'm not okay with derogatory language towards groups of people, right? But some language is not going to offend me. But that's just my boundary, right? Everybody gets to decide their own kind of thing. But when language becomes hurtful or hateful is when it's
So that brings up a thought in my mind. If you're in an environment where it's a big group of people, like say if there were 20 or 30 people in here and it was a conversation, and then you have people who are using colorful language, and then that's just sort of how they're talking. Is that okay? Or if somebody else was like calling somebody else out and you're doing it in a way that was not proper, then is that when you would stand up and say, wait, that's not right, we can't do that?
I would, for sure. So it's not okay for me to participate in any conversation that is character attacking or bigoted in any way. It's not okay for me to be called names. It's not okay for me to call people names, right? Those types of things. So if that were to happen, I would either excuse myself from the conversation, but if I was in a leadership role like this, then I would say, hey, time out. It's not okay for us to talk about like that or towards each other like that during my talk. And so I will ask you to stop or ask you to leave. I'll make a request at that point, right? And then if the request isn't honored, then it's my job to follow through, right?
So how would you deal with the situation if you decided to remove yourself from the conversation?
Well, I'm not willing to participate in bigoted conversations at all. So if I hear something going on, it just would depend. Like, you have to decide, when do you speak and when do you not speak? Like, is it a conversation I want to have? What would be my intention of that conversation, right? If it's a person that I care about and want to have an ongoing relationship with, then I would usually speak up, right? If it's a person at a coffee shop, I don't know, like, it would depend.
Oh, like at a different table or something?
Yes.
No, I'm talking about like if you're actually involved in a conversation and then somebody starts to call someone out or, point fingers in a way that's not acceptable by your limitations. How would you tell them why you're leaving? Would you say, I'm sorry, I don't like the words you're talking, the words you're saying, and the things you're talking about. I'm going to leave this conversation.
Yes, I would. I would use their words specifically. So I would say, when you say this words, I perceive that as whatever my thoughts and perceptions. I'm going to own my perceptions, and I'm not okay with that. So I'm going to, whatever I'm going to do that protects and respects myself. So I'm going to end our coffee, and we can talk about if you would like to reschedule, knowing that that's part of the deal, right? Or I'm not willing to talk about this. Am I willing to talk about something else or not? Am I willing to stay in this engagement or not? Am I willing to try again another day or not, right? I get to just make all those decisions, right? About how I'm willing to engage with this person in the future or not, right? I mean, if someone was verbally attacking me, I might not be willing to engage with them again, right? Most of our boundaries are not actually communicated. Like, I've never said, hey, Todd, if you come up and punch me in the face, I'm going to walk out the door, get myself to a safe place, and probably call the police on you. And that is true. I would probably do that, but I've never said it. Like, I've never had to communicate that, right?
It's kind of common sense.
It's right. That is true. I don't know. But for me, it is. That's what I would do, right? So a lot of our boundaries, we don't actually have to communicate until we feel uncomfortable, right? So when you start to feel uncomfortable, what does it feel like when your body, like in your body, when a boundary is being crossed? You guys know what that is? What that feels like?
The visceral sense.
Yeah.
Knots in the stomach.
Yeah, knots in your stomach. Sometimes I get a fast heartbeat. I might even feel a little flush, right? My thoughts are like, whoa, what's going on here? What's happening around me, Sometimes I feel like this is not okay. Like, it's almost like hard to process, right? So when I have that experience, then I know, oh, maybe there's a boundary that I need to stick to here. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about your work-life boundaries. How do you help people? How do you not help people? What is your offer? What is not your offer, right? So when I was a new business owner and I was like just a coach, right? People would be like, can you coach me to do this? Can you coach? Like, I did a whole thing with like teenagers suicide prevention, because the nonprofit wanted me to coach them. And I was like, oh yeah, I know how to do that. I can do that. And it was great. And I'm glad I did it. But I also learned, like, that's not the work I feel called to do. It's valuable work, but it's not my work in the world, right? Or people will say, can you help our company with this, whatever? Can you help this person do that? Can you coach my husband? I get that one a lot. Can you tell my partner what you just said? And I'm like, it's not really what I'm doing here. So being really, be really clear about, like, how do you help people and how do you not help people, right? Just because I can doesn't mean it's what I will do. And what are your work roles and responsibilities? So when you're kind of newer, starting out, you can do everything yourself, right? So I've come to a place in where I've decided that, I will coach, I'll speak about boundaries, I will, do all the things related to coaching, right? But I'm not gonna do bookkeeping, I'm not gonna do social media posts. Like, why would I do those things, right? Sometimes you have to when you're starting out, right? Sometimes you have to. But those are not my strengths. I don't want to do those things, so I'm not going to do that anymore. And then compensation plan, especially if you're a business owner. How do you pay yourself? What other rewards or incentives do you receive? And how do you manage your vacation and sick time? Being really clear about what's okay and not okay for you around those things. And then there's some additional considerations in terms of evaluation plans, working environments, code of conduct, things like that. Questions about your questions about this contract. Why would we need a contract for ourselves?
For me, I think, if I have it written, I could see it.
If you have it written, you can see it, right? Because I don't want to be a jerk boss to myself. Everybody, have you had a jerk boss? It's no fun. I like to say things like, so yesterday, there was a hurricane, and my family's in Florida, and I was feeling worried about them. And I just gave myself then some time off. Like my boss gave me a half day. I was worried about my family being okay, right? What a nice boss I have, right? That's the kind of boss I want to have. That's the kind of boss I want to be, right? Okay, questions about this worksheet? I'm gonna wrap up. Okay, the last thing I think we wanted to talk about is kind of that how do we say no and feel good about it, right? Why do we say yes when we want to say no?
I think it's conditioning.
Conditioning.
Because that goes back to what you said, when we're born, we're an empty slate. And then in the Chinese philosophy, there's a thing where they talk about when you're first born, when you're first born, everything is, you're just like what you said, you're an open slate, you're a good person. But then as you enter into society, you start learning things and you start becoming, becoming jaded. And I think that is a part of it. It's just like what you said, when you grew up, that was the environment you grew up in and that's who you became. Yeah. That wasn't who you are, but that's what that environment, so it's the environment that creates us and makes us who we are. So many people can't get themselves out of that because for one, they probably don't see it because they've never removed themselves from it. Yeah. So I think it's very difficult because you're essentially having to change your core values in so many ways.
Yeah, and there's some like rewards and punishment, right? So operant conditioning, my first degree is in psychology and talk about like operant conditioning. So if we do something that someone else feels happy about, then we learn that that person is happy, right?
And then do we get dopamine from that?
We do. We get dopamine from that. And we learn, like for example, right, as children, I learned, like my mom likes a clean room, right? I learned that my dad liked good grades, right? Most of our moms like a clean room and most of our dads would like good grades, right? So like we just learn like, oh, someone comes in and says, great job cleaning your room, then there's that dopamine and we learn like, oh, this is something that I can do that somebody else has a positive emotional response to, right? Or a negative emotional response too, right? So basic operant conditioning, that's what happens. But when we say yes, because when we want to say no, because of people pleasing, because we care about what other people think of us, because we don't want to disappoint anybody, right? But go ahead.
I think for me is, as you know me, and how knows me, it's really hard for me to say no to my culture because, it's like there's certain things that I'm not willing to do, and that's when the duality of myself gets in the way. Trying to say, be the Chinese Karen or should I be the American Karen? And now it's like, no, be the Chinese American, find, a win-win situation for both ends in the challenge. But now I've gone through it and I can make little strides.
Nice, good job, good job. So that's, I guess, where I'll end with is kind of that conclusion that boundaries is a learned skill. Okay, nobody's born already having boundaries. We learn it either from our role models or our experiences, and that's actually really good news because it means that anyone can learn it, right? Like, it no longer stresses me out to say, hey, when you use that word, I think this, and that's not okay for me, right? I don't have any emotional response because I practice it. And I tell people there's hope because it just takes 3 to 5 times for you to feel more comfortable being able to clearly communicate a boundary. And I've got lots of tools on how to communicate boundaries if that's something that you're interested in learning. I do want to let you know I've got a boundaries IQ quiz if you want to figure out. You just want to, it takes about 3 minutes and it's 10 questions that will let you know where you're at on your journey to learning healthy boundaries. And if you are interested, I'm giving away a Boundaries 101 course. If you want to put your card in that bowl, or if you want to put your name and email address on this, you can put a card in the bowl, or you can write your name and email address here. Or I'm going to choose somebody to give away a course to. So I'm available for questions. You guys have questions? Not all at once.
I'm glad you were able to free up your day.
Yeah. What'd you learn today?
I learned the academic definition of boundaries.
Oh, good. Nice. What y'all learn today? Anything?
I think for me is, hearing you talk every day, every time, I'm not at the finish line, definitely, but I'm not at the beginning line anymore.
That's right, it's a journey. Yeah, and you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Wherever you're at, it's okay. You can always choose to learn new skills. Todd, you learn anything today?
As far as boundaries are concerned, not sure if I actually learned something, but there was definitely from you yesterday talking, and then being able to hear you talk today. And from my interaction with you yesterday about using the word boundaries, I think that it's viable. And, but I still think that maybe there's other ways to express things for people who may not understand. Because listening to you talk, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. And I think it's something that over the years, like you said, we can learn it ourselves. And I think that's something that I've learned over the years. And I can understand Karen's cultural things because that's had a flip-flop on me. I went from an American mindset to a Chinese mindset. She went from a Chinese mindset to an American mindset. So it's just sort of like, you know, and I think that from the Chinese perspective, I've also learned a lot of ways because the Chinese have a very different perspective about all this. And so that's the thing that's so fascinating about it is the cultural implication.
Yes.
You know, and that's a whole different perspective. But
sure.
I liked how you talked about holding your baby and just that realization that, you know, this is beautiful. And it's pure. And it's innocence.
And I don't have to hustle for my worth anymore.
I did want to ask you though, did you get a divorce or did you work things out with your husband?
We did end up getting a divorce, which came down to that name calling boundary. And I guess what do I want to say about that? We did end up getting divorced, not right away. My kids were 3 and 5, so a few years later. We had 2 children together, and they were 3 and 5. So we did end up getting divorced, and I don't see that as like a tragedy. I feel that we were married for 10 years, and that was exactly the right amount of time for us to be married to each other. And we have exactly the right children for us, and they have exactly the right parents. And I think I learned what I needed to learn from that relationship, and you know, his learning is his responsibility. And I wouldn't have at this point wanted it any other way, right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times people get married like from a place of people pleasing and don't just don't admit it, right? And people are always like, "You did what?" And I'm like, I can't tell you how many people do that. Like every day, I wanted my parents wanted me to get married, or I was already like committed to the relationship, and you know, all of those things. But when I say it like that, people are like, "Wait, what?"
Because you're speaking the truth, and that's something that's unusual.
Because I didn't want to hurt his feelings.
Yeah. Because I was thinking, you know, if you worked it out with him,
whatever.
If you worked it out with him, he's a pretty good person, but it's probably unusual. So I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean, he's an important part of our family system, you know, so we respect each other. Yeah. Last questions? All right, it was a small group today, and I think that's because I was a pitch hitter. If you're interested in training in that drawing, go ahead and sign up there. If not, I'm gonna pack my stuff up.
What's next week?
First Tuesday.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I'll be there next week.
Okay, no. We'll play games. It's just like,
I play it in Chinese. I taught my students how to play it in Chinese. It's great for learning colors and numbers.
And we just talk about, you know, last couple times it was the first time, you know, to share our life stories.
Oh.
And it was really nice, and everyone felt comfortable. The first one, there was only 3 of us, 4 of us.
Was it the first one last time?
No, that was the second one. The next one,
Sorry, Mr.
6 of us.
Cool. So it's at the one over by the
Council Tree.
Council Tree, by the library. Okay. Yeah. Is it in that little room?
We did
a French meetup.
We'll
and
listen
it's
to yours
like-
later.
It'd be hard to fit 10 people
Sounds great.
in there.
I know, but always that going to that. Nobody did that.
Do you think? I don't think so, because that's the only flyer you've ever given me.
Okay.
And if that's not the most recent one now.
No, this is.
Oh, you're speaking next?
I am.
Awesome.
This is going to be updated, so this is not going to be updated, but I have to. Oh, I was going to ask the laws, I'm letting you send it soon.
Okay.
You know,
I put my LinkedIn in, I put my face in LinkedIn, so I need translations of all the Chinese.
Of your LinkedIn page?
Just the front page.
I'll try. Mine's not even Chinese.
But the first is, people wrote back in Chinese so they can read it, so I was like, oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, you want me to tell you what they said?
Sure, but right now, because I didn't, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a bad feelings, you know. So, yeah.
Sure.
Perfect job there.
That's not a good.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for participating.
I'm gonna go take my dog to the doctor.
Okay.
She's been really good.
It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. I was hoping we can meet, and when I saw this, I'm like, oh, I gotta go.
Thank you.
Yeah. But now when we see each other online, it's sort of like.
We're real people. I've seen him in 3D.
See you, Karen. See you.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna take a piece of my kiddo.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. I don't have handouts or anything super fun or super cool. Just gonna sit here and listen to me blab and blab. There's coffee, water. Anybody need anything? We'll give it 2 minutes and then we'll go ahead and we'll dive right in. Anyone have fun weekend plans? Get close to the weekend.
My brain is shutting off.
Your brain is shutting off. Yes. Love that. Good weekend goals. Anyone getting up to the mountains to take a look at fall leaves?
We're gonna go camping, but it's super rainy.
It is supposed to be pretty rainy, you're right. I forgot that.
Yeah, we're gonna go next week.
Where are you gonna go? Where are you hoping to go?
See, my husband just picked out a spot like 4 hours, 4.5 hours away, so.
Western Slope, like
Yeah.
over by the Yampa.
Yeah.
That is one of my very favorite places on this earth, and it is absolutely gorgeous this time of year. You guys will have so much fun.
Yeah, I'm excited. There's time. There's much camping this summer as we
Yeah.
wanted to, you know?
Yeah.
Caught up with stuff and all of a sudden.
Yeah.
it's over, so.
Do you guys tent camp or do you have a camper? Tent. And no small children?
No.
Not yet? Yeah.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely challenging.
Yeah. We tent camped for years and years and then had small kids and I was like, this is not as fun.
Yes.
Or as easy.
Yeah, I have good friends who have like littles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried it for the first time a couple weekends ago. They're like, yeah, we're gonna have to change some stuff.
It was awful. I remember they always wiggled out of their sleeping bags and it's freezing at night. And then when you're potty training and you're like, well, like we go in the weeds and they're like, what?
Yeah,
It was just super fun.
Routines and stuff too. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
Stuff.
Super fun.
It is beautiful though.
Yeah, very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. That clock back there, I think, is a little bit, or maybe my clock is a little bit fast. My watch is a little bit fast. We'll give it 1 more minute. But I think we're probably going to have a pretty small group today. And we'll kind of kick it off. I've got a lot of stuff that's maybe geared towards larger employers or maybe a little bit more relevant. So maybe I'll go quickly through. I want to make this relevant to you guys and helpful. So maybe we'll go through it quickly and then we can kind of have discussion and talk specifics that are kind of more relevant and personal to you. because we are so small, I'm going to have everybody do intros because this is the first time I'm meeting all of you. We'll start with you. You're pretty pleased. Right here.
I'm Karen, and I have a nonprofit organization.
What does your nonprofit do or service? Who do they service? Yeah.
It's a unified workforce, and I help members of the underrepresented communities find jobs.
Underrepresented being
in one of the things, like I said in my last, right now I'm focusing on students,
students with special needs like disabilities or
eventually.
Okay.
I am going to be a DVR vendor. So, and then also the recent population I'm surveying is formerly incarcerated.
Oh, formerly incarcerated. Thank you. That's right. I do remember you saying that now. I had forgotten. Wonderful. All right. Well, over to you.
My name is Claire. I'm COO at a company called Menu It's menu nutrition information all squished together. We do nutritional analysis for restaurants, food allergy training, and we have a line of food allergy certifications for university dining and food manufacturers.
Okay. Fantastic. And you are here in Fort Collins?
Yes.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm Kelsey, Director of Marketing for a financial services firm. So we do CFO consulting and tax planning.
Very nice. Fantastic. I am Angela. I work with Gallagher Employee Benefit Services. I am an employee benefits consultant. My office is in the tech center, but I live in Windsor. And so when I've been in the industry for about 9 years, closer to 10. And was with a smaller agency up north here and loved certain things about it and didn't love other certain things about it, and was connected with some of the folks over at Gallagher. They have a lot of resources. A lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking through today is really what attracted me to them. They want to take a look at benefits as a very holistic approach. They use data. You'll hear me say it several times today, but data drives decisions. My kids always correct me. They're like, it's data, Mom. And I'm like, I don't know. It's both. It's fine. So data or data, whichever you prefer. But anyway, so we're going to use, we're going to talk about some of the resources. We're going to talk about some of our approaches to benefits, why I think it's important, and what kind of things all come into play. Because we know, right, that we aren't quite so one-dimensional, right? Whole person comes to work every day. So this is kind of an overview. You'll see this wheel over here on the left-hand side, our Gallagher Better Works. So it's our approach to the strategic priorities. So when we're looking at things, we want to look at things as a whole. And so, again, employee benefits is primarily, we focus on the medical plan, dental, vision, what kind of disability programs are we offering, what kind of PTO, maybe a 401k. But we know that there's a lot more than just a physical well-being. There's the emotional side of things. How are we building and crafting those plans to meet those needs, but also financial. So you'll see the three wheels. We have our orange, which is our physical and emotional, the green, which is our financial well-being. So what are we doing as far as retirement consulting? What are our executive benefits? How are we helping and educating and encouraging people to grow in their financial wealth? Career is also a big one as well. So what are the training and coaching opportunities that people have, total reward and different, are we doing any kind of engagement surveys? What does our leadership and development programming look like? And what's the organizational design? Do we have clearly defined career ladders, so to speak, or clearly defined tiers within the organization? And then the wheel or the circle that kind of encompasses it all is that gray organizational well-being. So we can have the most amazing benefit platform or program, crazy good 401ks, really good organizational structure. But if we're not communicating it clearly, if the employees have no idea about them, then we're still falling short. So how as an organization are we really keeping things aligned and well, so to speak? Are we keeping our technology up to date? Are we staying compliant? How are we communicating? All of those kinds of things. So this gives sort of a real down and dirty overview of some of the stuff that we're going to talk about. This is a nice little flow chart, right? So we know that the whole person comes to work every day. So if we're feeling like we're stagnant, stuck in a career that's maybe not
challenging us, that we feel like we're in a dead-end job. If our financial situation, we know that we're going to get that 1.5–2% increase to our income each year, that's not going to keep up with inflation. These are all things that can be really defeating, right? And can disengage our employees, and they sort of check out. Are we doing anything? Are we making an impact in our community? Does my company care about the community that we're working in, that we're serving? Again, my physical health, am I able to take care of that? And then the social and emotional side of things. Are my differences being valued? Do we have a diverse population? Am I able to show up being me? Things like that. So we want to always take a look and understand the unique culture, the strategic business model, what are our objectives? And again, one of the things I wanted to mention too, there's no silver bullet. So when we're looking at these organizational things, when we're looking at benefit programs, when we're sitting down with an employer, certain things may be similar, but we're not all the same. And so we can't necessarily say that there's the silver bullet, you do these 1, 2, 3 things, and you're going to be the most effective employer out there, and everybody's going to be, it's going to be daisies and sunshine, right? So we want to take some time, really know and understand. We want to create and execute a long-range plan that focuses on the vision and the well-being and engagement, right? And then efficiently deploy those, right? Because again, we can understand, we can build that foundation, we can even build the walls, but if we don't execute it properly, we've wasted a lot of time, energy, and effort. So assess culture, understand the demographics, evaluate the risk, and then we want to build, monitor, and measure. This essentially is our agenda for the day. So data drives decisions, guys. You're going to hear me say that a lot. But so when we look at, these are some of the things that Gallagher. Well, I don't know why my titles disappeared. Are they? Oh, okay. So we want to align the priorities. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to dive right in. So Gallagher has a Better Works assessment, is what it's called. So this is kind of our base, a good starting place. So we're going to take a look. We're going to simplify what's complex. We're going to engage the stakeholders, we're going to understand the current state, and then define urgency. So what the Gallagher Better Works assessment tool does is it's a survey questions that kind of look like this. So does your organization have a strategy in place for containing healthcare spend and trend? Yes or no? Well, what's the priority of it, and what is the effectiveness? So this survey would go out to the executive leadership team and maybe even some managers, depending on how many buy-in or how many people we want to have contribute their perspectives. And there's going to be those same 4 categories. So they're going to be organizational, some questions around the physical, emotional, some around financial, and some around career. And then based on each of these questions, a yes or no answer, and then what are the priority and the effectiveness ratings of each, then we get sort of this chart. And you see, again, the colors kind of align. But so student loan assistance, that would fall under financial. Does your organization offer a student loan assistance program? So then here, I wish I had a pointer, but I don't think I do. So then the effectiveness rating as an overall, this is an example. So we're at a 2, 2.25. The priority rating though is about a 9. So everybody in the organization feels like, man, this is something key. We're kind of missing the mark. So you see the negative 6.5 there. So that goes through with all of those like 40 questions. And then from here, we get sort of this scatter plot. And you've seen these 4 quadrants before, right? Top right, high urgency, top priority. Right? So what are the things that are really hitting high? What are some of those top priority ratings? And we can even break this down, right? So by doing some of these surveys, it's very interesting to see when you have your HR or management teams that are working direct with employees, they have an emphasis and a focus a lot more on people, right? That human equity. And then when you look at from the CFO answers and some of the executive officers, that are more financially driven, you see how cost is a lot more important or a lot more. So it opens up a lot of dialogue. It's not something that's I'm right and you're wrong, right? But it starts conversations and then it usually helps bring to light like, hey, these are some real key things. And then from here we can build a priority list, right? So, and then a multi-year strategy, of course, is the other.
Angela, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Visual assessment, when you do assessments, do you guys look at different demographics and, when I say, all spectrum to draw your conclusion?
So the yes and no. Within this, it's a lot more of these kind of questions. So does your organization pursue a strategy to address pharmacy? Do you regularly evaluate employer compensation? Do you look at your work comp claims? It's much more,
Departmental?
what's that?
Departmental?
It's much more operational, if I can say it that way. So there are other things that we'll dive into more of the culture and the workforce. So we'll get there. It's coming. But yeah, this is a lot more just how is the organization functioning and what is the priority of the organization from an operational, more kind of a standpoint. And then, let's see. These assessments can be, so especially if we're starting from scratch, if there's a lot of things that are scoring pretty high on the urgency, these tests are not necessarily designed to be a one and done. They can be, but we want to kind of keep retouching on these things and maybe bringing in, once a year, maybe it is every 6 months, things like that, where we kind of reassess, take a look at where things are at. And then let's see, from here we kind of come up with, here's the things that we can make better today. What are the things we want to make better tomorrow? And then best becomes better. What are the things that we're gonna, that we're doing well on, whatever, we're just gonna take it to the next level. So, yeah. Okay, so diving into the insights report. So insights give us insights into the demographics and sort of the nature of our employee base. And so what are we seeing in the key industry? This is one of our benchmarking sort of insight reports. So where we see this happens to be in construction. So what are the key things? We're looking, biggest hot topic right now is to attract and retain a competitive workforce. How are we training and developing employees? And then how do we help control costs? So based on these sort of like geared towards the workforce, these are my priority list, but now I have to understand, so what is it that I'm looking for when I'm attracting or trying to retain, and what kind of people am I going after, and where am I even at today? So for instance, this right here is based on a census, and so we would take a look at what are the demographics of your current employees, and then where are we kind of at, so how many of those folks are in an established part of their career? How many are mid-career? Maybe some are at pre-retirement, who's out the door? How are we looking as far as like our key employees, things like that? So in this instance, we have 657 employees, 9% of them are under the age of 25, or I'm sorry, you see the numbers there. 1631 are in that established kind of mid-career in the 35 to 44, and we've got a bunch that are in that pre-retirement. So we can compare these to industry benchmarks, and then we can do some more collaborative discussions about where is it that we really need to bolster or spend our time and our energy and focus. So I want to kind of skip ahead, but I think I'll just stick with so then here too, within part of this, in this instance, this employer has employees spread out across the United States. And so from this map shows us our social determinants of health and based on zip codes. So how many people live in the little red dots are negatively impacted zip codes, meaning that they're economically disadvantaged, maybe by healthcare access, food access, and then those negative impacts that have on the health of the people living there. So there's a bunch of statistics, and we know that people living in those economically disadvantaged zip codes typically have higher healthcare cost spend, maybe have a less comfort is the wrong word that I'm looking for, but they have sort of a distrust with doctors in the medical system. So how do we work on communicating with those folks? What are the needs that are a little bit different than maybe what we have experienced in a Fort Collins kind of area that's not disadvantaged? So one of the things too that I want to mention when we're looking at employee benefits and when we're looking at our core staff, treating everybody fairly and equitably, right? We want to make sure that we're not doing any sort of discrimination or having where we highly favor a certain class of people or demographic, but yet we need to make sure that there is we tailor and we meet the needs of people isn't necessarily being anti-discrimination or messing things up that way. So, let's see, what else did I want to say? Yes, so when we take a look at this comes a lot into play when we start building out our employee communication strategies. What are the things that we're going to do in each of these areas where and maybe even to affects the way that we recruit our employees, and what are some of the things that we can do to stand out or to be a differentiator in those areas. This is a compensation schedule. So the little red dots are people who would be in each of their zip code. It doesn't split it out by zip code, but this is the number of people as our employees that are disadvantaged when it comes to rent. And so maybe these are where we would look at saying, these are the folks that would be at risk for leaving us for another $1 or $2 from another employer to try to help offset some of those rent costs and low-income housing. So the exhibit shows indexes each employee's compensation against the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in their county. So that's kind of how we get that. So, yeah, kind of fun data to kind of dive into and to take a look at. We'll go ahead and keep on moving. And so from all of that, we take a look at the information that we have. We kind of come up with our snapshots and then the recommendations. And I'm not going to read through each of these things, but basically what we would do with every employer is kind of come up with in each category and in each subset, what are the things that we think we should maybe focus on? What are our top concerns? Why are there concerns? What are things that we need to look at? And then from here, this is where we take a look at what are the kind of employee benefit communication pieces that we want to do. What are the things we want to highlight? So over there on the far right, the disease, arthritis, asthma, cancer, chronic heart disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, poor mental health. Those are some of those things that we can see from the healthcare plan. We see where money is being spent and on what, not so much like Joe employee is spending this, but we do get to see sort of where the whole health plan spend is being. So what kind of wellness and engagement strategies can we do? What kind of incentives can we give? Maybe we can do diabetes training and classes, and we can offer a stipend or a reward for participating and completing. Smoking cessation is another big one too. And then also down there at the bottom, the behaviors. These are some of those behaviors that we can start educating and communicating and staying in front of as far as the managers. Are we seeing things like lack of sleep, being aware of our population, being aware of ways that we can step in and help with programs and support systems and things like that. Within the workforce evaluation, so this is kind of where we take a look at, this doesn't break it out by anything more than male or female. We can go more granular as far as race, ethnicity, and even gender. Gender kind of things. But so here where we see the key employees are the little yellow dots, and the rest of my population are those big blue. So you see that I kind of have a smaller circle in my entry level. Majority of my workforce is going to be that mid-career and on up from there. So this is actually a very balanced workforce where we see a lot of people in those mid-careers. We see those pre-retirees. So from here, we just want to make sure that those established or those mid-careers are being educated and trained and mentored up so that they can step into those pre-retirees and have smooth succession. So when we look at the different tiers, what is important to each of those classes, so to speak, these are kind of overgeneralizations, but we found them to be pretty true. Where entry level, those are going to be kind of our younger folks under the age of 30. The career growth is going to be pretty important to them. Income, recognition, rewards and affirmation. Mid-career,
flexible time, career growth, making sure they have some financial flexibility or that they can see some of those financial goals being achieved. Establish, health and well-being, savings typically starts becoming more important, debt support maybe, and then pre-retiree. It's all about savings, getting ready for that life insurance, long-term care, financial freedom kind of things like that. So what are we doing to sort of meet each of the needs of each of our tiers within our benefit program? So, kind of crafting and putting together those employee engagement surveys, putting together the classes and the putting out the information so that they feel supported, and then of course having the programs in place. Yeah, any questions on any of that? I know I sort of dumped a bunch out, but. Okay, and keep on moving. So benchmarking is one of my more, I do a lot of benchmarking for employers. So this is a lot of fun. So basically we have a survey that goes out. We have over 4,000 employers across the country that participate in our survey. And then from there, it's the largest benchmarking survey out there. And so we can take a look at what are the benefit programs that are being offered. And we can sort of stack them up or compare them side by side. So this is just some examples, but what are ways that we use recruitment and retention? Well, base salary is a pretty large piece of that puzzle. Variable compensation, bonus programs, wellness incentives, benefit programs, retirement, dental, et cetera, et cetera. Just different information. I don't know. What best describes your approach to compensation planning? How many people are just looking at it on a year-to-year basis? You see that's the majority, which I think is kind of interesting. Not very many employers have a multi-year compensation strategy, and very few look out more than 1 to 2 years. And we see that was a dip even in 2022, I think for obvious reasons, where compensation has been such a volatile, we're seeing a lot of inflation, right? We're seeing a lot of increases to salary and to wages, but we also know that inflation may not hold forever. We're not going to see these 8% trends in inflation, but yet the salary is very sticky. So how are we really attacking that? What are the things that we're doing to make sure that we're setting up the company for success, but yet able to attract and get our key talent? And then this is where it gets down to just there's like 30 some odd pages in this. I just picked out a couple. So when I'm looking at like the PPO plan or the medical spend, so what the organization will be in our blue. So what's the individual premium share? In this instance, they covered 100% of the employee premium share. You see that's pretty atypical. Normally we see that the employee has to pay about 20 to 25%. And you see some of those different metrics there, but. So this kind of helps us build out what kind of plans, like maybe we're contributing a little bit too much in premium, but maybe we're missing the mark by having too high of a deductible. So you see there in the middle where we have a very high individual deductible, but even though, so we may be paying 100% of something, but maybe we should look to even some of those things out. What kind of benefits as far as voluntary are we offering? Accident? Do we have employee perks programs? What do those look like? Things like that. And then we get into some of the financial consulting, which I really enjoy from a benefits consultant standpoint. This is all the ways the health plan is working. And I'm going to just go through these pretty quickly because I don't think that we need to spend a whole lot of time here. But within my office, there are very smart people that do a lot of things with Excel, and then they just spit out these pretty reports, and I just have to read them. In fact, actually, most of the time I bring them on the meetings with me because although numbers, I get them, they're not my strong suit. I'm not great with math. But we can see by plan that this company has how much of our budget is being spent on each. So how does our enrollment lie? And then where is all of our claims money going and being spent? So you see there in the middle where our OAP-based plan is running pretty hot. And most of our claims dollars are spent there. So we can see that our medical and our RX claims are running at 120% of expected. And so we're going to expect an increase this year. But anyway, so we can kind of see trends.
This is where we see claims by month on a rolling 24 months. And so then we can kind of evaluate, like, look, is this an anomaly? Is this something that is here to stay? Is this sort of a trend? What are some things that we should take a look at as being the top diagnoses? Maybe we should craft some wellness and engagement surveys and programs to help mitigate and educate on some of those things. What are our high cost claims? What are our trends? So medical trend for these guys was about 26%, which is pretty high. You see a couple of those deflated months. You see those are our COVID months where nobody was really going in to see the doctor unless it was an emergency or COVID related. And then you also see too, like, where our prescription drugs. So these are the things that we take note of. We see a prescription drug trend of about 113%, which is pretty high. But anyway, yeah. Sorry. So then, we do, I think that one was out of place. The organizational consulting, so again, just to drive that home, where the whole person comes to work. We know that culture is incredibly important. Culture drives behavior. Risk comes into play with that. And then what are our outcomes? So how are we controlling risk as far as work comp claims and different things like that too? It's all connected, and we want to make sure we're taking a look at it entirely. Other ways of supporting employees as far as financial behaviors. So this, I guess, I want to pause for just a second. So this kind of becomes more of how do we, as a Gallagher, this is my little sales pitch speech. So not only all of those things, right? Those are the tools, those are the way we're using data to take a look at what kind of benefit programs need to be put in place. But here are some of the things that we also do, that we do consulting on. So this is a little chart that kind of talks about DE&I. How diverse and equitable and inclusive are we as an organization? Where do we kind of fall in on this? Where maybe if we're falling under the yellow, we've got a little bit of work to do. Maybe the green there, maybe all employees are encouraged to think and behave in a non-oppressive manner, but maybe we could improve on some things. Maybe there's some ways that we could be more intentional about how we're hiring, et cetera, et cetera. And employee communication stuff. So this is the part where we can help build out interactive PDFs. We can actually do full-on employee communication, like company websites and different things. Those are for maybe larger employers. But new hire guides, we want to make sure we talk about open enrollment very well, benefit advocate centers, bring in spouses. That's another big one too for open enrollments and talking benefits, making sure that everybody in the family is comfortable and aware of what's going on. So, yeah. I talked pretty fast, but I think we are doing good. So how are we different? We deploy our top resources and services to ensure a successful partnership. And our strategic approach, it's multi-step. It's not necessarily one size fits all. We take a look at our benchmarking. So we have the largest national survey, like I mentioned, innovative solutions, and our data analytics. So, ta-da. Anyway, I do also have our insights reports that kind of dive into some more information, but I think I've talked enough. Would love to hear some thoughts, questions. I know as a smaller employer, some of the things that we can do as far as the financial consulting, we don't always have insights and information into the data of the plans. So that changes the scope a little, but would love to hear thoughts, questions, concerns about the healthcare industry. What would you like to talk about? Maybe that was too vague or too broad. It's the afternoon. Are we all getting a little bit tired? I think, is there just one more session after this, or is this the last one?
Just one more. Yeah, at least one more.
Is there one more?
Just at least 5.
Oh, okay.
What is the smallest company that you guys work with, employee-wise?
Yeah, we have a small business unit, and so we can write groups down to about like size 2 or 3. Not that those are super ideal. Sometimes, but yes, we'll go down to any size. It was a long answer for that. Sometimes when we have employers that are like the 2Zs and 3Zs,
it can sometimes be advantageous to go to the individual market and be a little bit cheaper even than the group plan, but it depends a little bit on age and stuff like that. How many employees do you guys have?
I think 17 right now.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Do you guys have a current benefit program in place?
Yes.
Okay. Are you guys pretty happy with it? Have your employees or?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm on my husband's
Okay.
insurance, so I don't have great personal insight into it, but yeah, I think people are satisfied. We just sent out a survey to everyone today to see how they feel about the benefits before we pick a plan for next year.
That's awesome. How did you guys do the survey, or where did you come about with the survey?
We work with an outside HR agency.
Okay.
That has given us 9 million templates for different
Yes.
things.
Yes.
And this is their recommendations.
Okay.
Sent it out. So it was just like a quick 2-page.
Uh-huh.
How do you feel about? And it was more than health insurance. It's health insurance. It was retirement.
Okay.
PTO.
Mm-hmm.
And then people just marked where they
Perfect.
thought that we do a good job in areas we can improve and what folks felt was the most important.
Awesome. So we do encourage employee benefit surveys often. Maybe not every year, depending on the demographics, right, or the needs of the employees. But yeah, and the way that you craft those questions. Do you like benefits? Yes or no? Those aren't always helpful questions. So I like what it sounds like it's much more, much more engaging per se. We don't want to just hear like, yes, I want better benefits and want them to cost less. That's not really helpful in all cases. But yeah, that's cool. I love that you're doing that. And then, take a look at so I'd love to benchmark your plans if you would be interested. I'd be happy to help with that and see where things go. Okay. Yeah. See what kind of is sort of an industry standard or a benchmark that we can look off of, and things are higher or lower. Yeah.
Are there things that you find that are like common gaps among the companies that you work with that, usually this is something that they overlook? I'm sure it depends a lot on industry, but just curious if
it does. Yeah, we have found, I have personally worked on a couple of cases where they may be paying for like a long-term disability plan or program that nobody even values. Like they could be taking that money that they're spending on that and offer it as additional life insurance or something else that the employees find valuable. And so we've come across some of those things. Some of the other big gaps too are just the way that the benefits are changing and transitioning. So where having medical insurance is important, but we also know that having a flexible schedule may be really important, especially if you have a lot of women. So what are some ways that one of the things that I think is a little bit surprising that we haven't seen a real big uptick in, maybe slight uptick, but helping with dependent daycare. Or helping with, hey, we'll pay or we'll contribute or we'll do some FSAs, so where reading the needs of the employees has become much more important. And then the way that those kinds of things are just being transitioned and shifted. Inflation has been huge. It's a huge topic where a lot of people are talking, what are we doing as far as salaries? Everything's more expensive. How long, what is sustainable? How are we really attacking that? So a lot of times employers are reevaluating and even cutting costs and trying to kind of slim down the benefits in order to do more with compensation and just different things, but really being intentional about what is being offered and what they're contributing dollars to.
Sure.
Yeah, good question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just curious because I know I'm sure you've seen a ton of change over the
Yeah.
last couple of years and even what employees value. And I used to be on a committee at my previous work about employee well-being. And so they were talking a lot about how do you measure that and how do you set expectations for the employees about what the employer should be addressing versus what is actually just their personal responsibility. And there's been, a huge shift in that, obviously recently with different generations and especially in the nonprofit sector, people tend to be more sort of emotionally connected and want that support at work. So it's just interesting.
Yeah. So we kind of talked about that in our previous session too, right? Where there is sort of a transition now where employers are sort of expected to be more engaged and be more engaging and more open in dialogue, which I think is interesting, but also intimidating for a lot of employers. They're like, I'm not a counselor. I'm not ready to handle or deal with those kinds of things. What kind of EAPs can we put into place? EAP is another big one that we're seeing, and EAP vendors are overwhelmed a little. So it may take a week or two to get in to speak to a counselor. Well, that's not always ideal, especially if someone is feeling in crisis. So how are we making sure that we have those, the information out to employees that yes, your EAP is important. Know that it may take a week to get in to see somebody, but hey, if I'm just wanting to talk to them about debt relief, I can probably wait a week, no problem, right? But if I'm in a personal crisis, I need to know what that number is. It's a different number, right? It's a different resource. So how are we making sure that we're staying in front of those things and actively and proactively communicating throughout the year? And what are ways that we're seeing that employees are communicating? Come on in. Yeah. Like text message is huge now. So how are we utilizing things like that? And so some of that kind of stuff can be kind of fun too. Let's see. Yeah, just that equitable treatment where not necessarily everyone has to be given the exact same thing for it to be deemed as equitable, right? And I think that's really important when we're looking at cross country or different nationalities or different demographics that way. So what is it if we have those economically disadvantaged folks? What are we doing to help support? Maybe we're doing a lot more lunch and learns where we're bringing in healthy lunches and bringing in healthy lunch coaches. And maybe it is a lot more communication about doctors and the importance of getting your annual exam or different things like that, right? So where we really want to try to be intentional, be strategic about how we're talking. So anyway, but those are kind of fun. I do have this report that I actually really like. The text is incredibly small, but yeah, I can pass these things along, or if there's anything as far as those total rewards. The other thing I think too that's been a lot more highlighted, we've seen it in the past, but I've seen it being more prevalent, is really the total rewards conversations. So where your salary is just one piece, but then when you look at benefits, when you look at the PTO, when you look at some of those added benefits, what is it really? And I think that helps bring a little bit of perspective and sort of, and then also too being a little bit more flexible, being able to offer. There are these things called MEC plans. We've seen an uptick in those as well. So maybe we do have part-time staff or seasonal employees, but yet we're able to offer them something where they can go in and see a doctor and a copay, and they're relatively inexpensive. And so, yeah, a lot of different things, a lot of ways of being creative and kind of thinking outside the box. But yeah, it's super fun. Good questions.
Yeah, that's interesting. The total rewards package was something that attracted me to my current job because it's one of the only ones that offered compensation based on how well the company does instead of profit sharing.
Yes.
Which was something unique to me and not something I realized in other companies, and I feel like that really increased my buy-in.
Yes.
On the
Yes.
team, and then all of the employees who have that.
Yep.
Knowing that
those bonus structures,
like that comes back to me as well. So that's just been an interesting benefit that was useful because it's a smaller employer.
Yeah.
So they're not able to offer something like more extensive benefits packages. But
right.
That was one unique thing that definitely was
Yeah.
to me. So.
That's very motivating. I agree. Very much so. Very much so. Yeah. And we've seen different trends like that too, where money is a big driver. We'll never really get away from that. Now I can't remember, but it was like the difference between pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And pre-pandemic it was like compensation, flexibility and work-life balance or something. And then now after the post-pandemic, it's like almost the same three things. It was just, they were worded a little bit. I wish I would have thought of it sooner. It was an interesting article to read, but where although everything is different, it's still somewhat the same as far as what people are valuing and what they're really appreciating. But to that point too, right, where there's a lot of vulnerability in that work-life balance, where we're giving people the ability to work remotely. Well, how is that balance done between
checking in on you versus checking up on you, right? Like how am I not making you feel like I'm your parent, like spying on you? And how do we massage those conversations, and how do we keep that culture when everybody is a part? And that's been a big topic too, where employers are having to be more creative to keep that culture and that company feel. And I think we're going to continue to see trends with that, where when we're all together and we're all working and we have sort of that work family and work culture because we're all together and those sort of natural conversations happen. And now that we're all apart, for the folks that have worked together for a while, they're faring better than younger populations or with a bunch of new employees that don't know each other. And so how are you really building that camaraderie and building those, you have to be a little bit more intentional and a little bit more engaged, where managers, I feel like there's a big transition with that, right? Everybody wants to be a manager until you are one, and then you feel the burden. And so, how are we really encouraging and giving them the resources and tools, because now they have this whole other employee component and driving culture component that they're responsible for, and it's keeping them up at night. So so we like to put together a bunch of things that help that, at least the benefit side of things, that communication, that nice flyers that can go out frequently. What are ways that we can bring in wellness funds and allocate, a field day, different things like that are kind of fun to bring people together, do something healthy, do something fun, be intentional with how we're working, some of that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Is there a way to quantify the benefits that don't have a direct cost, like the flexible work schedule, or like the 410s versus a traditional? Is there anything that's like, this is equivalent to morale-wise, like to getting a 2% raise or whatever?
I don't think I've seen anything like that. Do you guys do 410s? You don't?
No.
Are you guys thinking about doing it?
It pops up every now and again.
Yeah.
As like, hey, maybe we could, and then just.
Yeah. I hear a lot more about the 410s now than I ever have before, which is kind of interesting. But I don't know very many people that are actually moving to that model. But yeah, no, and I don't have any sort. I'll look, and then I'll get your card, and if I can find anything that is somewhat relevant or gives some sort of metric, that would be kind of fun. I would like to see that too, actually. Yeah, good thought. Yeah. Some of those surveys too, are you doing it all on paper? The surveys?
It's
through SurveyMonkey?
It's a fillable PDF. So
oh, okay.
Status paper.
Okay. And then somebody will go through that and compile it all?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We do. I'm a huge fan of those employee engagement surveys and different things like that. So maybe it's not necessarily quite so quantified, but we could maybe look and say, like, especially for your population, having that flexibility is a definite game changer, or having that extra flex day or whatever extra benefit, But yeah, those are good. Good thoughts, good questions. Okay. Well, I'll give you guys my card if ever any other questions come up, and then I want to know your guys' contact info, and I'll send an email out with that. And
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I don't have my card, but I'll reach out on LinkedIn.
Oh,
if that
okay,
works,
yeah,
okay,
that's
just send you
perfect.
my email and contact information from there. If that.
Yeah, that's perfect. For here, I'll get you a pen, and then you can just write it down.
Okay.
And then I'll.
Yeah, then it's easy.
I wonder. Hi.
Hello.
The next person wants the projector. Maybe I should try
Those cinnamon rolls.
I know. Did you grab one?
No.
Trying to be good at dinner.
Maybe you should steal one in a napkin and eat it tomorrow.
See that? Because
I like doing things.
Thank you, yeah, so much.
You don't really see it.
Is that your intent?
Yeah.
To get rid of the cinnamon rolls? No, thank you.
Yeah.
To take them
Oh,
home.
yeah, yes,
Yeah.
I misunderstood. Yeah, thank
I have my
you.
card. I
Okay.
can give you my flyer, my
Oh,
new
perfect.
flyer.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Okay.
Is your email?
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, good.
No, no?
I'm sorry, your
Here.
Betsy wasn't feeling
Do me a
well.
favor and write it on here, that way.
Yeah, she's just
Okay.
got knocked out.
Am I in the right place for the?
Yes. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
You are in the right place. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
That was well done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
I only had a few minutes to stop in between things, but yes.
Yeah,
Very well.
so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. And here, I'll give you this too. Okay. Yeah. This is so cute, like a nutrition.
Yeah. You're a good designer.
Yeah. Very nice. It was nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you. And I'll reach out and then happy to help. And then of course I'll look into that too. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. What's that? Oh, really? I live in the older part, like off of Elm, close to the town hall.
We're first in Chestnut.
No way. So I'm first in Elm.
Oh, okay.
How crazy. What a small world. That is so great. How long have you guys lived there?
Gosh, 5.5 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you been there?
Just about 3 years in that house, but I've lived in Windsor about 12.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's super nice. And so that my kids went to Mountain View. Those are in Mountain View by the library. And then now I have 2 in middle and 1 in high school.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's like the perfect spot.
Yeah.
To be in. Okay.
Yeah, they're still spoiled and they don't have to walk
Yeah.
to school. They get to ride, I drive them. But yeah. Do you have kiddos?
5-month-old.
Very nice. Yeah, 2 years away from school. They're great. You know, vote for the bond.
So there are going to be
We're down to that.
Okay.
So yes. Have you been hearing
Is
about
it
it?
okay? We just got like
The blue mailer.
You want the
It's
culture
like
or-
huge this year. It's like, oh, there's a lot. I haven't started reading it. But I'm really excited about the bond. I hope that it passes to get more schools built, which would be great. And then the CTE program. So they have like a whole culinary part of this. So they're building a whole building out in Severance, and they're bolstering the one that they have in Windsor.
Okay.
So like welding and woodworking. Super exciting. And then the culinary virtual, which I just think is amazing. Very cool, right? So where kids can have more options than just going to college. Yes. Right, different skills and appreciate that right now. It was nice to share this meeting.
I don't know where my name is.
Okay. Sure. Do you want the
We don't need it, it's all. Actually, can you leave it on? Yeah. They're live streaming it, so do they, for live streaming? No, because that's right here. I'm gonna put, he has to move right away. Yeah, please. There we go. That's great.
And
Wait a minute. We're supposed to stay out of trouble? We're supposed to get in. Are you in for comments? Yes. Okay. Nice. No. I'll always. You're right. Some years. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hey, that's magnetic, so. Enjoy. Robert. Yes. Denny. Denny? Yeah. Robert. Nice to meet you. Paul. Yeah, he's usually doing these kinds of things. Yeah. And I'll do my best to step in. He lives yeah. You would never know it though. I send people his way and he'd call him. Oh yeah. Where he is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty seamless. Yeah, he's aging his way towards retirement. And we're trying to keep it aging any farther. Well, he's our second longest lived employee. After see a picture, yeah. Yeah, see it.
I want to say good morning to Christina.
Where you live? Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. So they get to hear about lending and also capital equity. Hear it all. Hi, Gary. Yes.
I'm Jack Abrams. I'm just introducing myself. Way cheaper.
I just saw Chandler this morning. Was that? I just saw Chandler this morning. Yeah, tell me you're interested today.
I sent you an email.
Oh, a few days ago.
Yeah, it's no problem. I was just putting a face to it, but that's perfectly fine. It's part of the business. But I'm interested in starting a business. It's yeah.
Well, sorry, I missed that email. Yeah, I've been talking about lately, like it's been like, I don't know. Back to emails, it doesn't work, I'm in.
I'm sure that.
Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, you're good. We're doing some.
Tell me more about it. I can chat with you now or later.
I can do it later.
Okay.
Read you this. I said that.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't speak for it, right?
No, one of my cohorts did last time. I was on vacation.
This time, no.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think I have your card. If you mind sharing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mike.
Yeah. No. Yeah, we have a diversity of things to talk to them about here.
Yeah.
You know, regular bank, community bank, angel investing, and then crowdfunding. They're going to get a whole lot from this.
Mike, what's his last name?
O'Donnell.
Yeah, he's with crowdfunding.
Yeah.
I knew him from Denver when he was with
He's running for Secretary of State.
Okay.
As a non-political candidate, I believe.
Okay, yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah.
He's well respected.
Yes, he is. Yeah. Good to see you. Fine. It's okay. It's all right. Oh, yeah, sure.
You're all very nice.
Yeah, we went to different high schools together. We just found that out.
He went to South Fork College.
Yeah, I went to North. That's, yeah, mine. It's your call.
Party started. Let me just make sure there's nothing else coming up. Well, I think we're gonna start on time.
Okay.
And hopefully he'll walk in.
Sure. He's pretty adept.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
He can think of.
He'll roll.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you today?
Wow.
Thank you for coming out, especially with this rainfall that just happened here. We're going to go ahead and get started. There is one panelist joining us, but we thought since you've made it here at 4 o'clock, we're going to get this party started. I'm Hope Hartman. I'm the Executive Director of the Larimer Small Business Development Center, otherwise known as the SBDC, and we are actually located here at Front Range Community College. So for those of you who aren't familiar with us, we're literally just one building north. We're here Monday through Friday, and I'll tell you a little bit more about what the SBDC does. We're going to have everyone introduce themselves, tell you who they are, where they work, but I wanted to let you know how this session will play out. So after everyone introduces themselves, I have a series of questions that everyone has seen, and we're actually going to hear from each panelist for every question. Then we're going to open it up to general Q&A. If there's something you just want to put out there, good for the group, we'll open that up. And then the speed dating part of our session, we will actually have our panelists locate in different areas of the room. And then you can line up. If you have very specific questions you would like to ask any of these people, you can rotate around. But I will ask you that you kind of watch the time because it is supposed to be speed dating. So just 2 or 3 minutes. So really think about that question or questions you have. And if there's not a deep line and you feel you can spend a little more time with people, feel free. And also we have snacks and beverages in the back. So I do want you to feel free to help yourself, even in the middle. This is a very, we want this to be conversational, and feel free to make yourself comfortable, and they're here for you. So I'll just real quickly tell you about the SBDC in case you're not aware. Or let me ask this. Are there people in the room that do not know what the SBDC is? You've never really heard of it? Oh, okay.
I know what it is, but I don't know what the difference is between the SBDC and SCORE.
Okay, well, we have similar missions in the fact that we do help small business owners. SCOREs often partner with local libraries, and sometimes they work with real early stage. And so our mission is to help existing and new businesses. So we do help pre-venture, but also that first year, and then all the way up to 10 years. Our sweet spot is 10 employees or less. So for some people, they would call that micro businesses. And then we have certain pillars that we focus on, which is business planning, marketing know-how, and financial literacy. So that's a big part of our purpose here today is we want to demystify a little bit of what it takes to possibly seek these different types of funding. And we're also here to guide people. If you're like, I think I do need a big loan, I'm just not sure. If you don't learn today, that's part of what we do through our confidential consulting. And that's free to any small business owner in the community. And we serve Larimer County. Okay, I feel like I've been talking enough and you all want to hear the panelists. So I think for just the introductions, I'm going to ask you to keep it, 2 to 3 minutes. Let everyone know who you are, what organization you work for, and we'll just go down the line for this first part.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Robert Anderson, and I'm with Colorado Enterprise Fund. And since I'm speaking first, let me just create some context. Small businesses and startup businesses often need lending capital and they also need investment capital. And so you're going to hear from two lenders, me and Gary, and you're also going to hear from Denny, who works with a company that does equity investment. So how about just lending? Well, Colorado Enterprise Fund is a little bit different from a bank, but just think about us as banks in Colorado Enterprise Fund as kind of being a continuum. So we like for small businesses to visit their bank first. But if they're not a good fit for the bank, then the people at the bank will actually recommend that people come to Colorado Enterprise Fund. So we are a community development financial institution. We were created by Congress and funded by Congress every year and by the SBA. And we can help small businesses who can't be helped by the bank. Why can't they be helped by the bank? Well, maybe their business is just too young, or it hasn't even started, or maybe your credit rating is not a good fit for the bank. And so you're able to get some help from the community development financial institution, and Colorado Enterprise Fund is the largest one of those and the oldest one in the state.
Thank you, Robert. Karen?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me come. My name is Gary McDonald. I'm with Ent Credit Union. We were started in 1957. Ent is a person's name. Major General Ent was a World War II hero. So we started Ent. Back in the day, credit unions were to help the employees of a certain company. Like you'd have the King Soopers Credit Union, you have the Belco Credit Union. We were the Ent Air Force Base Credit Union. And then since then, we've broadened it up to just about anybody, depending on if you live in our area, if you worship in our area, if you work in our counties that we work in. So pretty much everything that banks can do, it's just a completely different model. We're the largest credit union in Colorado, but my job is a business banker. I used to be with Wells Fargo 24 years, so I understand the big bank. And now with the credit union, we're a smaller version of that. So different on a lot of different reasons.
Thank you. Denny.
Hi, my name is Denny Otsuga, and I'm probably more different than Gary and Robert in a way that when Robert was talking about lending and equity investment. So I represent a group called Rockies Venture Club, or RVC, and we're actually a nonprofit organization, and we are actually Colorado's largest angel investor network, and we have about 200 members. And what our members do is find a type of very specific type of company. I think we're going to go through that in the Q&A for the panel, but a high growth company. And we basically buy your company's stock. So that's kind of the investment we make, which is different from lending, which is you usually have some sort of asset that you are borrowing the money against. But in our case, we're buying part of your company. So that is the biggest difference between lending people money and equity investors. So that's kind of things we do. Just you kind of get the idea of scale of our operation. Rockies Venture Club, we make about 20 to 30 investments a year. And the typical amount of money we invest is somewhere around $100,000 up to $1 million. So that's kind of the zone of funding we do. But we also work with other groups in other parts of the country. And it's called syndication. So you work with other people like us, and we can make up to $5 to $10 million from investment in total. So that's kind of what we do at Rockies Venture Club. And I think through the questions, I think there's more to be revealed. But if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt and ask questions like, do I have wings? I don't. So anything like that, let me know.
I forgot to mention one change to our panel. One of our panelists couldn't make it. So for those of you who really wanted to talk to a commercial banker, that individual had an eye procedure and was told he'd be able to be out and about, and he's not. So we apologize that we don't have that particular representative here, but we do have relationships with a lot of the bankers in town. And if that is something that you're trying to navigate, please do reach out to the SPDC so one of our consultants can help you navigate that process. And then Mike O'Donnell, I surely hope he makes it. He has a lovely accent, and I will not try to imitate it, but hopefully he will be here. And part of what he does, there's an aspect of crowdfunding. So he represents Kiva. And I also have a background in crowdfunding. So if that is something of interest to you, and especially if Mike doesn't make it today, I'm happy to also work with you to share more information about that. Now, we do have questions, but gentlemen, I'm going off script.
Right.
So this is getting the party started. Just for a minute, a spontaneous question for the audience. I would just love to know the stage of people in the room. So the first question is, how many of you are thinking about starting a business? You don't have one going yet, but it's, something that you're okay. All right. Thank you. How many of you are within the first year of starting? Okay. And then I know this is kind of a big gap, but let's just say you're beyond the first year, maybe up to 10 years of your business. Okay, so I thought that might be helpful, depending, because you need different things at different stages of your company, as I'm sure you're well aware. So different options may be available to you. So the first question is, what does the lending or funding or investing environment look like these days? And I'm going to ask all of you to try to limit your response to about 3 minutes, roughly. I'll kind of keep time.
Okay.
Do you want to start, Robert?
Yeah, I'll start, yeah. For us, lending is actually above pre-pandemic levels. Our average loan is $37,000, and that's down about 10%. So our loan's a little bit smaller. But in the 12 months that just ended, we helped 290 small businesses with new loans. And that's above our pre-pandemic level. I guess another way of answering the question, I'll this about the experience of small businesses trying to receive either lending capital or investment capital. There is systemic discrimination against people of color and women. And this is because of, societal problems. We all know about these. It's just more difficult for a person of color or woman to get a business started. It could be because they haven't had the chance to know somebody in their family like them who started a business, or they lack the connections that maybe a person with a different background would have. And so it's just a little bit harder. And at Colorado Enterprise Fund, we're a nonprofit also, like Denny's Group. And because we're funded by the SBA, we have a mission. We're rewarded for lending to everybody in the state, but disproportionately to people of color and women. So we lend to everybody, but the percentages of women and people of color are above the percentages in the state as a whole. So because of this problem, I know we all care about this up front. We work really hard to overcome this societal problem we have.
So let's see, we've been busy as well. Just recently with the interest rates not creeping up, they're steadily going up. You're hearing it in the conversation because especially if you want to borrow, your interest rate has gone from, it's pretty much doubled in the last year. So that's a big concern for people, but it hasn't slowed things down quite yet. Through the pandemic, it's interesting because a lot of people were starting new businesses. I love entrepreneurs. If something changes like the pandemic or a recession or whatever, I love how people turn on a dime and tweak it. We're going to try this, we're going to not do that kind of thing. So entrepreneurs are very nimble in changing things. So we've been very busy we're one of the busiest lenders. We had a banner year as well. And a lot of times I'll talk to business owners, and I just try and help the business owner. If it's with us, great. If it's not, like I work with Robert's counterpart quite a bit to help, bottom line is how do we help this business owner? And in fact, that focus on people of color and that kind of folks, I've referred, like for example, there's the BIPOC Alliance. So they're very interested in, if you look at the Colorado Enterprise Fund website, you'll see a specific link for that very subject. So like I said, if I can't help them internally, then I'll try and be a resource for other places. I've worked in the banking industry since graduating from CSU. And in fact, I know Mike O'Donnell from when I was down in Denver with Norwest, which became Wells Fargo Bank. So
I might just say that if a person cannot work with their bank or credit union in the beginning and they come to us at Colorado Enterprise Fund, we really like to send them back to their credit union or bank once they paid off their loan. Because now they have multiple years of history, financial history. Their credit rating is usually higher after working with us. We have a service, it's no cost to our borrowers to handle their credit restoration. And so they're now ready to come back to the credit union or bank. So that's kind of how we flow together. And then the equity investor is just kind of parallel to any lending capital that you might look for.
So because what we do is very different from lending world, our numbers tends to be very different. So interestingly, last year was the biggest year for venture capital investment, over $600 billion of investment made last year. This year, things are going down. So Q2, second quarter, we just ended, we're down about 27% compared to last year. But last year, just remember, was the biggest year. So down from last year, but if you compare from 2 years ago, 2020, it's still up. So Q2 worldwide, we had $120 billion of investment in venture capital. So still active. But compared to last year, it's a little bit down. We don't know what's going to happen due to some of the macroeconomic things you hear on the news. But that's kind of the landscape of venture capital and angel investment world.
So just for the group to understand, all organizations have different issues at times, depending on what's going on in our local environment. And I'm curious about if there's any major issues facing your organization at this point in time. And I thought we might start with Gary on this one.
Okay. So I wouldn't say it's an issue, but you may have noticed more and more credit unions popping up. They call it like a credit union revolution, so you see more and more, and a lot of that is a variety of reasons. I guess one of the biggest reasons is we can work with smaller businesses. A lot of banks work with small businesses as well. They're very good at it. But over the last few years, the size of revenue business they work with has been going up and up. So I think that's one reason we're working with smaller businesses where maybe there was a gap. So I would say it's more of not an issue, but you're seeing credit unions popping up. And the nice thing about credit unions in this market, I'll use this analogy, we're kind of like the breweries. We all get along well in the sandbox together. So if somebody works with Blue Credit Union or Elevations, we're like, great. Whereas before, when I was with the big bank, you get very competitive. But we're all just about helping people. We're a not-for-profit, and so a little bit different model. We're not reporting to shareholders. You are members, as you might have seen in our commercials. So Another difference is we have no prepayment penalties on any of our loans. Another big difference is a lot of the big banks they'll do loans for you, but you have to bring your whole relationship. So maybe you've been with XYZ Bank for 20 years, but now you got to move everything to us. Whereas we're happy to help you on a one-off situation. We can help you with your commercial building loan and keep your banking over there and let us earn more of your business later as opposed to making you bring it over. And then our fees are quite a bit different, quite a bit lower. Origination fees for a commercial real estate loan can go up to 1%, or we're like a tenth of that. So some differences there.
Either one of you want to jump in next?
I could talk about challenges at Colorado Enterprise Fund. I was talking about increased demand following the pandemic. And it's a challenge, but it's a good challenge to have, right? In your businesses, when the demand picks up, it's a headache, but you're ready to wake up in the morning to deal with it, right? So what we're finding is a lot of the people coming to us are not quite ready to apply because they haven't done all of their homework. And if you haven't even started with a business plan, haven't even projected maybe the first year of your intentions in a cash projection, it's really best to work with the Laramie SBDC. They really specialize in that. If you've done some of that work and it's just not finished, we have a team of people at CEF who will work with you to help you polish your business plan, help you polish your cash projection, and answer all kinds of questions to get you ready then for that moment when you apply. So I happen to head up the team of small business consultants who we can help people before the loan and after the loan. So we're trying to deal with their challenge in the right way to give service.
Yeah, I guess challenge, I told you that numbers are down in our industry, angel investment, venture capital investment. And historically, when there's less money available to invest, the people who are first line to be affected by that, Robert talked about it a little bit, but are the minority business owners and women business owners and businesses that are outside of venture capital cities. So usually Coast and Texas are very active venture capital places, but any other places it's not so much. So when overall money availability goes down, people that are affected are people with diverse background or happen to have businesses where it's not on the coasts. So that's concerning to us, and we're starting to see that. And that problem is added on top of, this is also something Robert talked about, in venture capital world, only 2.3% of the money goes to women-founded businesses. Not 23, 2.3. And as far as I know, half the population is women. So you can see how much disparity there are in terms of the amount of money going into and available money that's out there. So us, Rockies Venture Club, we're very proud to say that almost half, a little bit, actually more than half of our businesses that we fund are women-founder businesses. Either the founder or the co-founder is woman. So that's something that we actually are very conscientious of when we make funding decisions.
Just to piggyback off of something that Robert said, and for any of these options, you do need a plan. And so what we have found, and I've worked with entrepreneurs for a long time, is there are many people who start businesses without a plan. It's quite common. But when you need this type of resource, you need one or you need to update because businesses change. So and thank you for mentioning the SBDC again. That is a big part of what we do, whether you take a class, one of our consultants and trainers is sitting up here for business planning. So we do have classes to get you started, but also consultants can look at your plan. If there's a part that you just feel isn't quite fleshed out, we're happy to help you in that way to prepare you. Now, the next question that I have is, about what does an ideal prospect look like for your type of funding. And for this one, I actually want to start with Denny. And I realize it's a lot for investment, but again, sort of a snapshot in case anyone here is thinking about that route.
Yeah. Once again, because we're an equity investor, our requirements are very different from lenders' requirement. So in order for us to consider your business for investment, you have to be very specific type of business, and we call it venture businesses. Does anybody know what that means, venture businesses, as opposed to lifestyle businesses? Has anyone heard of those terms? Okay.
Oh, there's
A couple of people know those things. So venture businesses are type of businesses that you need to have potential. Now, this doesn't mean you have to do it, but you have to show us the potential to grow the value of your business 10 times in about 5 to 7 years. So you got to grow 10x in 5 to 7 years. And at the end of that time, you need to exit your business. So exit usually means you're selling your company as a whole thing, or part of your business to somebody else. And that somebody else could be the bigger company that buys your business, or you go to public market. So stocks you hear about, like Apple, big company, right? Microsoft, those kind of companies. So it's called public market. So you're offering your piece of your companies in a form of stock to the public, right? So public now owns a piece of your company. So somebody will be owning part of it. So you're not usually no longer the majority owner of the business at that point. So those two factors, you need to grow really fast, and after growing really fast, you need to exit. Basically sell whole, entire part, or the part of the business to somebody. So those are the two key factors that we look for. If you don't have those two characteristics, we're not the right capital source, and it's usually more of the lending, debt-based capital sources that are appropriate for those kind of businesses.
Oh, who's feeling compelled to go next about that ideal?
I can go.
Prospect?
And so, and this is a generalization, but generally, we like companies to be up and running for 3 years, be profitable, have good credit. And credit unions will work with folks with a little bit lower credit scores than your traditional bank. And then assets, like you're asking for a loan, what collateral do you have? And a lot of times for new businesses especially, or somebody that's getting into something that they haven't been in before, sometimes you have to get creative. It could be they have home equity, they have equity in their home, or Colorado Enterprise Fund, for example, they would take collateral for assets that we typically wouldn't use. So those are generalizations. One of the nice things I enjoy about my job, I've been with it 2.5 years. We were headquartered in Colorado Springs, but we just started up here in Northern Colorado 2.5 years ago. So that's when I started. One of the things I enjoy about this job is I can work with not just the business, but I can work with the owner. So a lot of times people like that because, you know, they only have one person to work with. But a lot of times you'll see kind of that cross reference in terms of, you know, I can get asset out of my home, I can get asset out of business and receivables, that kind of thing. And then, like I said earlier, groups like Robert, Colorado Enterprise Fund, might have a solution that we wouldn't have. So we work quite a bit together.
Robert, what about you?
Okay, so what do we look for? Kind of the same things that Gary said, and I might just add one thing, but you know, collateral, time in business, and your credit score. And then the fourth thing, it's probably true for you too, is just available cash from your family or your personal resources. A lot of people come to us when they're still in their day job. And so we just look at the cash flow from your family as one factor, and then credit score is another one. Now, we like your credit score to be 600 and higher, but if it's lower, that doesn't mean the discussion is over. It just means that the loan might be a little bit lower. Collateral, we're a little looser about what we'll count as collateral, like Gary said. And then time in business. We specialize in startup businesses where it's 0 years or maybe 1 year. But also the longer you've been in business, it gives you just a little bit higher score with us. But our plan, like I said before, is after you pay off your loan, you now have 5 years in business at least. And that means you're ready to talk to a credit union or bank when it's time for you to grow. Because we all know that when businesses grow, you have to get outside capital to help you make that growth happen. So you get that 2 ways. You can, well, 3. You can get it from family if you're fortunate enough to have that. Not usually true for people of color or women. But you got to get money from either women or a lender or an equity investor. So we love for you to go back to the credit union or bank when you're through with us.
And I would, for those of you in the room that might be assessing, maybe none of these sound like the right option for you, I would like to mention the group that Mike O'Connell works with. I'm sorry, O'Donnell. My predecessor was Mike O'Connell, and this is Mike O'Donnell, and I do that sometimes. If you want to look up kiva.org, it's KIVA.org. There is a component of crowdfunding where they ask you to set a goal. They ask you to reach into your network. So there's a marketing component here to get some initial interest, and they have requirements. And I don't want to quote it because I haven't looked at their website recently, but then they come in with a match. So there's a little bit of footwork on your end, and they come in with the rest. So that might be another option depending on where you're at. And then one other thing that I just wanted to mention, and we could take this offline, is through the SBDC, there are sometimes grants through the state, but usually it's a very specific industry, or there are criteria like 10 employees or less. There might be technical assistant grants. Maybe you just need a little bit of something to get going. I know a lot of you are established and you're not at that pre-startup stage, but that could be another option. And again, we can help point you towards that. Okay, so you talked about the ideal candidates. Hopefully you are all ideal candidates, but it's not always the right match. And so can you help enlighten the group of what a red flag would be for your organization as far as, and we try to help get you there once we know what's right.
Yeah.
You're smiling. Let's start with you, Robert.
Well, okay, because we're funded in part by public money, our red flags are lower, all right? And so credit rating, it helps if it's higher, but it doesn't have to be high. Collateral doesn't have to be great. But it helps if it's great. Okay, so for us, we can work with just about anybody. However, a red flag for us is somebody who's just not willing to follow through on the paperwork. When you take out a loan from a lender, it's kind of like taking out a loan in your home. You got to turn in all kinds of materials, and so when people kind of fall off the wagon, we just let them fall off the wagon. It means they're not really serious. But if you're willing to follow through and get us the paperwork we need, we'll work just as hard to get you ready for the loan.
I guess a red flag for us is going to be similar, but I guess an immediate red flag is if somebody comes in and they don't have a plan. So then we send them to the SBDC, or they don't come up with a goal in terms of how much do you need to borrow, and they'll flip it around and they'll say, how much will you lend me? And it's like, well, so those are 2 red flags for us, other than the ones that Robert already mentioned as far as credit and don't have any assets to borrow against and time in business, that kind of thing.
Thank you.
So we're a little bit different, and I keep saying that. But some of the basics are the same because we handle money. And oftentimes it's not always our own money, sometimes it's somebody else's money, right? So kind of similar to what Gary and Roberts were saying, but red flag for us is someone come up to us and say, well, I need $100,000 like next month, so can you help me, right? So you need to have a plan. You need to know why you're asking, the amount of money you're asking us to provide you, right? And if you had a plan, you probably shouldn't be in a situation where I need money next month. That is usually a red flag for us that, okay, you haven't thought about your business, you don't have your plan, right? And if you don't have those things, we cannot even start talking to you because without those information, we can't really start talking about a large amount of money. And it is different from borrowing $10 from a friend, right? We're talking about, fairly significant amount of money.
Right.
So it does take paper process. It does take time to ask you questions, right? Like even if you have all the documents ready, the next step is usually having in-person conversation about, okay, you said you want $5,000 for this. It's like exactly, tell me exactly what this thing you're buying. Like, could this be purchased for $3,000, right? And can you use that $2,000 to do something else, right? Or, oh, I know somebody who can get this for you for much less than the price you put down, because we have a network of people, right? So don't come to us if you're like gonna run out of money tomorrow, because we can't turn around that fast.
Oh, and let me just add, we've been all talking about financial plans. Typically what this is a 12-month cash projection. And if you're not familiar with that, the SPDC can absolutely help you do that. But it sounds pretty simple. It takes a lot of homework, but you want to project your income based on the market realities of the market that you're addressing. You show monthly income, then you show monthly cost of sales, so the materials and the labor to help you deliver that income. And then you show for 12 months your fixed expenses. And if you look at the bottom line of a projection like that, it's usually negative because you're planning something new, like a new investment, like Denny was saying, a piece of equipment. And that's why you need an infusion of money. And so the plan shows how much money you need. And that's then what you come to Colorado Enterprise Fund or INT or to Danny's group to talk about that dollar figure. Now it's not just a guess. You know you need that much.
Well, and also the SPDC, I mean, that's part of our role, part of our service is we want to help you be prepared. And sometimes people will actually email or call us with a similar, I need your help this month or my business is going to close. And that, we are not miracle workers. There is not a whole lot we can do. And so we want to get in front of that as best as we can. And that's why we like to do a little bit of that long-term planning and to help you iterate and adjust along the way. So I have one more prepared question, and then we're going to open it up to the group. What else have we not covered through these that you think might be good for the people to know, or just something that, additional information that you would like to put out there?
Yeah, I can go. So as I said, I guess we're all nonprofit organizations, and Rockies Venture Club, we provide lots of educational courses. So I encourage you to visit Rockies Venture Club website and look at our education offerings. Some of our audience has taken intensive 1 week type course that we also offer those contents one by one. So if you learn what angel investment is about, and if you learn how to pitch to investors, that will go a long way in terms of your chances of getting funding from us, right? Because the process is very different for lenders and equity investors, and there are different ways you need to talk about your business if you're looking for equity investors, investment as opposed to lending capital. So, so my thing is, you know, this session is really about different types of capital and different ways we look at application that comes in, and your business need and capital needs really needs to match. The worst thing that we're going to do is your business need and the capital source doesn't match, right? So if you're a high growth type of company, lending is probably not going to work because there's usually no collateral. It's usually just an idea and like a couple prototypes, right? But we will fund that. If you have great ideas, it's going to grow fast. And if you have a couple prototypes and you talk to 100 customers and said, oh, they all want this, right? Ready to buy. We just need to make this thing. Like we are right source for capital for that, but probably not for the right capital for lenders. So making sure understanding what kind of capitals are there and what is your capital need and business need, and making sure it matches. And I think that's an important part of this. Yes.
Hi. I wondered if you could give that website again.
Rockies Venture I think it's actually org.
It's .org. And then you might also add, just for the group to know, that also just the importance of team for this type of funding, because we do get a lot of solo people starting off, and oftentimes it is one person doing everything at the beginning. But that would be a red flag for your type of funding.
Yeah, we like to see the founder team more so than sole proprietor. So it's probably better if you're looking for equity investment that you have a team of founders and each of you have specific expertise you can bring to the business, which is probably a little bit different than you guys. You guys probably see.
Yeah, we work with a lot of sole proprietors.
What else?
The only thing I was going to add was a lot of times the first question we'll ask is, do you have experience in that? So for example, somebody who's a dentist and they want to become a chef, it's like, that might not be a good fit. So you don't have to own the business that you're going into, but at least have worked in that industry. That's one of the first things I'll ask a lot of times.
And I'll just finish this part because our new person's here. But what I'll point out is we just received an $8,000 grant from the state, and that allows us to provide an everyday interest rate of 6.99%, and that's for loans up to $150,000. And along with this grant, if you are a first-time business, a startup business, you can apply. After you receive the loan, you can apply for a grant up to 20% of the loan value. So you don't have to pay the grant back, but you do have to pay the loan back at 6.99%. And we're kind of blessed to have that kind of interest rate today. And that will last as long as the $8 million that's funding it lasts.
This is what I'd like to do at this point in time. So I do want to give our other panelists a few minutes here, just so you have a sense of where he works and how that looks. But also because we did have members sort of trickle in. After Mike is done introducing what he does, we're going to open it up to general Q&A. And then if you want to stick around, all of the panelists will find a different spot in the room. If you have very specific questions for them, if the lines are deep, they are going to time it like 2-3 minutes. It kind of has to be quick. And so I can help gauge that as well. But you can also, if you want to put it out to the whole group, you can do that during general Q&A. So we just finished our last round, Mike, but what I was thinking is you could introduce yourself, and maybe if you want to give that 3 to 5 minute pitch of, you know, what you do and maybe some themes of what people need to know if they're interested in Kiva.
Thank you.
Sure.
And apologies, everyone. I had to fix the tire on the way up from Eastern Colorado.
We're glad you're here.
Well, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of junk in the road. So I'm Mike O'Donnell. I run a nonprofit called Prairie Rose Development. So we're based out in Eastern Colorado, but we're a statewide organization. Prairie Rose does two things at the present time. One, we run a Kiva hub for the state of Colorado. And if you've heard of Kiva, Kiva is a crowd-funded or crowd-led program where small businesses can get loans of up to $15,000 on a Kiva platform. There's about 2 million people on the Kiva platform who may be willing to make a $25 loan to a business. And so what we do is we facilitate, help those people get onto the Kiva platform, put them out to the public, and then they get the funding the same way you might through crowdfunding. So we just funded a project up here in Fort Collins last weekend, $14,500 for a cleaning business. There are 500 individuals came together to make that loan happen for the woman who runs this business. Kiva is great because it's 0% interest rate and there's no fees. So essentially the program is really intended for people who really have trouble getting started. A lot of our businesses are young. About 70% of them are women, and about 20% of them are minorities in terms of black or brown. And so essentially we're really trying to get the people who can't get access to funding somewhere else to get them a start, and Kiva gives you that opportunity. What Prairie Rose also does is we're just starting a program with Metropolitan State University of Denver and Alpine Bank. So we're facilitating loans that Alpine Bank wants to make to MSU students, staff, and alumni. So if any of you are in that sort of field, then that program could be useful for you. And with all my free time, I also sit on the board of an Oregon-based group who actually does loans to cannabis businesses. And that's not what Prairie Rose does, but we're trying to work with the state of Colorado, who has a $1 million cannabis fund they're getting ready to award. And we hope the group in Oregon might be the one that actually manages that fund as well. So again, I'm not a big fan of cannabis, but there are opportunities out there, and it's a way for businesses who can't get the more traditional type access to financing through that. So those are just a few things of what I do. I also do a lot of mentoring and a lot of guiding of people as well, but not to the same extent that the wonderful people at the SPDC do. So
thank you.
As my background, if anyone wants to help me with my tire, that'd be great.
Do you still need, are you broken?
No.
Okay.
I've got it fixed. That's why I'm late. So I'm sorry. I planned to be here half an hour early, but it just took me a while. So.
Oh, we're so glad you're here.
That's fine.
And I did give everyone your website because I thought it might be a very, a resource that some of you may be interested in. So I'd like to open it up to any general questions that you have for any of the panelists or all of them. James.
So I have like 6 questions. My first question is for Jenny. Can you explain the difference between angel investors and VC investors, or is there one?
Okay, so it's a bit of a trick question. Angel investors, they come in different flavors. So specific type of angel investors that we work with is venture business investors. So that's what we do. There are different types of angel investors that invest in real estate, commercial development, restaurants, other things. So they're also called angel investors because it's usually people with higher net worth making investment decisions on their own or kind of in that group, kind of like we do. Rocky's Venture Club, we're venture business angel investment group. So we invest in venture businesses. So for us, we're very similar to most of the venture capital groups. They also invest in venture businesses. So if you're just talking about RVC angel investors, yes, we're very similar to venture capital.
Jenny, can I add one thing to that? So I previously lived in Seattle and I worked very closely with the local VCs there. And I know this is a different community, but one big difference was the venture capitalists in Seattle would take a minimum of 33% of your company and they would take a management role. And that, to me, is a big distinction between what angel investors do. It's
Yeah.
just something to consider.
Okay. As far as for the lenders of the group, what exactly is needed to apply for a loan with your certain type of entity?
You want to go first?
Sure. Can you elaborate on that? Like what kind of paperwork?
So I know it's like your credit score, your business plan, and what else?
Oh, okay. So depending on what kind of loan, so business plan is a very good starting point. In fact, a lot of times when somebody comes to me after coming to the SBDC, it's very welcoming because I know they've done some planning. Usually when you're borrowing, depending on the amount, but usually we're going to be asking for 2 to 3 years of your tax returns, a personal financial statement that shows your, like when you apply for a mortgage, it shows your assets and your liabilities. And, there's a debt schedule that shows what other debts are out there, but that's usually for a more mature company that's been up and running and borrowing, that kind of thing. But usually, and then the application itself, a lot of times you can apply online or you can apply through a person. But usually, again, depending on the amount, usually like for 50,000, 100,000 on up, you're going to need some tax returns and things like that.
And I know you mean a financial projection also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially for a new business.
Yeah, same for us. And then the difference at Colorado Enterprise Fund would be if you don't have several years of financial statements and tax returns for your business, we're ready to talk to you. It's okay.
And from the perspective of Kiva, it's an online application. You can start that at kiva.org, kiva.org. It takes about an hour and a half to complete it. We don't credit score people on Kiva, and you don't have to have a business plan, but we do encourage you to work with an SBDC type organization to make sure that you know what you're doing.
This one also is for the lenders. What if you're asking to be lended money for assets? Does that make any difference in your decision to lend or not?
I'll start. For us, it does. Because I'm sure it's true for any lender, and now the asset is collateral. Kind of like your home, right? You buy your first home, you don't have to put a collateral because your home is the collateral. So it's the same with equipment that's purchased online. It becomes the collateral.
Okay.
Yeah, very similar. Car loan, home loan, that kind of thing. There's a lot of different things that you can use as collateral, but the asset is key. That's what we're looking for.
Does that make a difference in interest rates at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. The more the collateral, the lower interest rate.
Okay.
And even like, again, just a car as a simple example, or equipment like a truck. A lot of banks, credit unions, your traditional lenders are going to lend more likely on, say, if it's 5 years old. Other lenders will go longer, but then you'll probably pay a higher interest rate because it's older.
Okay. How long does an applicant for lending, sorry, Denny.
No, what we find is very specific, so, only about 3% of business applies.
Starting the application to being funded, what's a typical time frame for that?
For us, it's 6 weeks, but it can be quicker if the applicant is willing to work quicker. We can work just as fast as you can, and it can be as little as a month.
So ours depends on what you're borrowing, how much. So for example, if you're buying a commercial building, a lot of times the time delay is having the appraiser go out there. Whereas if you're looking for like a $5,000 credit card or that kind of thing, then or even a HELOCs, home equity lines of credit, we get approval in 2 hours. But again, if it's a building loan, a piece of equipment, then take a little bit longer. But our turnaround time, we joke, me and a couple other guys in the office, Todd was here 6 months ago, or in June, we talk about sometimes a borrower gets to the closing table and the borrower hates you. We don't have that. It's a faster turnaround time.
And with Kiva, it's just a couple of weeks to get on the platform. It's not very long.
Okay, last one. This one's kind of specific, but including the grants thing that we were kind of talking about. Most of the grants that I've looked at are reimbursed grants, and so you have to get a loan to buy the things and submit receipts. Is that something you guys do? Is that something you would be more interested because it is a guaranteed payback?
We don't. We help some other organizations who have that kind of plan so that the person doesn't have to come up with the money themselves.
Right.
So we work with various organizations to provide that gap, but we don't do that kind of thing ourselves.
And there are equity-based company grant programs as well, and most of those are matching funds. So you have to raise money from people like us, and the state will match whatever you raise on your own.
But say you get a grant for $200,000 to buy all these things like equipment and stuff, and you don't have that out of pocket. What's the best choice to go for that type of?
Probably a lender.
Just a regular bank?
Either ENT or us. I know for us, we could talk to you, but I don't know for ENT if that's possible.
Well, grant to me means it's free money. For example, we give grants to nonprofits. We have, I think we gave away $200,000 this spring to youth-oriented nonprofits. But we don't have grants in conjunction with business loans.
She was talking about they have a grant, but they can't use the money of the grant until the money's been, until the money's spent. And so they need short-term.
It's guaranteed to be repaid.
Yeah.
Through the grant
Right. Most people can't flip down a credit card for $200,000.
And that's nice.
So it's a short-term
So it is, so
loan.
it's a short-term loan.
Yeah. Can y'all do that?
I mean, our loans match the asset, like real estate, you have a longer term loan, line of credit, usually 1 year maturity, that kind of thing. So not really.
You've had your hand up for a while, and then I think I saw a couple hands over here and another one over here.
Just real quick, this one is for you, Jenny. I have a business that I'm interested in doing that is designed to scale, but it is also designed to return a fairly fixed rate. My goal is somewhere in the 8 to 12% rate. I'm not really going for a 10x in 3 to 5 years. Are there investment opportunities, or are there entities that would invest in a business that can scale, that's designed to provide a fairly stable rate of return over time?
Yeah, typically, equity investors are not probably that type of business model. But, Mike and us, we done a deal for a business here in town, Voltec Watch. It was a combination of equity and Colorado Lending Source money, where we stacked different type of capital to meet the demand of businesses. That was more or less in that category. It was basically turning the old pocket watch into a wristwatch. That's what they do. So at that time, the business model was more, hey, we can basically buy those parts for really cheap and turn it into premium $1,000, $2,000 watch. So the margin is super huge. So, we worked it out that we basically used different parts of our capital to fund business like that. That's pretty rare.
You will occasionally find some social impact investors. So if your business has a huge social impact, whether that's green or whether that's doing something to make the world a better place, there will be certainly family offices, variations on venture, angels who may be willing to be investors in your company. So that could be a good approach if you've got.
How do you find those?
It's essentially is a good resource at the library, actually, directory of associations, or directory of foundations. So you go to the reference desk at the library and look through all the foundations and groups and offices in your community.
Okay. Another resource might be an SBA loan, Small Business Administration loan, because typically banks or credit unions don't lend on projections without, in conjunction with an SBA loan, because SBA is looking at, okay, here's where you are, here's where you want to be. That might help. And SBA is pretty common.
And we have, of course, direct connections to SBA. And then it also sounds like we all know RT, that company that Denny mentioned. So also just having a conversation with that founder would be helpful to understand how he navigated. I think any of us could get you connected to him. Mm-hmm. Were there still questions over here? Any questions? Did you? Somebody's volunteering you.
I just had a question about, a lot of what we've talked about are physical things that people are going to buy or real estate that they're going to buy. My business is a service, so I'm primarily interested in helping people with recovery and to provide that service. I will need some assistance with computers and my website and all that stuff. Is that fundable?
Yes. Have you been doing this for a while or you just started? Well, so you might want to talk to either Gary or myself if you've been doing it for a while. But we lend to service businesses all the time. You probably do too.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that question. We have a lot of professional service providers in our ecosystem, and I think it's important that people know that you can get funding. Is there a question over here?
So about 12 years ago, I I have an invention for the opioid problem. About 7 years ago, well, prior to COVID hitting, I was working with our governor, and my invention was waiting to get funded. My circumstances have changed. I was given 2 years to live about 5 months ago, and therefore I am looking for basically funding to sell my invention, which will save lives. And I've been working on this, like I said, for 12 years. And now that my circumstances have changed, the sale of this would start my foundation to leave my children my legacy and whatnot. So I'm looking to, I'm kind of nervous, so I apologize, and I don't want to cry. So, but I am a firm believer in mind over matter and positive mental attitude. And I feel my heart has been operating at 20% for 7 years now, and I should have only been here 3. So I just want to have some direction in where to go next as far as trying to get this in the market.
Yeah. Sounds like an equity investment is maybe what you're looking for.
Yeah. So prior to this work, I used to work for a university in a field called technology transfer. So it's a process where you take research result and protect it with patents and find companies that is going to commercialize, basically make product or service out of it. So it's really difficult because it's really difficult to value the value of the inventions, right? And you have to bring the business people to make the invention into innovation, which is a business, right?
So I have 2 companies here in Colorado. I actually used to do quality inspection. One of the engineers was willing to invest $500,000 originally. He now is just waiting for me to have an offer because his circumstances have also changed. He's also still willing to do the board for it. And we were trying to use the state of Colorado as a test market as well.
Yeah, I would encourage you to look into RBC website because we have a series of courses that you can take to understand better what does it take to get investment from angel investment groups like us. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
And I would also add, just you might want to reach out, introduce yourself to the Colorado Health Foundation, which is a very large foundation here in Colorado. They may not be interested in investing directly with you, but they work with people who may be. So it would be good for them to know about you as well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hang on one second, because yes.
I'm Mike Forney. I'm an SBDC counselor, and I've been working with small businesses or entrepreneurs for about 20 years. A couple of things I think are important, and I know you'll recognize this. These folks are renting money, and it's not free. And I think as you begin to think about your business, or if you have an existing business, quite often we'll say, well, do you have a business plan? And most frequently we hear someone say, well, I'm working on it. The business plan is critical to anything that you're trying to do. And asking or getting money is probably not the first step that you take. The really important part of the business, first of all, they're looking not only for your income and expenses, but they want to have confidence that you can pay it back. And so cash flow is an absolutely essential part of any business plan. Not only income and expenses, but where do you stand 6, 12 months out? Is there enough cash to continue your business? And so that's one of the key elements when you begin to develop a business plan. One of the other ones is, and the question that we very quickly ask when you want to start a business is, why you? And by that, they've already mentioned a couple of things. What's your experience? What's your background? Granted, if you'd like to start a restaurant, and the reason that you'd like to start a restaurant is because you really like good food, that probably isn't going to be enough. On the other hand, when I find or we find someone who really is interested in starting a business, but they're not quite sure that they've got the experience, quite often we suggest that you start by working for someone else or talking to others who are already in the business so that you can begin to understand some of the really basic parts of it. So as in the SBDC, part of our job as counselors is not to do business plans and not to tell you what you can't do, but to ask or help you ask questions of yourself in terms of, what do I need to have? And from the standpoint of whether you need cash or whether you need experience or whether you need a team. Quite often you may have great experience in one element of the business that you're starting, but you really don't have maybe the financial background, or you may not have the specific skills. And at that point in time, we'll encourage you to build your team of not only perhaps partners or advisors or friends who can help you with those areas or those skills that you don't have. So that business plan is really, really important. And it doesn't have to be 60 pages. We talk a lot about, I do a course about 3 times a year, and I call it Business Plan Light. And I said, I don't want to hear big, long paragraphs about your mission statement. That's important, but give me bullet points. Begin to think through some of the things that are the structure, the underpinning for the business plan. So when you can come in and talk to a lender, they're going to have some confidence that you're credible in what you're trying to do. They're going to understand you're not going to know everything. And so they'll often suggest ways that you can build up that information or interest. So those business plans are really important also for you. Quite often, when we see someone coming in with a business plan or an idea for a business plan, and we take them through that process. What are the financials? What is the credibility? What is your value proposition? Don't tell us what you're going to do. Tell us why it's valuable to those that you're going to sell it to or serve. And the other piece of that, of course, is then saying, all right, how do you structure it? What are you going to deliver? How are you going to price it? And let's lay that all out. Oftentimes, the first idea just doesn't work as you begin to pencil it out. However, once you have that process of looking through an idea as a business plan structure, the next idea does work because you now understand how to go through it. So I'm sorry to take so long.
I did not pay him. I just want you all to know. I did not pay him to pitch that.
Yeah, we're all volunteers.
And you can tell he is one of our business plan instructors because he's clearly passionate about it. Thank you for putting that out there. Yeah, no, we appreciate that. You had another question?
Yeah, as far as lending goes, and you have multiple people who own the business, as far as statements and whatever, do you take everything or do you take the lowest denominator? Or how does that work?
You mean, if you have a company with, say, 5 owners, do I need
Sure,
tax returns?
just make it easy.
Okay. And you're asking, do I need like tax returns for?
For everyone separately, or if you're going by credit score, do you take the lowest credit score? Do you average them? Like, how does that work?
So the people we ask for tax returns from are going to be at least 20% owners, so it sounds like 50-50. So we would need tax returns for both of them. If you're buying an existing business, we would ask for tax returns for that business. But if you're starting a business, obviously you won't have tax returns for that business yet. So it would rely on the individual tax returns. If there's an owner that owns such a large percent with bad credit, then that would cause a hiccup. So they're looking for offsetting, what's going to offset that risk. I have this amount of cash, or I have that equity in my home, or that kind of thing. So speaking generally, if one of the 2 owners has, really rough credit, that's going to be a hurdle, but there's mitigating circumstances that might help you get the loan still.
Is it beneficial to have that other 50% that has a higher number?
Well, we don't average it, so it's going to be, we would look at the credit score for both of those 50-50 owners.
And it would be beneficial for one of them to have a high, like, good ratings?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and ideally both of them will, but if the one doesn't have, has weaker credit, like a 600 credit score, then the lender will be looking for what are the mitigants that could help offset that.
Okay.
So,
same with us. We for any 20% or up owner, we look at credit scores above. We look at tax returns above.
And from the SBA's perspective, because I spent most of my life on that, SBA requires anyone 20% or more to personally guarantee a loan. If no one owns 20%, someone still has to step up and personally guarantee a loan. So if you've got 10 doctors, each own 10%, one of them will have to step forward.
Like a co-signer?
Again, you're taking on the responsibility of personally guaranteeing the loan. And then what the other 9 will probably be asked to do is to guarantee the loan as well. So,
Yeah, these are personal loans. Yeah. Larger businesses where they're incorporated, they do a loan between a bank, or they as an incorporation, they work with investors. But everybody in this room, you're not a C Corp, I don't think. And so it's going to be a personal loan.
Even though it's a business loan?
Even though it's a business loan, right.
I have a kind of a follow-up question to something she asked earlier. So I have a nonprofit that provides a service, and we would be applying for government loans that are reimbursable loans, like state government loans. Now, you talked earlier about the second gentleman there, about grants that can help you with after the loan, or what was that about?
Well, it's something brand new, and this is available because of the generosity of the state. And so, so we're a nonprofit.
Your generosity, not the generosity.
Yeah, that's right. Our generosity. Yeah. Thank you. So we have an $8 billion grant to us that we can use as the basis of lending. And because it's a grant, we can have an interest rate of 6.99% for loans up to $150,000. And for brand new startup businesses, there's a provision in this where once your loan is completed, you can apply for a grant from the same fund, and that grant is up to 20% of the loan value that you just took out. So the loan's got to be paid back at 6.99%, but the grant does not have to be paid back.
Okay, so her original idea of like these reimbursable grants, so say I get a reimbursable grant for $1 million, no, let's just say $20,000. And I'll have the work done within 6 months. So then I'll probably be reimbursed at least in 8 months.
I'm sorry, yeah, I didn't speak to your
Okay.
question, I'm so sorry.
No, so the grant is like from the state of Colorado.
Yeah,
So it's definitely gonna be paid,
right.
but I have to,
You have to.
you know, do the work, spend the money, all that stuff, and I don't have that capital. So can I make a loan, get that reimbursed, and then apply for that grant you're talking about so that it really, in the end, doesn't cost me money?
Yeah, I think what you're looking for is somebody who will lend you short-term money, like a line of credit, for example, that Gary was talking about. We have something similar. So short-term loan, so you have the money to buy the stuff that's going to enable you to get paid back by that grant, and then that grant would pay back the loan.
But not the interest.
Pardon me?
Not the interest.
But not the interest, that's right. So you'd have to be out for the interest, but it's short term, so the interest.
So you guys don't do anything like that?
We do, we do. It's a little unusual, but, and we're flexible. We'll talk to you about it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what I think. Oh, there's another question. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Okay, back to the last question. What would be the, like, we're an S corp, but you said you thought most of us here probably would have to be personally guarantee a loan, but where's the line there? Like
C corp.
Yeah, I was talking about a C corp, but a whole lot of entrepreneurs, smaller businesses organize as an S corp, like you, because it gives you certain tax advantages when it comes to paying yourself, and there are other protections. So we work with a lot of S corps.
But just to clarify, if you're looking for an SBA loan, it doesn't matter whether you're a C corp, S corp, or whatever. 20% or more owners will personally have to guarantee. The only people where you don't get personal guarantees is when you get up in the multi-million-dollar type businesses. So it doesn't matter. I mean, there's benefits to being a C corp versus an S corp, and those are things you should work with your advisors to decide which would be better for you. It doesn't make any difference from a lender's perspective.
So it's a quantity of money that.
Yeah. But we find, I personally found over the years that S corps owners are a little bit better organized and buttoned down. So it's a little harder to set up an S corp. So we like to talk to S corps.
Were there other questions? Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna transition a little bit, and I wanna give us at least 3 minutes to transition. I wanna remind everyone there are snacks and beverages in the back. Even if you have to leave, feel free to take something. Restrooms are right behind us. The panelists will reposition themselves around the room, and I'm also just to be cognizant of everyone's time. If you need to set a little timer on your watch or clock and get through. So if you have individual questions for them, that's what this last part is for. And if you leave, thank you for coming. We're really glad that you were part of the session. All right, so let's take a few minutes. Yes. They have a lot of them have cards. Thank
I'll be back in the corner.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
So, like you're good, like this. So that's great. Does that change anything?
So you got the rest of the so Kevin,
send you to the website.
Don't go to CJ.
You can ask him to what percentage of people are like, what can I get? Anybody pull their money out after they want it in?
Just like recycling.
Yeah. I would now percentage wise.
I certainly recommend the very good leadership on me.
I know these 200 projects. I really appreciate it. Oops. There's that for whoever wants it. Question times. Investor, it's like the worst thing for me is I get questions from somebody. There's a lot of evidence of then
Is that how it works? I think, yeah. Value is $5 because and mine.
Get all the questions.
Sure. Yeah, and if it's weekly, monthly sort of video conference, and then you make it. So you've got, it's very good.
Step out of the presentation here, unfortunately. Because we have so maybe less so there's like one well, I know we don't
Yeah, I mean, I'm already kind of talking to warehouse out of them. So, I mean, I'm gonna have a no. You gotta be. I'm a C4 group who doesn't, you guys like just gotta realize I'm C4. Exactly. So then I had to go on that day, and I got my certification. That's easy. I was actually interested maybe whatever works. I live on the south side. I'll pop on it. Yeah, one quick question regarding the stats. I remember it a lot of that is a big I'm looking forward to it.